A teleporter opened in the sky above a special united raid group created to capture demons. The hero shouted into a megaphone, asking everyone to double-check their supplies, commands, and positions. The guys briefly discussed that there were a lot of people, but the Flying Tiger sect was not something to be afraid of, and one of them admitted that he dreamed of joining them. The protagonist began to think that the Flying Tiger sect does not accept people based solely on class. Otherwise, Seo Gangram wouldn't be here, because he is a tertiary class of insects. 5 years ago, after the Day of Awakening, everyone's abilities were determined by their Bazi destiny, something a person is born with and depends on the date and time of their birth. The guy was lightly poked in the shoulder with a finger, tearing him out of his thoughts, and they sharply asked if he was really from the Flying Tiger sect, adding that they seemed to be on the same team. The hero explained that this was his first time participating in an extermination mission, and that he was very nervous, but was happy to fight alongside such a guy. The protagonist didn't understand why he even spoke to him, since the guy looked like a complete newbie. A group of boys were called out too, demanding that the stranger come over to them for a second. They whispered, warning him to be careful, because Seo Gangram was standing in front of him, and these words made the hero jerk sharply. Slowly turning around, the hero asked if it was really Seo standing in front of him. The stranger turned pale, turned away abruptly and panicked, thinking that their gazes had met. Seo Gangram was feared, as it was said that he killed his teammates and took their powers. Rumors said that because of his strength, people returned from working with him injured, and that fate itself brought only bad luck to those who were on the same team with him. He scrolled through the fate window where his abilities were listed. He knew that his power allowed him to steal the fate of the dead, and he understood that many who worked with him returned traumatized, because his own unfortunate fate affected everyone around him. The classes of fate are divided into 5, and the divine one is considered the highest. After the dragon class comes the next level. After the ghost class comes the human and insect. These classes are then divided into primary, secondary, and tertiary. The protagonist's class of fate was considered the lowest, a tertiary insect, standing at the very bottom. He understood that he did not have enough power to kill another awakened one, and that several conditions had to be met in order to use his ability. Seo was worried, because he didn't kill any of them or steal the fate of the dead, and he didn't understand why he was so upset now. The girl asked anxiously what Seo Gangram was doing here all alone, and after the mission there would obviously be a dinner party. Yuharan, a representative of the highest divine class and belonging to the Flying Tiger Gert. Yang Taihong, a representative of the middle ghost class Flying Tiger Gert, said that Seo was not there last time either, so now he has to come. He replied that he would not go, because even if he did, members of other sects would still treat him like trash. The heroine became indignant and shouted that she missed the school trip for him and all this because of those losers who were afraid of him. The protagonist calmly noted that he was more than 10 years older than her. Yuharan awkwardly noted that he was still weaker. The boy and girl said that since everyone was already here, he had to go, and she added that she would beat up anyone who tried to intimidate him. A voice appeared behind them and demanded that the heroes return to their positions, reminding them that the mission was about to begin. It was Kang Dongyun. He turned out to be the second-ranking human ghost of the Flying Tiger Gent clan. The heroes exclaimed that they were coming, and asked Hyun to promise to come to the celebratory dinner. Seo waved goodbye to them, smiling slightly. Kang put his hand on Seo's shoulder and told him to take care of himself, and Seo replied that only the vanguard groups were in danger, while he was standing behind them. Kang admitted that he is still worried because the hero is no longer around. Walking in different directions, the main character thought that he would also like to fight next to him. A megaphone blared across the field, announcing the start of a special mission to destroy the Demon Kingdom, and he demanded that everyone carry out the duties assigned to their groups. The teleporter flared and filled the entire space with a soft blue glow. Seo closed his eyes and thought that he was just taking care of the demons left behind. He must do well so as not to harm the sect. From all sides came cries of the appearance of high-class monsters and calls for leading groups to immediately enter the battle. And the groups leading the rear remained on guard at the entrance. A furiously roaring monster with glowing blue eyes and an open mouth rushed forward. The red-haired boy stood up to defend himself, blocking the enemy's path with one powerful movement. He was assisted by a man surrounded by a bright blue glow, strengthening his attack with his appearance. The girl rushed forward on a huge wooden tiger, slashing at enemies with her sword. Again there were shouts that the rear groups would soon be called up, and that they needed to prepare for battle. At that very moment, the demon screamed, throwing his head back and pouring out his rage. Everyone was warned that the front lines should ignore low-class monsters and hold their positions. 3 small demons appeared ahead, jumping out of the shadows almost simultaneously. One of them's eyes flashed a defiant red light. Then Seo attacked swiftly, not giving the demon a moment to react. Other monsters appeared in his midst, and the hero instantly switched to the new threat, changing the direction of his attack. A tree with sharp thorns hit one of the people, and a scarlet spray rose into the air, emphasizing the sharpness of the impact. Trying to catch his breath, the protagonist thought that there were more monsters than he expected, and that he had gone so deep that the demonic energy was making it difficult to breathe. He understood that he needed to get out as quickly as possible, but a dark silhouette with glowing red eyes appeared behind him and immediately rushed to attack. It was the demon who struck from behind, taking advantage of the moment, causing Seo to fall forward. The group of demons turned towards the sound, their heads raised warily. They began to slowly close the ring around the helpless hero, approaching from all sides. Seo closed his eyes, desperately hoping that at least someone would come to his aid at this moment. The sky suddenly burst into a bright green light. A girl with an eye patch walked confidently along a tree branch, and that same green magic was in her hands. A group of people looked up and rejoiced, calling the green flash the power of the Flying Tiger sect's leader, and thanking it for protecting even the rear groups. Waving his hand, the protagonist barely audibly uttered his quiet thank you. Shinsua, a tertiary divine rank and the leader of the Flying Tiger sect, waved back at him. But the silence was suddenly broken by the heavy rumble of falling stones. The girl turned around sharply, listening to the growing roar and trying to determine where exactly the stones were falling from. Everyone around looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening, and someone loudly exclaimed that it looked like the boss, although they still had a long way to go. A monster with a huge gaping mouth and a long trunk was rushing towards them at full speed. The crowd roared in amazement at what was happening, assuring each other that the boss was indeed here. And she called the fire-type hunters forward, because this is a legendary enemy. The monster waved its trunk so high that it blocked out the light for a moment. The monster brought down its trunk with such force that at the same moment, splashes of blood and thick clouds of dust rose up around it. The heroes covered their eyes and mouths with their hands, trying to protect themselves. When the dust cleared, it became clear that the monster was lying dead, and a female silhouette was slowly approaching the heroes. The blue-haired girl stopped in front of them, her voice cold and demanding as she unceremoniously asked where Seo Gangrim was. The crowd stood in deafening silence, with only their mouths wide open in amazement. And finally coming to her senses from the shock, she exploded with screams about what the hell was going on and who she was. Seo became nervous, realizing that this woman had single-handedly killed the boss, and was now looking for him. Standing before the fallen monster, she raised her sword, and the cold gleam of steel cut through the silence. Closing her eyes, she quietly said that everything was fine. She swung her sword sharply, and the air shook with the force of her movement. Someone collapsed to the ground, clutching a katana in a bloody hand. The protagonist's yellow eyes widened in shock when he saw the fallen man. The stranger stepped forward and declared that she would simply kill everyone, emphasizing that Seo Gangrim was among them. Hiding on a branch, the boy wondered if he should first check it with the fate determinant. He activated the power, and she said that the person in front of him was Baek Yeon, and she was a first-class divine being. Seo was amazed, because the first divine gift allows one to return to the past, while preserving all current memories, and cannot be used after death. He realized that on top of everything else, this was the power of regression, and decided to go down, assuming that the stranger had come for some information about him. The branch glowed a soft green light and told him to stay put. Hidden in the branches, Seo realized that the distant whisper technique was telling him not to interfere, because something was happening here that he should not interfere with. Shinsua walked along the branch, asking what the girl wanted. Baekhyun coldly asked if this was Seo, looking back and forth between the heroine and the crowd. The girl sternly stated that he was a member of her sect, and that he should only speak to her. Closing her eyes, she calmly replied that no, everything was fine. Baekhyun swung her sword into the crowd again, and tension instantly cut through the air. Blood splashed on her, and she warned that she would simply kill everyone, assuming that Seo Gangrim was among them. Her blue eyes flashed brightly, cutting through the tense air. Shinsua rushed towards her, and the green glow of the katana grew rapidly. As Seo slashed through the branches with his katana, he thought that it was him they were looking for. The hero realized that he had to step forward before it was too late. He tried to cut through the branches with his yellow glow, but the dense crown stubbornly refused to let him through. The heroes quickly ran away, shouting that there was a murderer among them. The girls fought with katanas, and the lights of their blades clashed, interrupting each other. The stranger warned that she would leave the others alive if they simply gave her Seo Gangrim, and the heroine stated that she would not allow her to kill any of the members of her sect. Then, losing patience, the stranger directed forward a huge stream of her radiance. Shinsua flew back, hitting the wall. The force of the blow was so strong that blood came out of her mouth. She clenched her teeth in pain and closed her eyes, trying to stay conscious. The girl was already raising her sword to strike when 3 figures suddenly appeared behind her. The heroine's icy eyes sparkled as if a frosty fire had flared up inside them. With amazing reflexes, she parried the blow, blood gushing out. The clash erupted in a furious whirlwind of blows, with each swing of the weapon tearing the air and throwing the opponents aside. Then with one sharp swing, the blade cut into the guy's shoulder. Shinsua couldn't do anything. Her body didn't obey after such a blow. The stranger didn't even strain herself. Her movements were lazy. Then a guy appeared right in front of her, clenching his fist and getting ready to punch her in the face. But Baek Yeon confidently stopped him, intercepting his fist with her palm and coldly telling him that he was standing in her way. The hero screamed, demanding to get out while there was still a chance, and those who stood at the front of the crowd shouted in panic that there was a barrier here, and the way further was completely blocked. The same stranger appeared behind them, and desperate cries for help swept through the crowd. Desperately clutching his katana, Seo's only thought was how to get out of here. He cut through the branches, and the people behind him shouted, "Where the hell is Seo Gangram?" The protagonist tried his best to speed up, cutting his way forward while desperate screams were heard all around. He breathed quickly and exhaled that everything was ready, gathering his last strength to dash forward. Seo began to fall down from the tree, losing his footing at the moment when his breath had not yet recovered from the jerk. He fell face forward, touching some warm red liquid. Rising slightly, he began to realize that he had fallen into blood, and a chill ran down his spine. Seo's gaze was filled with a crazed fear, heightening the feeling that everything around him was rapidly spiraling out of control. He could not move, lying among his fallen comrades, and fear gripped him even more. Baek Yeon was slowly approaching him, and the protagonist did not allow himself to even take a breath. He just watched as they approached him. Her steps sounded so distinct that it seemed as if each of them was pressing its heels against his chest. Around them lay motionless bodies, creating an oppressive silence that made the air seem heavier. Lying in the spilled blood, he realized that it was too late, and hope was rapidly fading. Seo gritted his teeth and felt guilty, convinced that this could only end with him. Seo cringed in pain and rage, feeling guilt eating away at him from the inside. All because of him, a pathetic insect. Swinging her sword, the girl said that he must be Seo. But before she could do anything, the roots of a tree suddenly burst out of the ground, shooting up between them. The heroine rushed towards her with a desperate cry that she wouldn't dare. In a bright flash of light, they came together in a blow, and her cry was already about protecting the members of the sect. The stranger admitted with cold frankness that she did not understand what was happening. She continued that if Shin Sua had handed Seo Gangram over to her, she would have saved everyone else. After her words, Baek Yeon struck her opponent, causing her to stagger. Wincing in pain, the heroine exhaled that this was her duty as the leader of the sect. Holding the hilt of the katana pointed at her heart, Shin Sua screamed that she had a duty to protect the sect members. A green light suddenly flickered behind the main character. After Baek Yeon pulled out the bloody sword, a voice announced that the barrier had been removed. Tears came to the boy's eyes, because he understood that he would die and would not be able to defeat her, sharing the fate of the others. The heroine stepped through the dissipated barrier, and Seo realized that she had come to kill him, and that only he should have died, not understanding why everything turned out differently. Oh no, Seo recognized Shin Sua, one of the dead, and his heart sank painfully. He glanced at the system board, where a notice flashed about checking for corpses in the area, and a question about using the fate-stealing force. Power flared within him, and Seo's eyes lit up with a bright yellow light. Karma began to mount with each use of force, and he saw that there were 421 dead in the area. The voice asked whose fate he wished to steal, and a chill ran down his spine, and his teeth bit his lower lip. Seo replied that he wanted to steal the fate of each of the 421. Everything around him flared up as the system checked for available destinies, and he realized that the man with the insect's fate was to blame. And because of his low magic rank, only one condition would be fulfilled, and he desperately asked how many people died because of this. The system granted him the ability of a blooming white flower and a hidden form technique, filling his body with new strength. He gained the abilities of a 1,000-pound axe and an airborne walk, and the yellow light in his eyes grew stronger, reflecting the power of the 421 stolen by fate. Holding his head, he thought that his fate had killed everyone, and a shudder ran through his body. He obtained the ability of the woodleaf method, and the yellow light in his eyes flickered. He stole the fates of 421 people the moment Baek Yeon ordered him to die. Then the protagonist swung his sword, shouting that everything happened because of her. The girl's eyes widened because for the first time in her life she was wounded. The fight slowed for a moment, and in the silence between blows, the tension could be felt gathering around them. Seo thought furiously that he couldn't let it end like this, and determination flashed in his eyes. The main character decided to take revenge on this woman before his death. Master Sword ability activated, Hawkeye ability activated. The reflex ability activated, and his body responded with instant precision, increasing the intensity of the fight. He began to quickly dodge the blows, turning each step into a precise and accurate movement. The abilities continued to activate, and his power grew stronger with each passing moment. Now he no longer felt pain, and a cold determination completely took over his consciousness. He flew over the stranger, activated his air steps, and hung in the air, preparing for the next dash. The sword glowed and the 1,000-pound axe ability activated. The protagonist rushed towards her, taking advantage of the fact that the girl remained open. The guy was noticed, and Baekyeon formed an ice ball in her palm. She aimed an ice spike at him, and the glittering projectile shot out of her palm in a swift, predatory leap. Blood gushed from the boy's mouth, and the fragments shattered into tiny pieces. The guy began to fall rapidly downwards, again falling into a river of blood. Clenching his fist, he became angry, mentally exploding, because even if he had these abilities, he still didn't understand how to control them. The katana was broken, and he bitterly admitted that fortunately, some abilities were automatic, but he couldn't use them with this body or this weapon. Looking at Baekyeon summoning ice flows, he realized that even after taking the fates of 421 people, he was still unable to take proper revenge. The protagonist jumped up, turning his takeoff into a sharp dash to seize the initiative in the battle. He was nervous and mentally reproached himself, because if only he understood what his skills were capable of. While the fragments were flying at him, he suddenly realized that he could handle it, because he was actually familiar with one ability. A piece of ice suddenly pierced his leg, and a sharp pain knocked him off course. He grabbed it, trying to pull out the splinter quickly and painlessly. "It's pointless, Seo Gangram. You are destined to die," the girl said in a cold voice. The guy finally succeeded, and wheezing with pain, he pulled the splinter out of his leg. At that very moment, he called upon the roots of the earth, and they rushed upward. He activated the ability that once belonged to his friend, and the power responded to his call. This surprised the heroine, and a confused expression flashed across her face. It flashed through my mind that compared to the previous time, Baekyeon thought the main character was some kind of swordsman. While breaking the log, the stranger decided that Seo was well versed in spells. But the heroine understood that in any case, such a spell as this, she continued to break all the branches of the magic tree. Baekyeon stated that it would be difficult for the protagonist to maintain this for a long time. While the girl was chopping branches with her katana, a silhouette appeared behind her, silent and swift. He had a long piece of ice in his hands, and Seo swung it. Blood gushed from the girl's chest, and she staggered, not immediately understanding where the blow came from. A blow came from behind, and the girl jerked forward as the ice shard went deeper. The blood soaked her clothes in a warm wave and gushed out with a new wave. Seo abruptly pulled out the ice cube, his hands stained with red liquid. The protagonist smiled, not a wide, joyful smile, but a quiet, dangerous one, in which fatigue, pain, and a strange satisfaction were mixed. He began to fall along with the stranger, and the world around him seemed to fall into a viscous silence. He fell with her, and in his thoughts there was only one thing. He achieved his revenge by killing her. Lying on his back in blood, he breathed out that he was able to avenge Baekyeon's murder. Coughing up blood, Seo realized a little more clearly than he had a moment ago that it was truly over. The system announced that the regeneration ability was activated, and at the same second, there was more blood. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist asked not to do this, and the voice emotionlessly stated that the ability activation was cancelled. Smiling with tears in his eyes, he thought there was no point in it anymore. Nothing would change anyway, he thought, feeling how fatigue slowly pushed out everything else. Now, as in his childhood, everything was equally pulling him down with the same weight. The old woman sternly said that Seo's fate was full of stubbornness and death, that he would lose his parents at a young age, and his life would be full of misfortunes. Indeed, he had lost his parents before he had even grown up, and that memory still echoed in him with the same cold emptiness. And since the main character got into various accidents, everyone around him branded him a loser, and he was destined to be weak and doomed to misfortune. Despite everything, his friends still influenced him, pulling him out of the darkness in which he lived almost his entire life, and now they died because of him. And this thought weighed more heavily than any wounds. He covered his face with his hands, painfully imagining how much could have turned out differently if he had taken the first step differently. Closing his eyes, he thought about what it would be like if he had the opportunity to turn back time. And the realization came suddenly when he realized that he possessed regression, the first divine gift that allowed him to return to the past while preserving his memories. The eyes glowed yellow and the ability to steal fate was activated, and with it, regression was received. Everything inside me shook as the thought of the unknown flashed through my head, and the ability to regress was activated. He was determined to accept whatever was coming his way, even if it happened right before his meeting with Baekyeon. The system menu lit up, and a notification about imminent activation appeared in front of him. Suddenly, his exhausted hand trembled, and he felt his strength return for a moment. And the main character found himself in a cozy beige room, sitting at a table. The guy raised his head and looked around. Surprise and fear were evident in his gaze. He was in an empty room, and the silence around him seemed dense and unbreakable. The knock on the door came unexpectedly, and Seo froze. Entering the room, the man said a greeting, and said that he had come to read his horoscope. The guy's eyes were still wide open. His hands began to tremble more violently, and the folder in his fingers began to crack with the strain. Seo rested his forehead on the trembling folder and tried for a moment to collect his scattered thoughts. Shinsua entered the room with the guy, crossing her arms over her chest. The hero spoke and said that they were finally at their first gathering, He said he hoped to see how compatible they were with each other, and there was genuine anticipation in his voice. Seo watched the familiar girl, noting that she was not wearing a blindfold. The protagonist realized that he had truly returned and that Shin-Sua had not died or lost her eye, and added that he would not allow such a thing to happen again. The guy moved the piece of paper and said that here you can write your name, date, and time of birth. He mentally noted that the girl was clearly uncomfortable, and as if the heroine had been forced to come here. Shin-Sua had indeed mentioned the strange guy earlier. Seo decided that he would have to make sure she knew about it beforehand. Taking the pieces of paper, the main character said that he could look at their compatibility. The guy's horoscope showed that he is a pure gold type. He added that the lady was of the pure wood type, and said this calmly and confidently. In the horoscope, this is called a tree cut down with gold, and he said this calmly and confidently. With a smile, Seo said that this was the most terrible compatibility, in which an axe cuts down a tree, and he said this without a shadow of a doubt. The couple looked at the protagonist in surprise, and a hint of misunderstanding flashed in their eyes. Shin-Sua chuckled and said that if their compatibility was so bad, then they had no choice. The hero jumped up nervously and exclaimed that this was some kind of joke, and that in his opinion, he was doing nonsense, and asked where the owner was. Seo continued to smile and said that the owner was right behind the table. He suggested that Shin-Sua leave, but the girl replied that she wanted to have her fortune told. Blushing, he replied that she would regret it, and asked if a girl like her could really meet such a great guy like him. Shin-Sua looked away and said that someone like her had no intention of meeting him, and pointed out that the exit was in that direction. The hero, flushed with anger, trembled, unable to contain the growing tension. Slamming the door, he shouted that she'd better not come back to him. The girl asked, because she thought that in places like this they only mentioned the good things in life. The guy, embarrassed, thought that this was true, but he was ashamed of his past life. After breaking his train of thought, Shin-Sua asked him if he seemed good at it and if she could get a fortune-telling. The space trembled with blue light, filling the air with a quiet tension. The light grew brighter and the room darker. The voice announced that his stats were calculated based on fate. Seo clutched his head and realized that although he had expected it, there was little he could do about the ringing and dizziness. The girl screamed at him about what he was doing and for him to get under the table, her voice breaking with anxiety. She grabbed his hand, and the protagonist noted that in his past life, Shin-Sua protected him in the same way. The guy tried to get into the right frame of mind because he needed to concentrate. He himself said that he would change the future. An incomprehensible voice was heard, and the heroine became wary, feeling tension. Crawling out from under the table, she asked what that announcement had just been. Seeing that the hero was leaving, she shouted to him to wait for her. The protagonist thought for a moment, and admitted that he thought it would be better if he didn't get involved with Shin-Sua. Looking around, he thought he hoped to find something decent here that he could use. Reaching out his hand, he felt something and was delighted with what he found. The heroine shouted behind him where he was going, and Seo, taken aback, hid the thing he had found under his coat. Grabbing his sleeve, she said they needed to evacuate, her voice thick with alarm. Seo said warily, "I'll wait," as they walked forward. He heard hoarse screams ahead, and he immediately realized that someone was very close. The crowd ran as fast as they could, shouting warnings that there were monsters there. The monster bit the guy's leg, and he screamed, demanding that everyone get away from him and that someone help. It looked like a nasty caterpillar with red eyes and sharp fangs. The girl said guiltily, "Wait," adding that she couldn't help. Then the main character suddenly swung his dagger, and he hit the monster, and green liquid immediately poured out of it. Seo smiled and noted to himself that he knew they would show up soon. This is a giant worm, rank 3 class insect, a large worm that usually feeds on grass, but can also eat animals and people. While killing the monsters, the boy warned everyone to run to a safe place. He mercilessly cut each worm, green liquid flowing in fountains. Having cut down the last one, the protagonist noted that they were finished. Cries for help were heard in the distance. The guy's eyes widened. Apparently there were more monsters here, he thought. The hero immediately shouted that if he didn't want to die, he should grab onto something, adding that these insects weren't that strong. But suddenly Seo froze in amazement, and his gaze narrowed sharply. He saw that the girl was holding a fire extinguisher covered in green liquid. She smiled sincerely, and said that they really weren't as strong as they seemed, and that she had won too. The boy chuckled at the thought that it was funny to see someone who could kill dragons rejoice over something like that. He then noted that the stairs were now clear and they should go down before more came running. People thanked him and ran away. As Seo cut the worms apart, he knew he had to collect the soul orbs while he could. Holding the spheres in his hands, he knew they were low level, but their shine was a little stronger than he expected. The main character shook the green liquid from his hands, and hiding them in his pocket, he asked why she didn't evacuate. Crossing her arms over her chest, Shin-Sua said she couldn't leave him alone. The protagonist was surprised, and asked if she was really worried about someone she had only met today, even if she didn't know what else could happen. The guy noted to himself that she remained the same, so he needed to tell her. Seo slowly said that he had something to tell her. Shinsua quickly asked what it was. The main character said her name, which surprised the girl a little. He said that her attribute was wood, and that she had an ability called Wood Leaf Method. A window of fate opened before the heroine, and she noted that she saw this ability. And the guy explained that the announcement earlier meant that they all received unusual powers. In his mind, he noted that since they had awakened, they should not die until they met this. As she walked down the stairs, she asked him what type of fate he had, and Seo replied that it would be better for them not to tell each other about the contents of their windows of fate. Shinsua agreed, while the protagonist began to think that his window of destiny remained the same as it had been 5 years ago, and that he did not retain the abilities he had stolen before his regression. But his karma increased, and the guy understood that if he wanted to change the future, he needed to use the ability to steal fate. But getting more karma now was dangerous. Karma accumulates when committing serious crimes, such as murder or other similar acts. He remembered that karma also accumulated when using special skills. And if too much karma accumulates, the goal will go beyond the boundary. As Seo scanned the area with his phone's flashlight, he reflected that everyone who crossed the border suffered. Shinsua said that it seemed like there was someone here, and Seo turned around. In the distance, they saw a strange figure hanging around the garages. It was a mummy man, and his withered body looked as if it had lain in the desert for many years. The heroes rushed towards him, saying that they would help him get out of there, but he did not react. A worm monster appeared behind the mummy, opening its mouth and slowly approaching. The main character, having time to react, stabbed the monster in the stomach. The guy remarked that they were lucky that he was the only one there, and the girl was surprised to notice that it was something inside him. Seo's hands glowed, and he thought that the easiest way to check whether he was alive or not was to activate the fate-stealing ability, which suddenly worked. The protagonist shook his head, noting that the current death toll nearby was 1. Looking at the menu, Seo noted that it looked like they had decent abilities, and if they awakened, they could survive. The guy decided to take advantage of this, and the system reported that he had received the ability to control fire, and then added that as punishment, he had earned karma. Clenching his fiery fist, he noted that it was perfect, and realized that such abilities would come in handy. A noise was heard somewhere, and the heroine rushed there, saying that it seemed like something was happening there. Green spots flew through the air as if something invisible was bursting out. The stranger chopped up the worms, shouting that he found it funny and that it was so easy because it was just a tutorial. He stated that he was ready to go straight to the boss, and that nothing could stop him. His gaze darted forward because he noticed someone. Approaching the heroes, he asked if there were any survivors left. He continued to ask if there were any characters among them who would enter into an alliance with him, and he said this with increasing impatience. Then, with a beaming smile, he extended his hand, introducing himself as Doc Gojin, and said it was nice to meet you. Seo remembered that this was the very place where he had started, and a feeling of recognition washed over him unexpectedly. The hero tilted his head and asked what the heroine's name was, and there was genuine curiosity in his voice. She responded with disbelief, asking why she was the heroine, such a strange name, and called herself Shinsua. Shaking hands with the protagonist, the doc stated that he liked Seo Gangram and Shinsoa, and that he would remember this, and then added that since the current event had ended, the next one should start soon. He noted that most game introductions aren't based on a certain formula. The guy remembered that Doc Gojin would soon become the leader of one of the 5 great sects. To think that he was capable of such a thing even when he was not yet awakened was astonishing. Doc reasoned that either they defeat the boss with allies, or they gain a powerful ally in the middle of the battle, or something like that happens. He patted Seo on the shoulder, asking if awakening was possible through the sacrifice of an ally. The protagonist noted to himself that he knew about his fame as an author of web novels, but still considered him rather strange. Their conversation was interrupted by a guy shouting that he needed help, and that the monster was already nearby. Before them stood a huge worm, the first insect monster, consisting of many insects, and he will only be defeated when each of them is killed, while he has the same habits as a giant black worm. This monster shielded the guy, completely blocking his path and looming over him menacingly. Shinsua froze in amazement, and blood gushed out like a stream, causing her to lose her composure for a moment. The boy was too late to be saved, and the worm swallowed him before anyone could intervene. The hero smiled, noting that the monster looked like the boss from the prologue that they had to defeat, right? The girl tried to stop them, shouting that they were going to kill this monster and that they needed to run. Seo struck fire from his palm, releasing a burst of power straight towards the monster. There was a cry that it was magic, and that he knew he could rely on it. Doc asked him if he thought he could kill the monster, to which the guy replied that no, and that at the moment they would not be able to kill this creature. Seo explained that he was now engulfed in flames. The monster rushed towards them, breaking the distance with frightening speed. The main character, waving his hand, ordered them to run without wasting a second. The worm lunged at him, and Seo realized his attacks wouldn't work. But the guy didn't give up, continuing to hit with fire, trying to hold back the monster's onslaught at least for a moment. Suddenly, an unexpected explosion was heard, causing everyone to turn around in confusion. Shinsuo immediately called out to the hero, trying to attract his attention at the most tense moment. She asked to hurry, feeling that time was running out. Grabbing her arm, the doc shouted at her not to slow down. The protagonist found himself alone with a worm with a purple mouth, feeling the tension thickening around him. In the distance, Shinsuo's cries could be heard, calling out to the boy, not wanting to lose sight of him. The mouth glowed purple, emitting a dangerous light that sent shivers down your spine. Running up to him, the heroes asked Seogangrim where he was looking. Without reacting, the boy continued to hit the worm with fire, focusing only on the attack. The hero thought that given how things had turned out, he would have to stall for time. The girl screamed that she would not forget his victim and asked him to let her go. Running forward, Seo noted that he could do it, and he just needed to wait until the Fate Protection Agency arrived. As he fell to the ground, the boy thought that he had not expected to cause such minor damage. Purple rays burst from the mouth, illuminating the space with sharp flashes. He formed a large clot of fire, concentrating all his power in one movement. He realized that he needed to get into the monster's mouth to deliver the finishing blow. The worm fell face down on the floor, and Seo wondered if it really worked. But the monster became even more angry, looking at him with red eyes, and rage flared in his gaze. The worm hung over him, and the hero did not understand what to do now, feeling fear squeezing his chest. Suddenly a stick flew at the monster's head, and it jerked from the unexpected blow. It was Shinsuo, and she was waving her sticks and shouting, "Hurry up and run away!" 3 small worms rushed forward sharply, rapidly reducing the distance. They attacked the girl, trying to knock her down with their weight. The guy burned them with his abilities, leaving the little creatures no chance. And then he shouted at the heroine to hurry up and use the woodleaf method. She began to control the roots so that they would grow and obey her movements. They grew larger and larger, spreading across the ground and gaining strength. And then the roots rushed straight into the worm, breaking through to its body. Leaves scattered across the room, and Shinsuo watched in surprise. Coming to her senses abruptly, she said that they needed to hurry, but something made her afraid, and a flicker of alarm flashed in her eyes. A multitude of small creatures were running towards them along the tree. Their number grew larger each time, and the flow of small creatures threatened to overwhelm everything around. Falling to the ground, the girl thought, it's all over. She came here to save Gangrim. Distracting her from her tears, the protagonist said, "The tree will give life to fire." The destinies of Seo Gangrim and Shinsuo become intertwined. The system declared that Shinsuo's fate would grant life to Seo Gangrim's fate, and everything around burst into a bright flash. Their abilities were based on their base destinies, and the logic of the base horoscopes was applied to battles. And the conclusion was simple: wood gives life to fire. The system announced that they had defeated the giant first-class insect worm, and the achievement counting began. Shinsuo was happy. She realized that they had done it. A menu appeared in front of Seo with a message that he received additional rewards for defeating an opponent stronger than him. While holding on to the anemic boy due to lack of mana, Shin shouted that this was the first floor and the exit looked safe. Grabbing the handle, she exhaled that they could finally get out of here. The joy on her face turned to confusion. They entered the dark room, their footsteps echoing into the thick silence. It was a hall with many benches, and the semi-darkness pressed down on them. The heroes glowed with a soft green light, and the heroine noted that this building was definitely located in the city center. Looking around, Seo thought about the totem pole in the hall, and didn't expect that the first floor was also connected to it. The third-class dragon totem pole contained suppressive and filling energy, healing those who approached it, and keeping demonic creatures away. The door suddenly slammed behind them, and a dull sound rolled through the hall. The girl asked what they should do, and he replied that for now they would rest, because at least there were no monsters here. A guy approached them and breathed a sigh of relief that they had survived. Shinsuo froze, unable to immediately comprehend what was happening. That strange guy stood before them again, and the thought that Shinsuo's heroine had left him led him to one frightening conclusion. The girl jumped up, interrupting him, and barked that she didn't need his heroine because he was just a minor villain who betrayed an ally and was the only survivor. Doc turned pale with shock and barely managed to squeeze out what exactly she had just said. Clutching his head, he muttered that it was impossible, although everything made sense, but he couldn't be a villain. The guy noticed that Doc had become even worse than before. People were indignant, looking around, and insisting that they didn't understand where they were, because just now, there were monsters around. Looking at his healing hand, the guy noticed that the wounds were disappearing on their own. Poking at their phones, everyone noticed that the network was not in service and asked in bewilderment whether they had suddenly broken down. People's voices mixed up, and someone shouted that it was safe here. Another noticed the fire, and a third asked in panic what was happening. A masked stranger appeared before them and calmly announced that all participants in this zone had already gathered here. She introduced herself as Anavi Chachia from the Central Branch of the Judicial Protection Agency. Looking at the crowd, she continued and calmly stated that from now on she intended to To control everyone who is here. After all the words, the heroine's eyes shone blue. Shinsua was indignant, and amidst the echoing voices, asked sharply, "What kind of agency is this for protecting fates?" People began to get indignant, and some shouted that he was going to control them. Others indignantly demanded that they be released immediately, and some in despair asked what all this meant. Looking at what was happening, Seo noted that this was the true beginning, and admitted that he had been a loser in his past life. Clenching his fist, he decided that everything would be different now, and that he would become as strong as possible before he left. The stranger continued and said that they were working to protect citizens from the disaster that was coming one day. The crowd started yelling again, some shouting that they would be controlled. Others were indignant and demanding that they be released right now. The stranger continued and said that soon the kingdom of demons would appear and call, but people interrupted her and shouted that those insects that were there before were also her work. The hero's teeth clenched in rage, and a heavy wave of anger rose up inside him. He yelled, demanding that the useless crowd finally shut up. Everyone turned sharply to look at him, and the noise of the crowd stopped. Seo noted to himself that Doc was the same as always, but he was not mistaken. The protagonist considered it a privilege to be chosen and to be here. Exhaling, the girl said that it would be faster to show them what was happening outside. When she snapped her finger and the projector light flashed in the room, a shaking image appeared on the screen, and the girl said that what they were seeing now was a live broadcast from Seoul. An otherworldly space called the Demon Realm has appeared throughout the country. Monsters were running rampant across the country, and the stranger said that the Fate Protection Agency predicted that this would happen. And so, a few years ago, they, the Chakiyas, awakened their abilities before everyone else. They have begun to prepare for this day, and now that there is chaos throughout the world, they need more awakened ones. The stranger exclaimed that they had called everyone here because they believed in their greatest potential among the unawakened, and that they would help them awaken and become stronger under the guidance of the agency. Taking a card out of her pocket, she said that they could leave at any time, but asked that a decision be made after checking their abilities first. As she set fire to the card, the girl continued that they might change their minds after all. Looking at the menu, the guy thought that the first human class was puzzling him. Now he was sure that it was not Anavi's power, and he wanted to check the fate of Chachid, although her face was hidden by a mask. The stranger stated that they all should have seen their abilities, and that they could think of them as supernatural powers, or magic. Those who awakened used them to hunt monsters, and they raid the demon realm to get rid of the threats. Continuing grimly, she said that the work was very dangerous, and that they could die during it. The crowd listened in amazement as it was said that this was like a learning process, and that if they wanted to avoid such danger and be protected, they must lose their abilities, because a person without the will to fight does not need them. Clapping her hands, she said she would give them an hour to discuss everything. They can rest on the second floor. They will be given instructions to read, and in an hour those who remain will be able to return here, and those who want to leave will be able to do so in an hour on the third floor. She reminded them that once they left, they would never again be able to look into the window of their destiny, and said goodbye with the words, "Until we meet again." Looking at her watch, the girl said that time was up, and that she would assume that those who remained here wanted to take part in the training. She pointed to the gate. The design looked like it had ice cubes on it, saying that it was the first one. There weren't many people left in the hall, and they sat and listened. The gates began to resemble mountains, and the stranger continued that no more than 3 people could enter at a time, and that if they succeeded in the raid or returned beyond the gates, they would find themselves here again. Each room requires its own method, which they will understand once they are inside. There is no limit to the number of times they can visit the first room, but if they leave before they succeed, they will have to start over. She raised her hand and said that it was a box of goods that would be given out to anyone who wanted one, and that they just needed to pick one up before entering the store. If they are injured, they can use healing items they have, or return to the hall to heal themselves with the totem. The heroine assured that they were forced to ask them to sign an agreement that the Fate Protection Agency would not be held liable in the event of death. After bowing, the girl said that they planned to support them with all their might to prevent this from happening. After wishing them luck, she disappeared from the hall. At that very second, someone suddenly raised their hand. The guy loudly declared that he was looking for someone to go with him, and that his strength was at the first ghost level. Seo walked forward silently, moving confidently and without looking back. The crowd shouted, asking each other what their levels were, and the protagonist continued to walk. As he reflected, he noted that this place resembled a labor market. Shinsua ran after him, trying to keep up and every now and then quickening her pace to stay close. She said she wanted to thank the guy for being in the building. The girl awkwardly noted that he didn't have a team and added that she didn't either. Extending her hand, she asked if he would like to go together. But she saw the guy's strange reaction and called out to him, trying to understand what exactly had confused him so much. But he did not respond, his face darkening and his eyes widening, looking ahead as if he saw something there. The girl looked at him silently, trying to understand what was happening to him. and why he froze so strangely. His hand was shaking, and Seo asked what kind of thank you she meant. Everyone could have survived if Seo Gangram had died. He understood that everything happened because of him, and this realization weighed heavily on his chest. The protagonist covered his face with his hands, trying to hide the despair and heaviness of his thoughts that had overcome him. Coming closer, the girl asked if the guy was feeling unwell. Pulling his hand away, the protagonist replied that he was fine, trying to hide the trembling in his voice. And he explained that he needed to rest, trying to end the conversation and hide his tension. But then he looked coldly towards Shinsua. Explaining that he felt more comfortable alone, he turned away. The heroine grabbed her neck and said that she understood, adding that she thought they worked well together. As he was leaving, the boy remarked that Shinsua would be perfectly fine with someone else without needing him. Gathering her will into a fist, she straightened up, and the girl's look became more confident, and she cried out, saying that even if they couldn't hunt together, she still needed his support. As he walked away, the main character briefly said that it was true. The sign said it was a support box, and that one box was allowed per person. The contents of the box included a training sword, health restorers, and mana restorers. The box contained a first-class insect training sword, 2 health restorers, and 2 mana restorers. The protagonist reflected that it was difficult to obtain items at the beginning, so being an intern was not easy, as health-restoring medicines were expensive, and yet they continued to be replenished for free. At that moment, a strange guy called out to him, loudly calling Seo Gangram and asking him to wait. Smiling, he said that he could not leave while his one and only partner remained behind. The guy was embarrassed, thinking that this had never happened in his past life, and decided to pretend that he hadn't heard it. Then Doc grabbed him by the shoulder and called out again, asking Seo Gangram to wait. He stated that if events continued to develop in this way, then he would become the 2 main characters in this story, so he suggested going to the first room together. He replied that he was much more comfortable going alone, and Doc continued, assuring him that he was different from the secondary characters who were dragging him down, and that he was strong. Doc Go-jun divides people into protagonists, supporting characters, and extras, treating them as if they were characters in a novel. Seo remembered hearing himself called an extra in his previous life, and thought that now he seemed to be mistaken for someone much stronger. It was much more convenient to have a strong comrade. He remembered that Shinsua was strong, but if she stayed with him, she would be unhappy, and he wondered if Doc Go-jun was suitable for this. With a beaming smile, Doc asked what the protagonist was thinking, and whether he had changed his mind. Seo calmly replied that it was fine, and they would go together. Doc jumped up and shouted, asking them to wait for him while he got his support box. Approaching the boxes and Shinsua, the guy said that this was a support box, and that he would like to talk to the mascot character, but they could talk later. He turned to the girl and asked why she was looking at him like that. Doc Go-jun coldly said that it was because she was not a heroine, and Shinsua blushed. Having run away, he said that Seo Gangram was with him, and that it was time for them to go forward, and the heroine watched them with sadness. One could sense the presence of death and feel the presence of metallic ghosts. The heroes opened the gates, and a voice announced that they had entered the hellish mountain of swords. All the rooms were connected by 4 corridors, and each room and corridor contained demonic monsters, traps, and even safe zones. The voice asked them to get out by finding the exit. The heroes reasoned that the point of the cleanup was to find a way out, and then decided to begin. Seo looked around and wondered if this structure was the same as in his past life, and realized that this path was already familiar to him. Doc stated that he found the demonic monsters and traps interesting and was curious to see what would happen next. He decided to examine the space ahead, but a blade flashed past him. The blade burst out of the floor, and the hero was lucky not to run into it. He looked at the trap with interest and noted that it was one of the standard ones. And with a smile, he admitted that he loves such classic things. Seeing the protagonist moving on, Doc shouted that Seo Gangram should go with him. The torches on the walls burned wider and wider, dispersing the shadows along the corridor. They walked forward, discussing how there were no traps here now, and one of them remarked that Seo Gangram seemed to be lucky. Some monsters appeared ahead, slowly emerging from the semi-darkness. There were many of them, ghostly skeletons of the 3rd class, assembled from human bones, covered with the remains of flesh and possessing dulled hearing and weak sensitivity to light. The guy noted that they looked stronger than insects and decided that after training they could become a little more powerful. His eyes were shining. He noted that they looked exactly like that, and added that if they combined their forces, they would cope much easier. A fiery flame flew forward, tearing apart the darkness and illuminating the path with a bright flash. The fire hit one of the skeletons, causing it to flinch and attracting the others, who immediately noticed the flash. He noted that the passage was too small, and if the monsters gathered there, they would not be able to exit normally. After which he added that Seo Gangram was a smart character. The protagonist replied that if he was going to continue talking nonsense, then he should move away and kick the skeleton. The katana pierced the wall, leaving a deep crack in the stone and flying fragments. Thanks to this, Seo was able to fly, using the momentum of the blow and rising above the skeletons. Running forward, Doc declared that he would not allow him to be the main character and rushed into battle. While he fought the monster, Seo shot flames at the others, keeping them at a distance and preventing them from surrounding his ally. While swinging his katana, the strange guy laughed, shouting "ha ha ha," and said that it was funny. They stood among the fallen skeletons, and Doc stated that every room they went into was filled with demonic monsters. He continued that all this was gradually getting boring, noted that it seemed like they had managed to kill more than 100, and Seo asked if he was tired. Putting the katana back in its case, the guy replied that seriously, these monsters don't get stronger, and added that he learned to fight with a sword in case he ends up in another world or moves into a book. More importantly, he turned to Seo Gangram, admitting that to be honest, when he saw him for the first time, he became curious. Doc whispered to him that he might be a regressor, a reincarnator, a returnee, or something along those lines, and watched his reaction closely. The protagonist immediately froze, as if a thought had struck him for a moment, and he stopped moving, but then asked him not to talk nonsense. The guy laughed, asking if he had guessed right, and looked with obvious interest. After nudging the protagonist, he said that they should stop wasting time and start taking action, asking him to take the initiative. Turning to look at him, the hero declared that he was not joking, reminded Seo Gangram of his unique gift, and noted that he was surprisingly calm, quickly adaptable, and not afraid of demonic monsters. The main character denied it, saying that when he was younger, he often saw ghosts, and therefore became accustomed to such things. The guy smiled, saying that he was really interested in knowing about Seo's past, and watched him with lively curiosity. Suddenly something pushed him from behind, causing him to jerk sharply. Stones fell from all sides, the roar grew louder, and the air trembled. The hero called out to Seo in fear, feeling the tension rising and the danger getting closer. He simply ordered to run without wasting a second, while everything was collapsing behind him. The guy quickly climbed the stairs, feeling his heart pounding with adrenaline. But after that, the stairs immediately collapsed, leaving Doc alone. He looked in that direction with concern, realizing that Seo was right there where everything continued to collapse. The boy was surprised, wondering if he was the main character, and this realization momentarily threw him off balance. As he walked away, he admitted that he loved stories based on regression, and decided that this meant he really was a loser. At that moment, Seo fell into the abyss, losing his footing and disappearing into clouds of dust and stone chips. He quickly drew his katana, his fingers confidently resting on the hilt, and the hero drove the blade into the wall, clinging to it with all his might. This helped him, and he slid down to the ground, ending up there without any injuries. Having heard the warning that the monsters in the secret zones were stronger than in the regular ones, Seo didn't understand what would happen to the story now, and how the further course of events would change. Every path held a trap or a monster encounter, and when the path to the normal zone was activated, the tension only increased, as anything could be lurking ahead. The path to the normal zone was activated, and the message about asking for rescue and surrendering on the way back made him briefly consider whether he was ready to continue on. The protagonist thought for a moment, assuring himself that he would never give up so easily, and that his strength should be enough to improve his skills right here. Summoning fire in his hand, he thought it was because he was with Doc Gojin and had entered all the rooms with monsters. While aiming, Seo kept thinking that he needed a chance to grow up on his own, and that Shin-Sua should have a different story from his own. The skeletons deflected the flames with their shields, moving with frightening coherence and preventing the fire from penetrating their dense defensive formation. The system stated that his score had been increased by 10 points. His strength was increased by a 4th level after the distribution of stats, and then rose another 5th. The protagonist walked past the fallen skeletons, thinking that everything was getting easier as he increased his stats. Seo Gangram's strength had reached level 5, his endurance had risen to level 4, his agility and sensitivity were also at level 4, and his magic remained at level 3. He looked at the menu, wondering how strong the opponents would be, and remembered that no matter their stats, everyone started at level 1. The difference between each level was the amount of time and effort required to reach the next one. Even if he gained the same amount of experience, the difference was immediately felt, because each next step required more and more effort and inner fortitude. His growth rate became much faster if his class was better. God-class people like Doc Gojin grew stronger much faster, and he knew that since he had been dragging him around everywhere, he would probably be much stronger than before. This time, he was going to be the one to get the first playthrough bonus. He collected his thoughts, realizing that he needed to do this. He needed to finish all his business by the end of today. Looking at the long tunnel, he felt that it was time to meet the boss. Looking at the bloody blade, he realized that everything here looked different from the rest of it. Seo felt a little nervous, feeling like he was really on a hellish mountain of swords. Having illuminated the tunnel with his light, he saw many swords lying and sticking out around. There were more blades at the end of the tunnel, and he felt the space ahead becoming more and more dangerous. The Hell Sword Mountain's battle general was a first-class human, and the monsters that had become swordmasters moved as one and could recover if they were not defeated at the same time. Peering from behind the wall, the protagonist realized that he was facing military generals, and realized that meeting them so close felt completely different than he had imagined. He was shaking all over, and Seo begged himself to stop shaking, trying to get control of his own body and gather himself before the fight. The demon noticed him and watched him, and from this look, everything inside him tensed up, as if the danger had become very close. The same demon appeared in the reflection of his eye, and he convinced himself that he could defeat them if he stuck to the plan. Seo struck the demon in the face with the torch, putting all his pent-up rage and tension into the blow. The monster growled and blue fire ran through its body, making it even more menacing. As he ran away, the boy realized that they had discovered him earlier than he had expected, and yet he felt satisfied that he had managed to divert their attention. Since they were a gold attribute, he realized that a fire attack would be especially effective on them. Looking around, he realized that he should buy himself a little time with this. The system announced that if they were not defeated simultaneously, they would continue to recover. Seo reasoned that he had decided to kill the other to restore his wounds, and he understood that fighting head-on was pointless. The system reported that his agility had increased to level 7 after using skill points. He was cut by many swords, and each new blow left fresh pain on his body. The main character ran forward with all his might, thinking that he had almost reached the right place. But suddenly he stepped on bones, and a sharp crunch under his foot made him slow down. The protagonist suddenly tripped, losing his balance while running and barely keeping himself from falling. A silhouette with long hair was following him. Seo released the flame, directing it forward with such force as if he wanted to break through the darkness itself. At that very second, the trap cut the stranger's head, and a demon stood near the blade. The senior-ranking battle general recovers, and his insides clench with the knowledge that the enemy is once again gaining strength. Seo was delighted to realize that he could finally hear the wind. His running became faster, and with each step he felt his body obeying him more and more precisely. The system reported that the junior-ranking combat general was recovering. One of the demons ran into the room, quickly bursting inside and filling the space with heavy pressure. His mouth dropped open in surprise, momentarily losing control of himself. The guy tripped him, and at that very moment the system announced that his strength had been increased to level 7 after using skill points. The protagonist struck the monster in the back, putting all his pent-up rage into the movement. The third human-class battle generals were defeated. The system reported that his reward was being calculated, and at that moment blood flew around. He will receive additional skill points for defeating an opponent stronger than him. All he had to do was leave the boss room to complete the level. But not before. The only thing he had to make sure of. The guy thought that if this was the fate of a monster that had taken human form, then he would be able to steal it. And at that very moment, the ability to steal fate was activated. The fate-stealing skill was activated, and he felt a wave of power pass through his body. 2 targets were detected nearby, and he immediately felt the tension in the air increase. Looking at the menus, he realized that if the monster looked like a human, then his fate could be taken away. In his past life, he didn't use Fate Steal until he met Baek Yeon, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. The longer the target is dead, the more mana is required, and at that time his magic level was too low. If the target died outside his sight, he couldn't use the skill. The hero often wondered if he could have taken the fate of monsters that looked like humans. Even the energy of the higher demonic realms was critical for him, so there was no chance to test it. A portion of the target's power was obtained, and along with it, he gained the skill of unsheathing. Naked, 3rd level demonic class, ability activated automatically. The protagonist ran his hand along the blade, noting how light the sword was. A warning has appeared that a significant amount of karma has been received. Blood was pouring out of the tunnel, and compared to stealing people's skills, the amount of karma now should be minimal. Seo decided that the result was worth it, and clenching his fist, he felt a strong confidence inside. People who receive too much karma cross the line and people call it despicable. Putting his hand to the teleporter, he wondered how close he was to the border. The first door of the hellish mountain of knives was first defended. Everyone's mouths dropped open, asking if everything had been cleared out already. The girl jumped up, surprised that he did it alone, and immediately a squeal was heard, which was directed at Seo Ganrim. Doc jumped up to him and with a beaming smile exclaimed that he knew he could handle it, and that was why he called him brother. But showing the cross with his hands, he declared that he was not his comrade and asked them not to approach. The presenter appeared behind him, calling out to Seo and getting his attention. The girl said with a smile that he had become the first to clear this stage, congratulated him, and asked if he had some time. The bed and nightstand formed Seo Ganrim's personal room. Taking the boxes out of the bag, he realized that the reward for the first stage was given out by a Navi, and could be used to store items, regardless of their weight and volume. As he fastened his belt, he said that such a thing was not easy to obtain, and it would be foolish to miss this opportunity. He unlocked his phone, knowing he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. The news said that a magnitude 5.8 earthquake had shaken the country, becoming the strongest since 2017. The guy held the phone with one hand, trying not to drop it while moving. On the screen was the girl presenting the statement from the Fate Protection Agency, the team leader of the Fate Protection Agency's Judicial Division, Somun Yunyu. She said that the Fate Protection Agency would do everything possible to protect all the unawakened. The presenter's fate was under protection, and the protagonist assumed that they were apparently using some kind of artifacts. The female voice on the phone assured him that although such events would continue, he had nothing to worry about, as the agency would take care of protecting his future. Smiling, she asked people to believe in the Fate Protection Agency. Looking at the ceiling, Seo repeated the words about believing in the Fate Protection Agency. The Fate Protection Agency was a union of the best among the awakened. They wore masks to hide their faces and highlight their affiliation with the agency, but they could also take them off when the situation did not require hiding their identity. And Baekhyun's silhouette flashed through his mind. In the past, she was also holding a mask in her hand. The hero realized that if this woman is a member of the agency, it became clear why no one even guessed how strong she was. He held his head and was unclear about what exactly was happening around him. The magazine fell on the table, and a male voice expressed outrage that this was how they worked. Gongju, whose affiliation indicated that he was the leader of the second team, said that didn't they say that the cleanup would take at least a week? He was indignant, asking what this meant one day. And they even cleared out the secret zone, while they claimed that the level of his destiny and skills was at an all-time low. He turned to Ju Songtae, demanding that he take responsibility. The leader confirmed that he was waiting for a report on what had happened and everything related to Seo Ganrim's trap, and ordered the others to prepare for the cleanup. The hero was left alone at the table, holding his head and sitting at the laptop. He was visibly nervous, wondering who would have guessed that he would use the trap, and the sound of keys filled the silence. As he continued typing, he thought about what would happen if Seo and the second stage passed in just one day. The agent was afraid of what would happen if the higher-ups found out that this man was just a pathetic fly. The question was raised in the cafeteria about whether Seo Gangrim would be going through the second door today. Doc reminded him that he had already forgotten about their argument, asked if he trusted his skills, and offered to bet on who would be the first to get through the second floor. Seo replied that he had his own plans, let him do what he wanted, and until he won, nothing bound them, so he asked him to leave. In the distance, the girls exclaimed that they survived only thanks to Shin Sui. She awkwardly answered them that no, it was they who blocked the attack, not her. Noticing his friend, the main character was happy, deciding that everything was fine with her. And Doc admitted that he doesn't like ideal people. After hitting the hero, Seo said that his hand allegedly twitched accidentally. The group continued to talk and suggested eating together. But suddenly Seo heard a familiar male voice in the distance, admiring how small the hand was and how cute it was. He saw the guy holding out his hand and declared that he would have to suffer again. The guy smiled, asking if he could see that the hand was really small, and added that he was quite good at reading palms. One of the girls admitted that he had looked at her last time and had hit the nail on the head. The heroine began to cool the tea, trying not to attract attention. But the guy still spoke, turning to Miss Shinsua to let him take her hand, and she replied that it was not worth it. He assured her that she should hurry, because when else would she get such a chance, and added that if she refused now, she would have to pay next time. Before Shinsua could answer, someone from those present approached them. The girl quickly looked away and was surprised, and the guy tensed up and darkened, making his facial expression harder and more closed. But at that very second he smiled sweetly, softening his expression and returning the former warmth to his gaze. Pointing to his palm, he asked if he wanted him to look at his palm. Seo firmly answered no and turned to Shin, saying that he needed to talk to her. Pointing his finger back, he asked if they would like to step away for a minute. The girl was silent for a moment but still agreed, accepting his proposal with slight hesitation. They walked down the corridor, and the main character said that he suggested talking somewhere quiet. The two boys stood on the stairs and called out to Seo Ganrim, greeting him with obvious friendliness. They thanked him for access to Wi-Fi, saying this with genuine joy. The guy realized that when he cleared the first room alone and received the Wi-Fi password as a reward, he shared it with others. The boys became friendlier and said that next time he should sit with them. But Seo felt sad, because such friendliness was completely unfamiliar to him, and this feeling was quietly pulling him down. In a past life, at some point, everyone preferred to turn away from him, avoiding his presence and gradually distancing themselves from him completely. Then the guy decided to leave, feeling a familiar heaviness rising inside. He didn't understand whether it was all about his rank, and this doubt pricked him unpleasantly from within. The boy remembered how he was asked if he would go alone today, and how he answered yes, because even then, young Gunam treated him differently. Patting him on the shoulder, he said that if there had been room left in his group, he would have taken him with him, and asked him to be careful. They high-fived each other, expressing simple and warm support. So even knowing his ability, Seo would never have thought of such a thing. The hero recalled how he almost died when he entered the demon realm with Ganrim, and was perplexed by what he had done then. His ability was to steal the skills of the dead, and this discovery still sent a chill through him. Everyone argued that he was trying to kill him and take away his skill, and said that was probably what happened, so he should be more careful with him. This greatly upset the protagonist, and a painful feeling slowly settled inside him. Running into the room, Seo shouted that he had promised not to tell anyone and that his skill had been exposed, feeling a sharp resentment rise in his chest. Chong turned around with a smile and asked what he meant, claiming that he didn't understand what he was talking about, and asking how he could prove it. The protagonist knew in his mind that of course it was him, and this realization burned him with rage. He grinned and said that he hadn't lied, had he, leaving a mocking lightness in his words. But it was all obvious, Seo thought, because only he knew about his ability. The protagonist approached Shin and explained what Yoongunam's skill was, advising her to stay away from him. Then he said that he just wanted to warn her, and added that he had to go, and the girl realized that he was jealous. Then suddenly, the heroine called out to Seo, causing him to stop mid-sentence. She stated that she had also managed to clear the room last time, and there was a quiet pride in her voice. Shin Sui persistently asked if he wanted to go to the second one together. Shaking his head, the protagonist replied that he was afraid it would be a bit difficult. Shinsuo was amazed and asked why it would be difficult with her. The guy turned away, avoiding her gaze, and said that she didn't have enough experience yet. She froze and said that she didn't think she was that weak. She continued to prove her point, but Seo said that in this room, her ability would be weakened because there would be a flaming attribute there. Compared to the first room, the second room's gold attribute will be very different, and the tree leaf technique will not be able to help it. The girl thought for a moment and admitted that the second room would indeed be a difficult task for her. Holding the door handle, he said that it finally got through. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the heroine called out to the guy, trying to hold him back at least for a moment. Seo was almost running, his pace quickening. He didn't look at the road. The corridor was getting darker, and the shadow ahead was getting thicker. Biting his lips, he thought about what he had said to her after everything he had said. She thanked him for his answer, trying to show that she appreciated his frankness. Standing at the door, Shinsuo thought, trying to understand the hero's words. He said he felt more comfortable alone, trying to sound even. And the heroine didn't understand why he rejected her offer, if he was communicating with Gongjun, and she concluded that he decided to keep a distance between them. But he still told her about Jonggunam, and this unexpected trust made her doubt for a moment. The girl was still thinking about the fact that he could come up with any excuse for refusal. Shinsuo tried to understand why the main character was so honest. Was he worried? And that quiet suggestion made her heart beat a little faster. The hero was walking down the corridor, and suddenly he was called out. It was Zhang, standing by the wall, asking if the hero would go into the second room with Shinsuo. Putting his hands in his pockets, he replied that he would go alone. The main character thought that he needed to get rid of this person before he ruined everything completely. Suddenly the guy called out to him, telling him to stop, and asked if he wanted to join his party. He explained that it would be easier because his rank was higher, and added that he was a dragon class. Turning around menacingly, the protagonist realized that this was a lie and asked what skill he had. He replied that his skill was water bombs. Jonggunam belongs to the first human class with the water attribute. The protagonist said that okay, he could go right now. Smiling, he said that he would get ready and come running right away, clearly happy that his offer had been accepted. Chan quickly ran up the stairs, leaving behind a feeling of haste and slight confusion. Seo thought about how strange it was that he was the one who picked on him first. The clearing conditions required finding an ice crystal and returning to the lobby, but there were no restrictions. The system announced that Seo Gang Rim and Jonggun Nam have been confirmed for transfer. They entered the room of Hellfire, feeling the heat instantly envelop their body and causing the air around them to tremble. Zhang admitted that he was surprised at how quickly he accepted his offer, adding that it seemed to be all about his attribute. He continued to say that in any case, he saw the conditions of the purge. The lava crashed against the rocks, and he wondered where in such a place there might be ice. As he called for water, he said that even the air here was hot, and the irritation in his voice became increasingly noticeable. It was good that they were together, and that they would surely soon find what they needed, trying to maintain the confidence that was already beginning to melt in the hot air. With cold confidence, the protagonist swung his sword behind Chan's back. The sword made a short whistling sound as it hit the air. The hero turned around in fear, feeling a sudden anxiety run through his skin. There was a sudden movement in the air, and it became clear that the blow had reached its target. Seo delivered a precise blow to the fire frog, and Zhang sat on the ground motionless. The protagonist admitted that he did not expect to see a monster at the very beginning, and realized that the enemies were already advancing. A flock of lava frogs was rushing towards them, and the heat from their approach became more and more noticeable. These were monsters born in the hottest season. Their attack power was weak, but they moved in groups and preferred to hunt those who were colder than themselves. Calling for more water, Chong said that frogs are easy. The guys started throwing water clots at the advancing frogs, and they hit the frogs with precision, and each well-aimed throw further held back the advancing flock. He rejoiced, assuring that his skill was just right for this situation. At this rate, there won't be any problems, and all that remains is to look for the crystal. Seo grinned, assuring that he already knew where the crystal was, and that there was no need to rush, looking around and thinking about how best to deal with it. Chan noticed that the main character was smiling, and a slight look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The protagonist clearly realized that taking him along was a good choice, the boy thought. The frogs fell one by one, losing the ability to continue the fight. Holding his head, Chan realized that it might be mana depletion, and noted with alarm that there were many more monsters around than there were in the first room. Realizing that there was no way out, he decided to use his sword, preparing to move to close combat. Covering his face with his hand, he barely hit the frog, feeling how weakness prevented him from putting his usual strength into the movement. The monster swelled and croaked briefly, releasing spikes and throwing the enemy away from itself. She jumped on him, and Chan tried to fight her off, screaming from the heat and demanding that she leave. He asked him not to stand aside and to help better. After hitting the frog with his sword, the protagonist ordered Chan to retreat, and he added that he would sort it out himself, confidently seizing the initiative. Doc yelled that he was okay and that he was just a little tired. The hero tisk-tisked and irritably said that he was acting insolent, and seemed to think he was cool just because he was the first to clear the room. He joined him only to test his class and skill, but he knew that nothing would come of it as long as his hands remained bandaged and prevented him from performing at full strength. Even judging by his actions, it was becoming obvious that he was hiding something. His eyes flashed with anger, and the hero wanted to make sure that he was not mistaken in this outburst of rage. Chan was sure that the moment would come when he would let his guard down, and he decided to wait, realizing that everything has its time. Suddenly, something began to shake, and he became alert, trying to understand what exactly was causing this unexpected movement. At that moment, Chan fell to the ground, unable to maintain his balance before the sudden vibration around him. He started calling Seo, hoping to hear an answer and understand that he was nearby and ready to help. A blue light from the sword appeared in front of the hero, softly cutting through the darkness. The main character pushed aside the clawed monster with one movement. Breathing quickly, he thought that there were more than just frogs here and that he had relaxed too much. Suddenly, Seo turned to Jung, getting his attention and making him concentrate, and he noted that he had already saved him twice, reminding him of this with slight reproach. After stabbing the monster, he said that these creatures were quite annoying, and that they should move on before the others came running. The guy smiled, thinking that he had barely helped him and was already starting to brag. Squeezing the earth with his fingers, he thought that there was nothing special about him. He was seething with anger and thought that as soon as he restored his mana, he would definitely finish what he had started. Turning to him, the protagonist asked if he wanted to say something. Smiling sweetly, Jung thanked Seo for his help. They noticed something shining ahead, and this made them quicken their pace. Jung exclaimed that it was an ice crystal, amazed at how brightly it was shining ahead. And indeed it was he, the guy continued, enchanted by the beauty he saw and unable to look away. He reasoned that they simply needed to take the crystal to the lobby to clear the room and receive the gift. Apparently, they will be the first to clear the place, feeling the anticipation growing. And then the guys from the center would think that he managed it thanks to Seo Ganrim, and this would only irritate him more. The hero rushed forward, driven by growing excitement and the desire to reach his goal as quickly as possible. There was only one crystal, and this gave what was happening a special significance. Chan smiled, reasoning that the first one to clear would be the one who took out the crystal. He thought it was a reward and an honor, and it made a warm satisfaction spread through his chest. He also imagined the respect and adoring glances that would inevitably follow their success. Chong claimed that all of this would be his, and was confident in his own superiority. He reached out his hand to the artifact, feeling an impatient desire to get his hands on the find first rising within him. But suddenly the guy felt something soft under his fingers. It turned out to be a sack containing countless flame frog eggs, which always lived nearby. Frogs poured out of the lava, and a sharp burst of movement rolled around. They began to attack Chong, and the rapid movement of the frogs staggered him. The hero began to fall into the lava, calling out to Seo and trying to grab onto at least some kind of support. Looking at what was happening, the main character thought that this was karma for trying to stab him in the back. He simply turned and walked towards the exit, not feeling the slightest desire to waste another moment on what was happening. And behind him, Chan screamed, begging to be saved, and desperate cries followed the hero. In the hellfire room of the crystal cave, Seo was pulling two frogs, and in his hand was a crystal created from ice upon absorption, and he suggested the possible strengthening of the water attribute. He called for a shop, knowing that he needed to obtain a spiritual pearl to open it. Initially, Seo knew nothing about the store or the spiritual pearls. He remembered those nasty initial worms, and how he chopped off their heads, and this memory echoed in him like a heavy shadow. But this time he took care of the condition in advance and was able to open the store. SEO clicked on the slot and had to use free stats because he didn't have enough money. It was a prayer chest in which one had to place an object and make a request in order to receive what one wanted. But if the sacrifice was not sufficient, it would not give anything. Opening the artifact, he noted an interesting name and decided that it was worth putting only something truly valuable inside. The protagonist thought, noting that the ice crystal was a third-level ghost item, but he wanted to get a first-level item, counting on the fact that investing a valuable crystal would give him exactly that result. The system announced that CO was praying, and the message sounded calm and detached. Of course, there was a difference between them. But both items were of the phantom rank, and this made the hero think about the possible benefit. He took something out of the chest, feeling a slight tension from the unknown. The system announced that he had obtained a third-tier insectivorous item. SEO thought about it and decided that since he couldn't improve the quality, he would increase the quantity. Sitting by a pile of ice and frogs, he confidently decided that he still had a lot of ice and that everything would definitely work out, so he would try until the mechanism worked. The spit hit the ground and the tooth bounced off with a light jump. With madness in his eyes and burns on his face, Jong screamed at Seo Gangrim, calling him a piece of shit. His clothes were torn and he could hardly walk, asking if the enemy thought he could leave him here and get away with it. He promised that he would find the enemy and cut his insolent face with this sword, but suddenly stopped, seeing something. His gaze suddenly became surprised, as if in an instant he saw something he had never expected. The door opened and the system reported that the second door, called the Hellfire Room, had been cleared. Chan ran out of the door with a frog in his hands and in a breaking voice declared that he had managed and cleared it first. The crowd discussed how Gunamshi had already passed the test, and were surprised that he had completed it in just one day. The hero smiled, enjoying the fact that he had received exactly the reaction he had hoped for. He smugly declared that he now considered himself much cooler than Seo, whom he had at that moment called a dumbass. But suddenly Chan noticed the hero in the distance and quickly ran up, saying that he had finally found him. He asked tearfully how he could have left it there and why it took him so long to look for it. The host called out to the hero, declaring that Chan Gunamshi was the first to clear the Hellfire Room. Waving his hand at her, he calmly stated that he was here, and holding out his hand to Seo, he calmly said that this time he was ready to forgive him. Chong offered to shake hands as a sign of reconciliation. He felt his palm reading ability activate. Chong asked him not to worry so much, trying to calm him down. The table showed that Seo Gangrim was a third-class insectivore with a fire attribute. Turning around to look at Seo, the guy was surprised and exclaimed that he belonged to the third insectivorous class and was not even human. He snorted and noted with annoyance that he had come all this way for the sake of a pathetic insectivore. The protagonist looked at him with annoyance, and then he smirked, letting his irritation give way to quiet confidence. Seo was happy, realizing that he had made it just in time. He used a first-level Phantom Fate protection charm that would cover up part of the user's fate and prevent anyone from reading the hidden part of their fate window. Seo couldn't prepare better, but apparently Jong still found one of the crystals that the protagonist placed in the frog corpses. The girl asked if he could tell her how he discovered the ice crystal, and Jong replied that he had the water attribute and therefore found it without difficulty. Gongju noticed that they were pretty battered and was surprised that the cleanup took place in one day. Suddenly Doc called out to Chan, getting his attention. The guy noticed Dr. Gojin and was surprised that he was at the third saint level. The hero tisked and admitted that he had been trying to get through this room for several days, but kept failing, and also noted that Seo Ganrim turned out to be weaker than he expected. At this moment, Chan chuckled and noticed that he was a level 3 insectivore, so he was weak and just ran away when he saw many monsters. Then Doc, looking at him, smiled and said that he was the real main character. Beaming, he said that it was so, and his nose stretched out traitorously from lies and pride. The system announced that the destinies of Doc Gojun and John Gunham are intertwined. There is also a plus, because now Doc Gojun will stop sticking to him. Warnings have emerged that this is the worst possible combination of fates, and that evil energy is permeating Jonggunam's destiny. Seo noted that now it was he who would take care of Jonggunam instead of him, and laughed, realizing that everything was going even better than planned. The agents sat at a table in a gloomy room in Seoul, where the second team was holding an emergency meeting. The boss asked Anawi if Jonggunam was in the ghost class, but the host replied that he was in the human class. He asked if anyone had entered with him, and was told that the newcomer Seo Ganrim was with him. One of the agents jumped up and shouted, "It's him again." The boss suspected something was wrong, and asked how it happened that they entered together, and only Chonggunam cleared the room. The girl noted that Junggunam said something strange, claiming that he continued killing frogs and found an ice crystal inside one of them. The man asked if these monsters could get into the crystal cave since they had set up a barrier, and she replied that she had checked everything. Crystals grew through the rocks, slowly widening the cracks. The barrier was gone, and it turned out that the monsters had indeed eaten all the crystals. The man shook with anger and shouted Ju Songtae's name, demanding to know how he did his job. The agent replied that he had checked everything 100 times and had not found a single problem, claiming that the barrier was working. He awkwardly continued that the fact that the cleanup had gone faster than expected only confirmed that they had very strong newcomers. The man slammed his hand on the table, not hiding his growing irritation. He coldly asked Ju Songtae if he was willing to take responsibility for his words. Are you sure there were no mistakes in his plan, and that their overly strong guys can already go to clear the third room? Is he ready to take responsibility if they all die? And the guy lowered his head. The boss insisted that starting from the third room, the real kingdom of demons opens up, and that without proper preparation, all these greenhorns will fall immediately after they find themselves inside. He nervously clenched his fingers and said that they needed to become much stronger than they were now, and he also ordered to follow Soganrim, not hiding his wariness. The agency said the opening date for the third gate has been postponed indefinitely, and a notice will be issued once the agency has finalized the details. A few days later, the protagonist was taking his lunch in the cafeteria, leisurely. The heroes behind them were discussing whether they were sure that Jong Gunam's method really worked, and wondering if he was deceiving them. They noticed that the other guys who cleared the room were not close to Jong Gunam at all, one of them thought, noting that it was indeed strange that Dok Gojin and Seo Gunam had managed to cope much later, although they had previously been in the same party. The guy suggested trying to find the crystal ourselves. The protagonist noted with a smile that it seemed like Jong Gunam had spread false information and had already been abandoned by Dok Gojun. Suddenly, a red system window appeared in front of him, flashing right in his field of vision. It turned out to be a summons notice asking everyone to assemble in the hall at 1800 today, signed by Anawi Chase. The presenter was already standing in front of the assembled group and greeting them in a calm, confident voice. She said she invited them to inform them about the third gate. Raising her hand, she said, "First of all, from now on." Anavi announced that they were allowed to enter the third room. The crowd hummed with delight, expressing their delight with a soft wow. The girl continued that from now on, they would be entering a real demonic realm, not the training area prepared by their agency. And she added that, moreover, they are now all allowed to move around together. The real demon realm is different from the training one, and they will have to face much stronger monsters than before. And the gods will watch as they cleanse the demonic world. Taking the phone, Anavi warned that if they heard the voice of the gods, they should not rush to answer and should first check the updated instructions. She explained that the agency had included in the guide responses to a variety of situations they might find themselves in, and she strongly recommended that you familiarize yourself with the information before entering the third gate. The girl said that this is where their advice ends. She asked the participants to try not to die. The girl trembled and asked if she had really said not to die. The crowd reasoned that since there was no longer a limit on the number of people in a party, they needed to gather as many people as possible. Suddenly, the girl sharply shouted hello to Seo, and he responded in kind and said that he had noticed Bomb right away. The twins were surprised and asked if he could tell them apart, noting with annoyance that the others were always confused. The protagonist smiled, thinking about how he could not distinguish between them, since they and Shinsuo were the only ones who did not turn away from him. And even though they are twins, their destinies are still different. One of them is Yoon Bum. Her ability is a sharpshooter. When using long-range weapons or skills, she guarantees to hit the target. The second Yoon Gyeol has a one-shot ability that guarantees a hit when using a long-range weapon or skill. Seo bit his lips, afraid that nothing would change. He remembered that Yoon Bum had survived last time. I could still see that girl's gaze, full of pain and despair. After all, her sister Yoon Gyeol died in the third room, and now the spirit of death of the White Tiger emanates from her, and a high degree of life-threatening danger is expected in the coming days. The protagonist interrupted the sister's argument and turned to Yoon Gyeol, asking if she would like to go through the third room with him. She replied that she could go, and that she was just about to go there without her annoying older sister. Smiling, the guy said that Bomb would go too. He firmly decided that this time he would do everything to ensure that they survived. The heroes found themselves in an icy room, where the clearing conditions required killing more than one specimen of each type of monster living there. A warning has emerged that this demon realm is being engulfed in water energy. The girls screamed from the cold, complaining about the icy air and the freezing cold. They discussed how hunting monsters seemed to be their job, and that they couldn't see anything in the fog. One of them noticed the rabbits and exclaimed happily, pointing there and calling them cute. But suddenly the animal's eye glowed red. It turned out to be a mad, big-eyed horned rabbit of the first class of insectivores. They quickly dealt with the monsters, and the hero was surprised that the first insectivorous rank turned out to be weaker than it looked. The heroines complained that the store was inconvenient, that there were too many items, and that there was no search bar. The girl asked how Seo found everything so quickly, and he replied that the mechanics were similar to a game he was familiar with. The second asked him to look at her weapons as well, adding that she was thinking of buying a bow and arrows. And now they were fully assembled, with weapons in their hands. The main character destroyed rabbits with the help of flame. Behind them, the sisters argued about which of them had killed more. Yunbom was a marksman and kept her distance confidently. A Yungyul was an archer who trained for the national teams. The efficiency of hunting increased significantly when they began to use the weapons they were accustomed to. In her past life, Yunbom became a highly skilled sniper. Yungyul could have also achieved great things if she had lived, and he knew that together they could have become even stronger. Then Yunbom became a completely different person after her sister's death, and no longer smiled at all. She devoted herself entirely to hunting monsters, seeking revenge for Gyul. So she quickly became stronger and entered the Asura sect, one of the 5 best sects. But even this didn't make her happier. SEO understood that both had good prospects, and that each could become very strong. He thought about how he had to make sure that Gyul didn't get hurt, if only for Bomb's sake, and he decided that he would help them get into the Soaring Tiger sect. And then the rest of the sect members, who died in the past at the hands of Yunbum, the sniper of the Asura sect, will also be alive. Now I need to keep an eye on Yungyul. But suddenly he noticed that the girl was not nearby, and the cries of Bomb were heard, calling for her sister. The heroes ran along the path trying to find the girl. The guy called out to her and then asked his sister how far she had gone to the toilet. Before the heroine could answer, Seo said that he heard screams in that direction. The girl was surprised, because she herself had not heard anything. Then her call came from the pit, which sounded like a request for help and an indication that she was below. Gyul was with someone in a hole and explained that the ground suddenly collapsed. The heroes promised that they would pull her out. Seo jumped down to her, asking if the girl was okay, and she replied that she was, but there was a man next to her. The main character suddenly turned his surprised gaze to him, and he asked the hero, who was writhing on all fours, if he was Chonggunami. Jung became nervous and thought that of course she was in a group with Seo Gangrim. The main character calmly asked if help was needed, and he flared up and declared that he would never accept help from someone like him. Seo said that they had to go, and the girl wondered why they would just leave. After all, he said that he was paralyzed by the attack of some powerful monster. Seo replied that it looked like they were rabbits, and that the poison would wear off over time. The sisters were discussing how rabbits were the weakest monsters here, and Gyul pointed out that it wasn't necessary to say it out loud, making Jongwoo feel ashamed. He slammed his fist on the ground and thought in anger that Seo Gangrim would still understand the feeling of shame. Suddenly a rough voice was heard, insisting that bad people should get what they deserve. The voice asked if Jung needed help. The guy looked up, asking who was talking to him. The protagonist suggested returning, and the girls enthusiastically began talking about how their characteristics had noticeably improved. Seo noted that there was no need to rush since it was only the first day, and added that they would go tomorrow. The heroine was delighted, and said with enthusiasm that they would go through this room together. Suddenly a howl was heard, which attracted Seo's attention. His eyes widened because it was a familiar voice. Jumping up, he shouted at the girls to return to the lobby first, as he had forgotten something. The 5 stood with their backs to each other, swords raised in defense. Wolves with sharp teeth and dripping saliva approached them. The heroine fought back with her sword, and shouted to those who were sobbing behind them to calm down. But the boy's sword broke under the pressure of the wolf's attack. Then Shinsua asked everyone to stand behind her and activated her tree leaf skill. The girl protected the entire team, along with her skill. Those who were hiding behind the branches called out to the heroine, trying to support her. The girl understood that she needed to destroy as many of these creatures as possible now, so that things would become easier later. And at that moment, a wolf appeared silently behind her. He bit into her shoulder, and a sharp pain pierced the girl's body. Blood gushed out, and Shinsua thought for a moment that if there was another person nearby who could fight. A man appeared from the darkness, his katana bursting into flames. He pierced the wolf with his weapon, and his flame manipulation skill rose to the 2nd insectivorous rank. While they were fighting, the heroine called out to her friend, but the protagonist did not answer, completely focused on the battle, and his silence dissolved in the roar of blows. Then Shinsua began to help him in a coordinated manner, adjusting her movements to his blows. She exhaled, feeling the tension gradually ease, and said that they had managed it so quickly, thanking Seo Gangrim for his timely help. But the main character looked gloomily into the distance, and when they teleported, Seo yelled at her, not understanding why she didn't try to leave earlier. The heroes exchanged awkward glances as their health gradually recovered, and the guy said that even the most inexperienced person could see how disadvantageous their position was. And if you can't win, you just have to run, reminding her that she is capable of leaving without a single injury. Shinsua wanted to object, but the guy continued to say that she was just lucky this time. What would happen if these monsters had hidden abilities that they knew nothing about? And what would happen if no one came to help? The protagonist remembered her previous senseless death, and he was sure that something like this should not happen again. He continued to shout, asking if she was ready to die to protect others, reminding her that it was up to those who had enough strength to help others. And he turned around abruptly, asking her never to forget what he had said. After all, if she lets her guard down for just a second, she risks being left lifeless behind these gates. As soon as Seo walked away, the team ran up to her and asked if everything was okay, adding that the hero had been too rude. He seemed to think that Shin Sui should have left them there to die, and there was a note of bewilderment in their voices. But the heroine, with a soft smile, explained that he was simply worried about her. She thought she didn't understand why he continued to act as if he was deliberately playing the bad guy. In fact, he turned out to be a very sensitive person. Suddenly Shinsua called out to Seo and thanked him for his help, and he exhaled nervously and told her not to attach any importance to it. The third room was cleared for the first time, and the system recorded Doc Gojin's achievement as 1, noting that he had destroyed 10 out of 10 targets. The sister said that someone finished before them, although they were sure that they should be the first. They asked if this meant he was leaving already, and he calmly replied that he would stay with them until they too passed the test. The protagonist knew that no one returns to the gate after clearing it, so he calmly said that he would come later. Seo said he wanted to get a hidden achievement for hunting 11 types of monsters. The twins argued, outraged that Yoon-gil was taking her monsters again, to which she simply waved them off and told them to hunt first. The guy admitted that he was worried that the hunt ended earlier than in his past life. A warning about the white tiger's death energy coming soon appeared, and he wondered if it meant that it would not be Yoon-gil who would die this time, but someone else. And he remembered the worst combination of fates when evil energy began to engulf the fate of Jonggunam. He had no desire to be associated with him again, and the thought made him quietly irritated. The hero wondered whether he should stop him right now. Seo shouted to them that he was going to look around the hill and ask them to continue hunting, adding that they should not separate under any circumstances and stay together. Chan shouted that he considered himself the main character, capable of hearing the voice of God. He summoned an ice projectile and told Seo to get ready. He shot ice projectiles at him and shouted that this was how the power of a god manifested itself. He remembered Anavi's words about the gods watching as they cleansed the demonic world. The guy said that he had succumbed to the possession of God. Chan claimed that he was the main character, and that God had chosen him. And those who unite with the gods are called shamans. They receive great power in exchange for obsession. The protagonist thought it was at least a low-level god, perhaps Cheolwan, and noted that he had a little more mana and a new skill. Seo realized its ability and thought that one touch of it could infect him with smallpox, noting to himself what an annoying power it was. First, he decided to reduce his mana reserves. Chan shouted that there was no point in running, and his voice carried the confidence of a man completely consumed by his own power. The fir trees in the forest began to burn with a bright flame, and the fiery reflections trembled on the trunks. The hero continued to say that divine punishment would sooner or later befall those who dared to oppose him, and a flock of wild boars rushed past him, raising the snow. Taking advantage of the moment, Seo began to run away, feeling how the only chance to escape finally appeared under his feet. Chan started to freak out and yelled at the stupid pigs to get out of the way. But suddenly a huge pig threw him onto its horn, and everything happened too quickly. Blood spurted out of Chan's mouth, accompanied by the characteristic spitting sounds. The rough voice said that he had come after hearing about a man possessed by a god, and added that he was not even strong. One shouldn't expect more from a low-level god, reminding the interlocutor of the obviousness of this conclusion. He noticed that watching this weak man was still quite fascinating. At that moment, the blade of the katana pierced Chan, and his body jerked, and the hero pleadingly called to Master Cheolwan, asking him to help, but Seo pressed harder. And then he pulled the blade out of his body, and a heavy pause hung in the air. Then the guy said that his revenge was over and that he had been beating around the bush for too long. Holding his hand, the protagonist said that he understood all the risks perfectly well. But in the distance, a girl appeared calling out to Appa, her voice cutting through the tension. Cleaning his katana in the snow, the protagonist chuckled and said that Jonggunam Shi was a real lucky guy. Next time he will definitely kill him, and made it clear that this is worth remembering. As he approached her, Seo said that he had asked her to stay put, but she cut him off by shouting that they had a problem. She tearfully explained that there was a whole bunch of snow pigs there, and they dragged Yoon-gil away, and the girl explained that she just suddenly disappeared. The old man's words about his fate being full of failures and evil energy came back to mind. People keep coming back injured after going on expeditions with Seo Gunrim. Even his parents died, and wherever he goes, people die. Bom called out to him, calling Ganrim Appa and asking what was wrong with him. He was struck by the thought that it was all his fault, and that he had always known it. Running forward, Seo declared that he would find her. The protagonist told Bom to come back. The guy told her not to object and to follow the order, but the girl said that she would also go, catching up with Seo. But he cried out anxiously, asking what would happen if something happened to her. The heroine tearfully said that he himself told her not to go alone. While holding the guy, Bom said how she could return when Gyul might be in danger, and her voice trembled. He said he would send her to the lobby if it got dark or too dangerous. The sharp rocks stood out alone against the gloomy sky. As he moved forward, the protagonist thought that he didn't know how Yoon-gil died last time, But if she was in danger now, it was definitely here, and he asked her not to die. Looking around, the heroine noted that there were no monsters here at all, because low-level monsters don't dare to step into predator territory. And then Bomb heard a sound and Seo suddenly grabbed her hand as if he wanted to stop her. They managed to hide behind a rock, and immediately behind it a roar was heard. It was a third-class ghost-rank Yeti, and its mere appearance made the air around it become colder. A furry, humanoid monster that only shows itself to humans on snowy days, and is eager to fight any opponent stronger than itself. And suddenly, at that moment, the heroes saw the girl they were looking for, and at that moment the world seemed to turn upside down. Bomb seemed to be going crazy as she aimed her pistol, and there was a sense of desperation in her movements. The monster turned sharply at the sound, but I didn't find anyone nearby, and the main character held Bomb by the hand and covered her mouth with his palm. Then he activated the Fate Stealing skill, and at that moment the space around him seemed to tense up. With 0 targets detected nearby, the phrase fell on deaf ears. The protagonist exhaled that Gyeol would only be in greater danger if they started fighting. He followed her, and it seems the Yeti takes her to his shelter. The heroes decided that they needed to wait until he lowered Yoon-gyeol to the ground. The girl asked to attack as soon as he put her down, and Seo replied that no, it was better not to engage in battle with him at all. Throwing her a flare gun, he said that as soon as Gyeol was in the nest, shoot this to attract his attention, and immediately run to the exit while continuing to shoot. Seo said he would take Yoon-gyeol while she distracted the monster. Yoon-bum was agile enough to outrun the Yeti, and the added advantage of their location gave them a chance. The heroine fired into the air and the sound resounded sharply. A bright purple light illuminated the sky and the Yeti turned towards the sound. The monster covered its eyes with its paw, and there was a sense of sharp irritation in this movement. He rushed after Bomb, and the main character was left behind. The boy called out to Yoon-gyeol, his voice filled with alarm. While lifting her into his arms, he quietly repeated to Yoon-gyeol to wake up, since he didn't have any medicine with him. Seo supposed he needed to get back to the lobby quickly. The protagonist looked up, noticing something. It was a huge monster. And who would have thought that there were several of them here? The Yeti looked angrily at the uninvited guests. As Seo summoned the flames, he knew that luck was not on his side. Meanwhile, Bomb continued shooting into the air. His steps were heavy, as was his breathing. But then the monster simply turned around, and the heroine didn't understand why. She continued shooting, shouting no after me, after me. Bomb was angry, calling for the Yeti to return, and as soon as possible. The flames even rushed through the boots. The monster swung its paw, trying to crush the main character. But Seo slipped through it so quickly that the monster didn't have time to change its trajectory. The guy heard some kind of rumble, and at that moment his attention sharpened. A Yeti was running towards them, as if he was in a great hurry to get somewhere. Seo was surrounded on both sides by monsters who looked at him as if he were a thief. The guy looked around nervously and there was a sense of wariness in his movements. With a couple of moves, the protagonist escaped from the 2 Yetis and left them behind. While setting fire to the nest, he shouted out that he just wanted to hunt. The heroine was laid on the ground, and in this abrupt gesture there was a sense of urgent necessity. The flames quickly spread throughout the nests, and Seo asked the girl to be patient. The hero angrily declared that all that remained was to finish them off. The 2 monsters ran forward, attacking, and their sharp rush immediately caused a roar. Behind the main character, a furious flame was already blazing. The guy looked around, and growing anxiety was visible in his gaze. And then Seo smiled and said that it could work. The protagonist ran towards the monsters, and his decisive dash immediately set the pace of the battle. Dexterity increased to level 18 and the hero felt an instant surge of speed. The Yetis clearly couldn't handle him, and their slow movements only emphasized his advantage. They couldn't hit the hero, nervously destroying the earth. Suddenly Seo grabbed the monster's fur. He jumped over the Yeti and his takeoff was rapid. He growled and swung his paw at him, but the main character didn't give them a chance by flying up. The thugs couldn't cope with one person, and their confusion only increased. And finally, he defeated the tertiary-ranked Yeti of demonic fate. Then Seo decided like this. In the demon realm there are many places covered in ice and snow. They crumble easily, as Gul did, and their weakness is felt immediately. Now this creature will definitely not emerge from under the ice, and its imprisonment seems final. But suddenly the thug struck with his fist, and the ice collapsed, opening a path out. The protagonist began to fall rapidly downwards, and the cold air cut through the space around him. But the branches caught him, and his fall stopped at the very last moment. Shinsua saved him, and her timely intervention was decisive. The girl said that if he let his guard down he would leave here in a coffin, Ganrim, and added that it was good that she made it in time. Seo thanked her with a smile, and there was genuine appreciation in his voice. Pointing to the girl, the heroine said that this needed to be said to Bomb. She brought her. Shinsua wanted to lift the guy up, but he stopped her and said that she needed to put him down first because he wanted to check something. The twin called hysterically for her sister, her voice trembling with fear. The heroine lay motionless in the nest, and her stillness was immediately noticeable. The heroes were afraid that they were too late and quickly climbed out. Seo felt upset and wondered if there was really no way to resist fate, and this feeling weighed on him. Sounds were heard and Shinsua's face blossomed. It was the heroine who barely audibly said that she was cold and that she wanted to turn on the heater, and then hopefully asked if her sister was nearby. She was curious about where they were, and curiosity gradually replaced weakness. Seo was surprised that Gyeol was alive, and she calmly replied that of course she was alive, and that she didn't have to be dead. The system began to flicker and the aura dissipated, leaving the space silent and empty. Fate change has been activated, and Seo Gunrim's Fate class has been upgraded to secondary rank Insect Fate. Bomb ran to him and, hugging him, said that Gyeol was alive only thanks to him. The girl fell face down into the guy's coat, and her fatigue immediately became noticeable. Then the twin burst into tears, and her tears showed how intense the experience had been. He decided to leave the difficulties for later, allowing himself to rest a little. Stroking Bomb, he said that it was all over now. Chan ran through the empty rocks, his steps echoing off the cold stones. The voice asked if he was okay and what he should do, and then quietly added that he would try something. Showing his middle finger, he irritably said that the greenhorn doesn't understand how he became a god, and he added that it was not worth relying on the one who once brought trouble upon him. A rough voice said that he was going too far. The hero was surprised by this, and then recognized Master Cholwan and exclaimed his name. Doc stood before him, and his appearance immediately changed the atmosphere around him. He desperately asked for help, saying that Ganrim had attacked him, and he had to flee. Jong shouted that he was sure that Seo Gangrim was the main villain and offered to fight him together, reminding him that they were comrades. But Doc assured that if he were the protagonist, he would easily defeat Gunrim. Then he exhaled that he had already thought that he was hiding true strength next to him. But now it seemed to him that in front of him was the most ordinary character. Chan insisted that he was the protagonist and swore by it, simply asking for help. Doc continued that it was typical for the protagonist to deal with such small things alone, right? Trying to escape from the pit, the boy screamed that he was not the protagonist, begging for help. This angered the hero, and he said that if he no longer considered himself the main one, then he had no reason to waste time on some secondary character. Jung screamed, begging Doc Ko-jun to stop and not leave, asking him to help. And he called him a damn psycho and demanded that he stop immediately, shouting Ko-jun's name again. Meanwhile, the monsters flew apart from the sword swings. Seo used various techniques against them, moving confidently and not giving the monsters a single chance. The twins called out to Ganrim, happily announcing that they were finished. Then the sisters started arguing. One said that without her nothing would have happened, and the other was indignant that all she did was stand behind. The protagonist watched this with affection, feeling how their noisy squabble unexpectedly warmed the atmosphere around them. But fear appeared in his eyes, like a sudden premonition. They noticed someone behind them, and a look of alarm and surprise flashed in their eyes. One of the twins became indignant, asking who she was. A girl approached them, saying that if they handed over Ganrim, she would let them live. The heroines aimed at her, shouting what the hell she was talking about, but Seo stopped them. The guy rushed towards them, but something grabbed his back with its claws. These were the paws of demons, and their touch sent a cold terror through his body. A huge hand grabbed his face, forcing the hero to freeze. As soon as the hero broke free, there was already a river of blood on the ground. The heroine's dead gaze asked why he had interfered in their lives, repeating this silent reproach over and over again. The monster's paws were swallowing him up, and a desperate question was ringing in his ears. Why didn't he save them, and whether it was worth taking him into the Flying Tiger sect? A voice was heard reminding him not to forget. Seo was becoming more and more consumed by blood. All his friends said that he was a murderer, and that fate could not be changed. Water gushed from the tap, and the sharp sound cut through the silence. Looking in the mirror, Seo said that it was all just a dream, trying to hold on to this thought. And falling on his haunches, he said that such a future would not happen, and he would not allow it to happen again. But he was uneasy, and he couldn't shake the thought that this might be a warning. The system reported that Yoon Bum considered him a savior, and that the destinies of Ganrim and Yoon Bum were intertwined. The system also reported that the destinies of Ganrim and Yoon Gyeol were intertwined, so the guy decided to distance himself from them. Holding onto the door, the twin asked if he was offended. The protagonist said no, he was just a little busy, and the sister shouted out that Aunt Sua was coming too. Seo thought that he and Shin Sua had become friends, so there was no need to worry, and he decided that this was great because she was a good person. They asked him to come too, and the guy replied that it was okay next time, and then slammed the door. The girls reasoned that it seemed to them that Ganrim was trying to stay away from them, and decided that he must have a reason. Standing on the stairs, they made crosses with their hands for Shin Sua, indicating that Seo had refused. Opening the teleport, the heroine declared that there was nothing that could be done, and that they would go to the fourth room themselves. The weather in this room was gorgeous, and while everyone was looking around, a clearing condition appeared in front of them, requiring them to hunt monsters and collect pearls. The location delighted the twins, and they exclaimed that they were now in the forest, enjoying the fresh air. Hearing Shinsua's warning that something was going on there, the girls instantly prepared to attack and asked where the monster was. Taking cover from the thorns, the heroine said that it was not a monster, and reminded that the room called the Forest of Swords is an endless forest. The landscape remained unchanged, and upon reaching the edge of the forest, any participant would emerge from the opposite side. The branches here were unusual. Their stems and leaves were sharp as a sword. The heroines reasoned that 1,000 pearls would take a long time, and decided that they needed to look around first. The twins argued again. One of them said that he was not a child, and the other reminded that Uncle Ganrim told them to stick together. They wanted him to come with them and sighed, uttering their quiet aha. And Shinsua remembered his words about her still being too weak. And when he asked if she wanted to die protecting others, he reminded her that only the strong can protect the weak. The girl thought with a smile that he was not shy in his expressions, but inside he was very kind. The sisters shouted that there was something there, and the heroine was distracted from her thoughts. She asked Gyul to stop, and the girl's surprised gaze dropped downwards. She noticed a huge stain of blood stretching across the ground. Putting his finger to the biting egg, Seo said that it was much more disgusting than he thought. The unknown egg was listed as an unclassed item that would only be determined after hatching, and the description stated that it would hatch after some time. The protagonist received an unknown egg as a reward for killing the 11th type of monster, Bigfoot. While tying a bow on it, Seo said that he already knew who he wanted to raise, and reminded that one shouldn't feed the egg everything. The system announced that he had defeated the tertiary rank demonic fate Bigfoot, and the Fate Steel ability was activated. The Combat Instincts ability was absorbed, and the system reported the theft of the water attribute. The main character decided that it was time to change his attribute to water, and the ability Water Extinguishes Fire was unlocked. And now the reduced characteristics are gradually returning to normal. He recalled that he hadn't been able to buy proper weapons before because he had to take food with water resistance. But now he knew he could steal attributes. He decided that he would take a new weapon in the next demon realm, knowing that he would need a fire attribute there, and that he would have to change the attribute again to do so. When Seo entered the room of the Sword Forest, a rough voice was heard, grumbling discontentedly that the ice hall was a bit boring, and that maybe at least this room could surprise him. The guy looked around, and the voice continued to grumble that most likely nothing interesting would happen here, because they were still green, although it was fun to watch the newcomers grow. The protagonist thought that he had barely entered, and they had already managed to evaluate him, wondering how worthless they were, since they were spoken of in such a way, and activated airplane mode. The voice continued that it turned out he had balls and that he liked it, and then asked Gunrim if he wanted to be possessed. A menu appeared in front of him, in which the guardian of the Forest of Swords offered possession, and he decided that it must be the local god, after which a trading window opened. Local gods rule over individual regions, and by possessing that god, one can become the most powerful in his kingdom. But the deity was bound to this region, and if one left its borders, the received powers would disappear. There was a knife maze in this room, and while he certainly wouldn't have gotten lost with the possession, the hero simply bought the item and received a map to the demon realm. This was enough to get his bearings, and after using the demon realm map, the system reported that he had explored 1% of the location. At this point, only the general outlines were visible on the map. The entrance to the demon realm was already marked, and other markers would appear over time. The guy thought about the fact that there were several entrances to the demon kingdom, and realized that he was approaching the 4th zone. The agency's students are divided into several zones, and if problems arise in one of them, reinforcements are immediately sent there. The protagonist wondered if they were perhaps regulating the number of people entering the kingdom in order to set the disciples against each other. The voice asked irritably if Ganrim could hear him, and Seo became indignant and firmly stated that it was not even worth trying, because he would not accept anything. The Master of All Flame system has used the item Traces of the Gods, and the message will be visible for 10 minutes. A muscular red-haired man with several arms appeared before him, and the Master of All Flames advised him to accept possession. The menu showed the Master of All Flames claiming that other gods were nothing compared to him. Seo chuckled, deciding that for a man with the fate of an insect, this would be a good boost. He just grinned and said that he was not going to accept it, and the Master of All Flames began to follow the hero. Suddenly, a praying mantis with red eyes appeared in front of Seo. The main character dealt with the monster without any difficulty. One swing of his sword was enough for him. The system reported that 36 of the 1,000 spirit pearls had been collected, and that all 1,000 needed to be collected to complete the quest. The boy remembered that in his past life he had killed praying mantises, but now he understood that there was no need for it. Seo reminded himself that each ghost counted as 10, so he had to, but before he could finish speaking, he stepped in blood. Raising his leg, the hero was surprised to notice traces of a trap and did not understand where they came from. He looked around and saw only chopped up praying mantises around him. A brief memory of a monster with a lion's head and a bloody sword flashed before my eyes. In his past life, he had been attacked by a masked killer, and now he couldn't help but wonder if he had already made it here. Shinsuo only saved him because she was nearby. But in that battle a terrible tragedy occurred, which he still cannot forget. Then the girl lost an eye, the killer escaped, and they never found out who it was. As Seo ran through the forest, he remembered that only Kojun and Suo were here now, right? The main character ran quickly through the forest, trying to understand whose blood remained in his path. Finally, Seo reached the desired area and saw an immobilized girl, around whom a crowd had already gathered. He immediately recognized one of the twins in the silhouette, and that dead look flashed through my memories again. The protagonist immediately clenched his teeth, trying to contain the rising tension. He thrust his sword forward threateningly, making it clear that he was not going to retreat. Seo sternly told Odo to take his hands off Gyul. The chief asked if the missing student had returned from the ice hall, and was told that no one had seen Chan since then. He then said that the student was dead, adding that he had expected more since he had been the first to pass through the Hall of Hellfire. Anavi awkwardly raised her hand and suggested that they go searching. But she was refused. She was told that it was not worth interfering when it came to the demon realm. Everyone signed a death agreement, and it was hard for the presenter to hear, so she closed her eyes. The man continued that the next room in the other zone had already been cleared, and that it was done by those who came from the first zone. They were supposed to be the first to clear the rooms, because in the first zone you can't give way to anyone. The agent placed a hand on Anavi's shoulder, and asked how she was going to continue working if she was so worried about one death, reminding her that they knew about the possible casualties. To this, the heroine quietly replied that she had something else. Once she finished sorting their files, she looked at the data from other zones as well. The presenter came to the difficult realization that there was a serial killer among their students. Threatening him with his sword, the protagonist shouted at him to move away from her. The boy muttered in fear, asking him to speak more quietly and let him explain. He showed her the bottle and said that they were trying to cure her and that it was an antidote from the store. The heroes were ordered to lower their weapons. Looking at one of the twins, Seo activated Fate Determination, and her status said that she was poisoned with paralysis. And he realized that the guy was right, and she really needed an antidote. The protagonist asked why he should trust them, adding that they needed to take her away from here. Familiar faces ran up to him and called out to Seo. Shinsuo held him back and said that Ganram, they are not their enemies. Without letting go of the sword, the hero asked who it was then. Raising his hand, the dark-skinned guy said he could explain everything. Ju Hyeryong said that she fell into a trap they set for the monsters, and admitted that they didn't know that people from other zones would end up here, adding that they were very sorry. They took her away for treatment, and she added that she had disarmed all the traps in the area using her ability, the protagonist thought, remembering that that bastard also knew how to work with poisons and traps. But the guy who was treating him had the ability to remain stealthy, while this one, with his skills, aroused much more suspicion, and he understood that he was too weak to harm Sua in any way. The main character decided that he needed to be more attentive to all of them. The protagonist asked if the treatment was over, and said that he would take her then. Carrying his friend in his arms, he thought that even if there was no killer among them, it was still dangerous to walk with people from the fourth zone. While lighting the fire, Shinsuo said that it gets dark quickly here. Hugging Shin's hand, the twin admitted that she had never slept in the wild. Her sister whispered that she was a coward, and asked if she was scared herself, since there were so many monsters around. Some kind of ball fell off the guy's hand. It flared up in the air, and then Shinsuo asked what it was. Seo calmly replied that it was to scare away monsters, and added that he got it from the store. The sisters spoke admiringly of how much he knew, rejoiced at the find, and added how strong and smart he was. The girl confidently asked if he would take her on as a student. The main character grinned and asked again who. The twins argued that one also wanted to be better than her sister, and the other reminded that she was the one who asked first. Smiling, Seo thought they were having a real farce. The main character admitted that he was not going to teach anyone, and asked the girls not to quarrel. An angry voice asked why he had followed them. When Seo stood up, Shinsuo looked at him in surprise. The heroines asked where he was going, and he replied that it was too noisy here. He added that he would sleep somewhere else, and that they should not wait for him. The girls looked at him with bewilderment but said nothing. The protagonist became upset, thinking what the hell he was doing, and that he should have stayed away from them. Having taken out the unknown egg, Seo noted that he had something to do. Holding a branch to its mouth, he said that it must be hungry and offered to take it. But the unknown egg rejected the food and said that it was asking for meat. This surprised Seo, and he persistently forced the monster to eat the branch. A rough voice stated, asking why Gunrim came back, smirking that he was probably worried about his friends, and adding that this was called tsundere. The rough voice mockingly remarked that he had never had such a thing, that spring potatoes were wonderful, and the tsundere children would share with him. He could just be with them, but he's doing his weird swing again. Sitting on a branch, the hero heard the sisters arguing, where Bomb asked Gyul why she was so absent-minded, and that she needed to be more careful. The voice announced that they should be quieter because he couldn't hear what the members of Gyrim's team were saying. The hero remembered the Flying Tiger sect, and how he and Yu Haran had argued in exactly the same way. And Shin-Suo was touched, sitting at a distance with a mug of tea. This was our way of life, warm and cozy. It flashed through his mind that there would be a lot of work ahead, but the sect would enter their lives one way or another. A pleasant sorrow filled him, and his soul felt warm. He stopped and wondered what that sweet smell was. The mouth of the approaching animal was filled with saliva. They were huge bears with red eyes, and the whole flock headed towards the tents. Then the main character immediately jumped off the branch to save the others. Shin-Suo was surprised as she looked at him and asked if it was really Seo standing in front of her. He chopped branches, working his hands intently, and the girl watched him and asked curiously if he was looking for something. He then asked her if anyone had left the area while he was gone. Having found the fruit, he heard a calm answer that no one had come out. Then, looking at the demonic peach, he asked if anyone had come here. There were no fruit trees nearby, and he realized that someone had deliberately left these fruits, which meant that perhaps the killer had been here. He wondered if it was that idiot with the invisibility technique, because the half-educated Ko-jun hadn't looked in for a long time. He wondered if it was really him, and not someone from another zone, and heard a calm answer that he had appeared here about an hour ago. The twin became wary, asking what was going on, whether he had done something, because he was just looking at them with an ominous expression. He wondered if Ko-jun could really be the killer, although who knows what was going on in that psycho's head. There were a lot of fruits here that attracted demons, and Seo admitted that this made him wary. The heroines cautiously asked if he meant to say that someone had a grudge against them, since it was unclear who would even need that. Stopping the twin with a katana, he quietly said that this was the only thing he was sure of now. He finished the thought calmly. It is to avoid other people. And when he confidently asserted that he would sort everything out, a silhouette appeared, lurking nearby and clearly eavesdropping on him. And Seo clearly noticed him, turning sharply in that direction and instantly assessing the situation. But there was no one nearby, and before him lay only an empty, silent area. Only bears stood not far from them, silently watching what was happening. Doc spread his arms wide with katanas, cutting down the approaching monsters. He thought with frustration that all this had turned out to be incredibly tiring. In his mind, everything that was happening seemed like empty garbage, where there were no allies, no rivals, no real enemies. There were no gods or heroes to interest him, just an endless hunt for low-level monsters. Looking up at the sky, he wondered what his role was in all of this. He had recently overheard the twins discussing where Ganrim got his strength from, wondering how he could defeat the Yeti at all. This genuinely surprised Doc. Were the girls really talking seriously about Seo? Gunrim defeated a monster that even he had never faced, becoming the first human to clear the ice hall. He couldn't understand how the main character managed to lose to Jonggunam in the Hall of Fire. And at that moment, the sudden realization came to him that if Ganrim had indeed lost to Jong, then perhaps he had done it on purpose. And he couldn't shake the thought that what if Ganrim really did come from the future, and knew all the tactics, rewards, and outcomes, and everything suddenly came together in one unpleasant thought, that Seo simply wanted to get rid of him in order to take all the credit for himself. Doc rushed forward, determined to find him at any cost. The open map showed that the location was only 35% explored. A rough voice said that it was time for him to go hunting, reminded him of the measly 200 pearls, so it would be better if he accepted his obsession. Without looking up from the map, the protagonist asked why no one would tell who had scattered the peaches here. The voice responded with an uncertain, claiming they hadn't seen anyone, though Seo clearly doubted it. In the background, voices exchanged phrases, first asking what he was looking for, then repeating the same thing. The system announced that he had focused on a long search, and his perception had risen to level 25. The system added that his senses became heightened, and at that very moment the protagonist caught the faint scent of human blood in the air. The system announced that the Fate Steal ability had been activated and began searching for the dead. The guy came running and saw a stranger on the ground. The main character froze and silently looked at this picture. He drew his katana and rushed forward, carrying the blazing flame in his hands. There were no dead people nearby, and his attack was confidently stopped by a stranger in a lion mask. He yelled that if someone needed help, they should first check and not immediately draw their blade. Seo told the assassin to shut up, and without hesitation, scratched his face with the flaming katana. Holding onto his mask, the stranger said in surprise that he was a quick learner, and asked how he even knew that he was the one who killed them. It was Nam Yu-jun behind the mask, and he coldly said that he understood that he could not leave witnesses. His ability was homicidal, absorbing the characteristics of those its owner killed, and accumulating karma with each use. The protagonist's face darkened as he realized that his stats had doubled since their last meeting. During the battle, Seo suddenly asked a question, demanding to know how many he had managed to kill during this time. Smiling, Nam Yu-jun drawled that he meant to say that he really had managed to kill so many people. Seo looked at him disapprovingly and noted that he was enjoying it too much, asking if he wasn't having enough demon hunting. The stranger just chuckled and said that that was also funny, and he tried to be quieter. Nam then calmly said that Lord Nakal gave him the power for the purpose of killing, and he can only use his ability when he takes someone's life. It would be a remiss not to take advantage of such power. The guy asked the main character why he was angry, because if his ability was activated only when he killed others. What would he do himself? Nam Yujun asked mockingly. Suddenly the stranger burst into flames of blue light, as if his body had been cut through by new energy. Snorting, the protagonist replied that he was speaking as if everyone thought the same thing. Although that was complete nonsense, Nam Yujun continued to dissolve into space. And stealth allows him to become invisible, so if he does not see the enemy. This did not mean that the hero had disappeared. With such a thirst for blood, he would not have gone anywhere. Having repelled the attack, Seo exclaimed sharply that he could see it perfectly well. Nam Yujun raised an eyebrow and mockingly asked how he had even guessed. And swinging his katana, he exclaimed with wild excitement that killing him would be really fun. He was incredibly curious to see how much stronger he would become once he was done with him. But the main character just chuckled to himself, so that he wouldn't dream about it. He stole this ability from the Yeti, fighting instincts that make him equal to a more powerful opponent. The protagonist activated the ability, and a light flashed in his gaze. The system coldly announced that the opponent was significantly stronger, but Seo was still filled with a thirst for battle. And looking at his opponent, Seo reluctantly admitted that he was indeed strong. The guy exhaled in surprise, not understanding why the hell Seo's aura had changed so abruptly. After swinging the katana, he was overcome by dark, dangerously pleasant thoughts about how cool it was to kill. And he meant only those who were stronger than himself. The protagonist waved his flames wildly, as if rage itself was driving him forward. And then he simply slammed his palm, engulfed in flames, straight into the enemy's face. At the same second, he cut through Nam's chest with a quick, almost invisible movement. Holding his burnt face, the stranger screamed, not understanding how this was even possible. Swinging his katana, the boy hissed through his teeth, asking why he wasn't trying to dodge at all. Doc's voice was heard from behind. He shouted that he had come to help Ganrim. Seo abruptly turned his gaze to the hero, as if assessing the new threat. And Doc was literally radiating a powerful, oppressive energy, filling the air around him. This meant only one thing. An enemy even stronger than the previous one appeared on the battlefield. At this thought, the main character jumped up and rushed towards him. Doc let out a startled cry, wondering if this fight had turned into some kind of crazy competition between teams. While repelling the attack, he irritably asked what he should do now. Letting go of the katana handle, the hero coldly said that he had completely lost his head. And bringing his fist down on Seo, Doc barked that he would bring him to his senses. The protagonist collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had left him in an instant. And the hero asked almost mockingly if that's how it should be. And then he noticed the main villain running away and decided that this was how the plot should be. Shaking the protagonist's foot, Doc frowned and asked if Gunrim was okay, and if this meant they were allies now. Seo, barely keeping his balance, used healing items, and he rudely cut him off, telling him to look for someone else. Turning around, Doc admitted that he liked him, and the rest were just boring supporting characters. Taking out a katana from the bushes, he said that they had no special features or history of their own. And throwing the weapon to Seo, he continued that he should be the two main characters. Doc stubbornly insisted on his position, not intending to back down. The invisible man rushed forward, irritably thinking that he needed to get rid of the witnesses as quickly as possible. Covering his mouth with his hand, he realized gloomily that there were two of them, and both were damn strong. The guy was already being searched for by his group, shouting out where Yujun had gone. Smiling, Nam suddenly realized that everything was simple, and he needed to become stronger. Suddenly the guy answered that he was here, and in response there was a voice that Yujun had been found, and that she had been so worried. He admitted that he found the body in the forest, and that someone had clearly done something to it. But suddenly the guy fell to his haunches, and the group ran up to him worriedly. The heroes were worried, and asked if he was injured, and asked to let them look at him so they could treat him if necessary. He looked at them suspiciously and said thank you. But at that very moment blood gushed out. The ability to kill has been activated. Yujun killed his group, his karma was increased, and the system reported that he absorbed 10% of his opponent's stats. The system declared that the horror of the living and the dead was satisfied with Nam Yujun's actions and gifted him with a blade necklace. The blade necklace increased his strength by 10%. The guy grinned, realizing that Ganrim was in trouble, and he quietly said thank you to Master Nakal. But the energy of the water was thickening around him, and Eugene quietly cursed at the rain. The system stated that the water energy was interfering with Nam Yujun's destiny, and his stats were reduced by 10%. The horror for the living and the dead said that there was nothing to worry about, and said that Seo Gunrim had the fire attribute, so he too had become weaker. When lightning struck, Nam decided he needed to find it before the rain got heavier. Meanwhile, the main character was chopping down trees. An invisible figure was approaching him from behind. wiping sweat from his forehead. Seo looked at the fallen trunks and sighed with satisfaction. Only the last one remained. But he didn't even have time to catch his breath. Nam Yoo-jun was already swinging behind him. The protagonist turned around in time, and the steel of his katana met the blow with a ringing sound. Nam Yoo-jun, who had expected to catch him off guard, was momentarily shocked. Hitting harder, the stranger almost laughed, his voice breaking into a sharp cry. And what now? Seo looked at the blade with annoyance, noticing how a tiny hole had appeared on the perfectly polished surface of his katana. Nam Yoo-jun rushed forward, not hiding his rage, and shouted at him, "Weakling." The protagonist pulled out the pearl, and the system flashed before his eyes, indicating that he had completed the mission of the Sword Forest Room. Seo continued to deflect the enemy's blows, deftly parrying each attack. The hero heard his opponent admit that he would have killed fewer people if he had known that he was weak. He kept asking what it was and wondering where his partner had gone. And in general, Nam noticed that he was walking around here alone, and said that in this way, he was simply asking for it. Then he angrily asked why Seo was grinning. Water poured through the protagonist's palms. It was growing in number, and the enemy clearly did not expect this. The system reported that Seo Gunrim's attribute has been changed to water. Weakened stats have returned to their previous values. The influence of water energy in the area increases, and Seo Gunrim's stats are increased by 10% due to the water attribute. Nam Yoo-jun was shocked because he thought the main character would weaken. He looked at the sky indignantly and said, "What did he say? That he also has a fire attribute." Suddenly lightning struck the tree behind Seo, and he grinned and declared that the god had disheveled his hair. Fear of the living and the dead advises us not to succumb to his lies. Also, Fear of the Living and the Dead says that even with the attribute debuff, Nam Yoo-jun is stronger than Seo Gangrim. Nam Yoo-jun's smirks were heard, and the protagonist looked at him with confusion. And swinging, Nam said that he did not know how he changed the attribute. And with one blow he broke Seo's katana. He stated that the only one stronger here was Yoo-jun himself. The enemy kicked the main character with great force, and he flew off into the distance at great speed. Seo, clutching his stomach, hit his back against the burning tree. The opponent held the katana to Seo's face and said that he was fun to be with. At least he won't be alone. And with a mad smile, Nam promised to finish off his comrades. But suddenly the main character stabbed the enemy with a torn wooden stick. Blood gushed out like a stream, and Seo continued to press. There was a hoarse challenge in his voice as he asked who would kill whom. As he fell, Nam Yoo-jun let out a breath of bewilderment at how a simple stick could do such a thing. The guy admitted that it wasn't a stick at all. Then the frightened Nam began to babble, asking that at least someone save him. But the rough voice of the deity answered him shamefully, as if the very fact of his prayer caused him only contempt. And when Nama was killed, the fear of the living and the dead cut off the possibility of communication. Approaching the puddle and Namu, the protagonist said that he also had a power that could be used after killing, and the fate-stealing skill was activated. Seo continued to chop down trees and monsters. He admitted that the Demon Kingdom had brought him many benefits. First, a 7-pronged sword struck by lightning. The protagonist searched the entire area, carefully checking every corner and leaving no hidden threat behind. He chopped down trees one after another without slowing down. And Seo Gangrim even installed a lightning rod, took Nam Yoo-jun's stealth skill and items. Somehow the hero even increased his class. But there was one problem. The voices in his head were bothering him. They claimed that Seo was a killer of his own friends. Slow steps were heard behind, gradually coming closer. Suddenly someone's voice called out to the hero, and he abruptly let go of his hands from his ears. It was Doc. He had a praying mantis head in his hands. Without turning around, Seo asked what he was doing here, and shouldn't he be waiting at the gate of the 4th region. The protagonist interrogated Doc, because it was because of him that he missed the killer, and asked if he was definitely not on his side. The hero replied that he could bring him himself. He called what happened a misunderstanding, and asked what he should do to earn his trust. Seo thought about it. He said that he expected something like this since young Gunam was dead. Koino added that they could keep him nearby for insurance. While hiding his katana, the protagonist said that this time he should listen to him. Then Doc asked if he agreed, of course, and what he needed to do. The study progress has been updated. Looking at the map, Seo said that there was an exit to another region here. He ordered to stand there so that he would not run away anywhere. Doc thought. He said that there was no news from him for a long time, and that he decided to check how things were going here. Looking around, the protagonist said that he still hadn't found him, so he was on a quest. He added that to hell with him, and that he thought he had escaped. And the guy said that yes, he was sure that he killed him. Pointing to the necklace, he said that it was definitely loot, and added that his weapon was also new. Brushing it off, the protagonist declared that the chain was a gift from God, and that he took the weapon from the store because the old one broke. He said he had no idea what had happened to him. The hero said yeah, whatever he says, and added that if he really killed him. Beaming, Doc asked to tell him everything and said that he was on his side. Seo looked at this idiot in silence. Then the main character turned around and said that he didn't kill him, and that there was no point in pretending that they were friends. It seemed that Shin Suo was the first to finish the raid. Doc congratulated her. The main character only followed the guy as he left. After all, the number of spirit pearls was 1,000. He heard that the mission of the Sword Forest was completed. The people on the stairs heard screams. They called for Master Ganrim and asked to be accepted as students. But the main character calmly refused them and continued drinking tea. The twins were indignant, asking if they were so weak. They reminded that they even received the blessing of the gods. These words surprised Seo, and his fate determination skill activated. One of them said that she had the gift of the Moon Maiden and the Hunt. The second said that she had the gift of a sunlit bowstring. The guy thought for a moment, guessing that they were Apollo and Artemis, and said that they perfectly matched their attributes, judging by their names. But when asked if he would accept them, the protagonist replied, raising his finger, that they should ask the gods, and not him. One of the sisters was upset, but the other confidently asked what his blessing was. But Seo replied that he had no blessing, and the twins were surprised, asking why. At this, the main character sighed, something that no one had ever offered him. The girl exclaimed, wondering if he was serious, and asked what about the father of the gods and mankind. One of the twins continued to say that people blessed by the gods from one faction. The synergy effect worked, so the skills, but she didn't have time to finish because her sister covered her mouth with her hand. To the heroine's indignation, she explained that Swaoni didn't seem particularly interested in blessings, and that Seo apparently wasn't either. Waving his hand, the protagonist agreed, saying that it was true that he didn't need it yet, and he didn't want to be a mentor. But the twin thought, asking herself if she had heard correctly. She supposed that perhaps there was some reason why he didn't want to get involved with the gods. The hero exhaled again, because he had already said that he was not good enough to teach them. A rumble was heard in the distance, and everyone turned their gaze in that direction. The door opened and a man fell out. Everyone jumped up instantly, not understanding who it was. They dared to assume that this stranger was from the first room. The protagonist asked the Holy Father if he was okay, and he nodded. He still had a hard time fighting the monsters. The father admitted with annoyance that he was still afraid to face them. The hero hunched over, looking down, saying that an awakened one who couldn't kill a monster was simply pathetic. Then, Seo smiled brightly and offered to help him with the raid, while the twin's face in the background looked stunned. The hero was surprised by such sudden help. The sisters shouted that they were also in on the action, but the protagonist reminded them that a hunt awaited them and promised to think about training them if they obeyed him. The girls ran off happily, and their father asked if he was sure, adding that he was afraid of becoming an unbearable burden for him. But Ganrim thought that if he really was ballast, it would be easier, since he was planning to do the same thing as Doc Gojin in his past life. The main character was radiating energy and said that people should help each other. This amazed the father, whose name was Johann Richter, a third-level dragon with the Earth attribute, the guardian god of doctors and wanderers. Its ability allowed it to heal injuries such as bleeding, paralysis, and poisoning, and the higher the skill level, the less mana and time it took to heal. Voices could be heard in the coffee shop telling the leader that he seemed to be in a good mood. The man admitted that a person from their region was the first to complete the raid, and it couldn't be any faster than in the first region. But suddenly he squeezed the glass of coffee so hard that the drink began to spill out, and said that the leader princess was also here, asking what brought the leader Soman. The girl at the door said she decided to congratulate him because someone from the second region had completed the raid first, and called the leader Gon a great guy. Seomun Yonyu admitted that the first and second regions will still have a fight, and then she proposed a bet on who could clear the next room first on the highest difficulty level. Among the team of the region, where Gon was the leader, and among the team of her region, she then asked how he liked such a dispute. With a smile, Gon asked what the stakes would be, and the girl thought about it. After that, she replied that why shouldn't the loser fulfill the winner's wish, and wouldn't he get scared? The man shouted, asking who was the coward, claiming that he had nothing to fear since it was obvious that victory would be his, and added that he agreed. Having received what she wanted, Soman Yonyu turned around and said that we had agreed then, and that she was looking forward to it. The door slammed shut, leaving the leader and his subordinates at the table. Gon smiled madly and said that they had to win, but he also understood that precautions needed to be taken. The boy poured out the pearls, telling his father to take them. Then a system window appeared, informing him that he had successfully cleared the Sword Forest room. The man, kneeling, could not believe what was happening, repeating that only 2 days had passed and remarking that it must have been hard for him. But the father also tried, because they healed the frost marten bite. But the man became all gloomy, upset by what he said was nonsense, and added that he was useless. The protagonist consoled him by saying that every person must fulfill his role, that other people simply have not yet realized his value. Then Seo asked if he was ready to go to the 5th room. They received a message from Anavi that the 5th gate was open and that a longer test lay ahead for which they needed to prepare. They reasoned that the first group had arrived 5 days ago, so they would leave tomorrow morning. The heroes entered the room through the teleporter, stepping onto the sand. They looked around and saw a wonderful beach spread out around them. Johann, his mouth open in surprise, admitted that it was very beautiful here, and he couldn't even believe that this was the kingdom of demons. The system reported that they had entered the room of vocal sins. The reward depends on the chosen difficulty. The shop in the room is unavailable, and you cannot leave it until the end of the raid. The heroes noted that the conditions of the cleansing were still unknown to them. Father guessed how many secrets this place concealed, and wondered if the name of the room was connected to them, and whether the solution needed to be found. Sticking out his tongue, Seo said that this was not about such publicity of sin, and that here they would lose their tongue. The protagonist hit the stones, starting a fire. Seeing their shelter, the father quietly said, "Wow." He admitted that he had already started to worry. But since they had everything they needed, then that was a different matter. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the protagonist noted that buying before entering had been the right decision. Throwing a flame bomb into the fire to repel monsters, he said that he would look around, and that his father should wait here. Looking around, Seo decided that the camp was taken care of. And now he needs to find food. Standing by the stream, the boy decided. Trees with fruit appeared ahead, but they looked somehow unnatural, although they resembled an orchard. These fruits are also sniffed out by monsters. Looking at the fruits, the voices reasoned that it was not a problem. That at this rate they would most likely die of hunger, and that perhaps it would be worth joining Shinsua's team. The man angrily declared that they should not dare to pronounce this name, and reminded them how many times he had already said this. After all, she laughed at him, saying that nothing could be done about impotence, and asking for help after such a refusal was impossible. The mere thought of it made him angry. The hero gave the order to get rid of the monsters and bring the fruit, deciding that they should try while they still had strength. But one of the group became indignant, asking why they should go again and why he needed a weapon then. But they quickly calmed him down, reminding him that the man would not have hired them if he was going to fight himself, and told him to go, since they had already received the money. The group noted that these monsters were much weaker than they looked, and it looks like all the monsters have already been killed. The hero shouted at them to get more fruit before more creatures appeared. The boy in the tree replied that he could handle it without any problem, since he had been nicknamed Monkey as a child. Coming closer to the body, the hero was surprised why this monster was so skinny. A rough voice declared that if you ate the fruit without permission, the owner would take your tongue. Wait, he noticed that the monster had a collar around its neck. The voice warned the rude people to run away as quickly as possible, and he realized that this should be done immediately, before they lost their tongues, because the monster gorilla was already looking at them. They rushed towards the thieves in a flock, making characteristic sounds. A worried Sangwon shouted that it was time for them to leave, and everyone rushed to run, and the gorillas rushed after them. The man noticed that everyone was overtaking him. The laggard said that they had to protect him. He declared that his group were just useless bastards, and the gorilla was already opening his mouth. But the monster was distracted by some sound. Then a katana flew at him, throwing the gorilla back. The hero's pupils twitched as he looked up at the silhouette, as if his entire fate was in the palm of his hand. Seo chuckled, calling him lucky, and added that he should be more careful in the future. It was Seo Ganrim, the same one who told the man that his destiny said he would ruin his life. Wiping away his tears, Sangwon screamed, asking what the hell was going on and who asked him for help anyway. And is it really true that he will forgive him for such trifles? At this, Seo chuckled and told him not to worry, because he would not help him even if he begged on his knees. And, swinging his katana, the main character was already chopping down the monsters. Seo asked the immobilized man if it was time for him to run. A group ran up to him, helping him up, and one of them quickly apologized, saying that he hadn't noticed him fall. Another noted that everything worked out thanks to Seo Gangram. This infuriated Sangwon, and he promised that he would never forgive this bastard. Meanwhile, the main character single-handedly pushed the gorillas away. New monsters also rushed towards him from behind, but with a slight movement of his hand, he set fire to the rat that was trying to attack him from behind. Seo was pleased with the work done and began to open the bag. After all, now it was time to feed the baby. While there was no one around, the egg looked at the gorillas with gusto. But the kid was disappointed and was only shown an apple. Exhaling, the protagonist realized that his food was here too. A moment later, a gorilla drumstick was already roasting on the fire. The boy smiled and reminded that he had asked his father for help. He replied that yes, but could he do anything about it? At that time, Seo was already biting off meat with gusto. The father called out to the boy, trying to hear an answer. Wiping blood from his mouth, the protagonist replied that all living things here contain poison. Blood was pouring from his ears when Seo asked to be treated. Handing his father the bottle, the boy said that if he needed it, he could take it. It was tea that restored mana. Then Johann activated the healing palm skill. The man shouted, asking why Seo was doing this, begging the child to stop. The guy exhaled, noting that the poison was finally not felt so sharply thanks to addiction. "Now I need to try the raw meat," my father squealed at the mere sight of it. Until the evening, the system announced that the skill Hand of Healing was activated. And by the evening, Seo acquired the skill resistance to poison. This made the protagonist happy, and the tired Johann asked if they were finished. The boy replied that it was a great job, but the Holy Father suddenly fainted. Seo said in a relaxed tone that the hero was a great guy. The protagonist thought for a moment, noting that it had taken longer than he had expected. He thought that he had fed his father mana-restoring food well in advance, otherwise he would not have avoided magical anemia. Shaking the guy by the shoulder, Seo told the hero to get up. The protagonist thought that he wanted to give him a rest after a hard day. Opening the tent, the guy decided that they would not allow it. When he stabbed the stranger with his katana, his father jumped up and asked what was going on. Looking back, the protagonist knew that this was how it would be. It was a trap. There was already a crowd standing near the tent. The hero told the man that he would join the fight, but he was not allowed to go out under any circumstances, and if anything happened, he had to scream. Looking at them, Seo thought, noting that he didn't see a single familiar face, and that they were probably from the first region. The strangers said that if he gave them his food, they would let him go. In his past life, he definitely heard something about a conflict with the first zone. Aiming his katana at the intruders, he asked what would happen if he did not want to give them his food. They instantly rose up, distorted with anger, and shouted that they would take the food by force. They began to fight, and the protagonist, without hesitation, rushed forward, closing the distance and forcing a fight. The protagonist suddenly hit his opponent in the face, putting all his pent-up rage into the movement. And then he grabbed his opponent by the back of the head and sharply directed his head straight onto his knee. Seo frowned, feeling a sense of alarm rising inside him that something was wrong here. With such skills and rank, they could easily support themselves, and this thought only strengthened his suspicions. Are they really trying to provoke a conflict? The enemy, stunned by the force of the blow, turned to his group and breaking into a squeal, shouted that this guy was too strong. They announced that it was time for them to retreat, and that they needed to report to the captain immediately. These words surprised Seo, causing him to freeze for a moment. What kind of captain? And the next moment everything around was covered by a sharp, deafening explosion. Trembling all over, the father pressed the cross to his lips and prayed. He reacted to the explosion with fear, turning pale and asking himself what it was. The hero rushed to the exit, trying to shout over the roaring in his ears, and shouted out what had happened. He would help now. But the next moment, he remembered Seo's words before the fight. Not to go out, no matter what happened. The father turned paler and paler, and asked in a trembling voice what would happen if he did go out, and why he had been told to sit quietly. He pressed his lips together and looked down, his fist shaking again as the cold, "Because you're useless ballast," rang out in his head. He pressed his lips together and let out a barely audible breath, asking if everything would be okay if he continued to hide. Someone from outside grabbed the tent fabric sharply. The man turned around sharply at the unexpected sound, his heart stabbing painfully. The main character came into his tent, coughing from the acrid smoke, and hoarsely muttered something that no one would have thought. The man asked why they thought they were attacked, and Seo calmly replied that they just wanted to take their food. In the previous kingdom, the regions also fought with each other, and even the killer was there. Upon hearing this, the father fell. He let out a sigh of annoyance, and quietly said that it would probably be better if he weren't here at all. He slumped his shoulders and muttered that he was only holding them back. And how could they possibly continue to pass through the gates relying on someone else's help? The protagonist didn't understand what the hell Johann was talking about. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Seo quietly reminded him to remember what he said last time. He quietly said that people simply had not yet realized his value. Now they could return to the totem for treatment and buy health-boosting pills. Seo continued to say that then all battles would become real. He said that once people realize how expensive healing elixirs are, they will regret turning their backs on him. The protagonist recently said that he doesn't particularly like talking about fate and destiny, but he can confidently say that in the future, Johann will save many people. This gave the father hope, and he quietly said that he could save someone. Sitting on his knees, he shouted that he would never give up. The man persistently asked for help. The protagonist didn't refuse and calmly said that of course he would help, and that he himself could use some support, and that tomorrow he was going to work on poison again. 3 days later, they were transported to a neat green tent. The twins ran into it, disguised as leaves, and joyfully shouted that they had arrived. Shinsua smiled and welcomed them, then calmly asked if they had found anything. The girls replied that they hadn't found anything, and added that they would have to go deeper, because the boys were too weak and weren't of any help. The heroine was indignant and said that it was impossible to say that because everyone was trying very hard. But another girl said that she thought the same and asked me not to lie. Of course, if there was a master nearby, they would be much more comfortable, and they would be able to learn a lot. Sua promised that they would do their best while Ganrim went through the earlier rooms. She was asked when he would return, and the girl replied that she did not know, and that it could happen even today. Screams were heard from behind the tent, which attracted the hero's attention. Pulling back the cloth, a male voice called out to her, addressing her as Shinsua. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. It was Doc, and he asked if they had seen Seo Gunrim. But meeting their disapproving, silent gaze, Doc only assumed that they apparently hadn't seen him. The sisters were indignant and demanded an explanation, reminding him that there were plenty of traps around and asking what he was doing there. But the hero calmly replied that he had already disarmed them. The girl asked why he had come, reminding him that he usually acted in splendid isolation. But Doc admitted that he wanted to find Seo, and thought that he was here because that was all the gods gossiped about. He asked if the main character would appear if all the secondary characters were killed, and Bomb was indignant, wondering if that was who he was talking about now. Smiling, the man explained that their roles were indeed very important, but there were still too many useless fools around. Shielding the twins with her hand, Shinsua asked if that was really how people seemed to him. Doc tossed Shin an apple, and the system reported that she had received the desired fruit item, and cleared the Vowel Sins room on easy difficulty. But the heroine admitted that she already has enough of this kind of nonsense. The man chuckled and noted that she had already managed to find out about this, after which he suggested that they work together. An arrow was thrown at him, but Doc managed to dodge and said that he couldn't find Seo Gunrim, but at least they were characters with support roles. But the twin didn't let him finish, abruptly declaring that she had no desire whatsoever to work with him. Covered in dark energy, he said that then he would have to convince them by force, but green drops splashed onto his hands. It was Shinsua who squeezed the apple so hard in her fist that it shattered into green spray, and demanded that he stop before she, too, began to use force. The hero just licked his hand and quietly said that he was impressed, and with a quiet movement he began to pull out the katana. Crossing two katanas, he stated that perhaps he was thinking that fighting with someone like this girl would be much more fun than with the others. The heroes have already taken offensive positions, but a girl burst into the tent and excitedly reported that someone nearby seemed to be preparing monsters. But the heroes just looked at her in bewilderment, trying to understand what exactly she meant by prepare. Doc smiled and said he knew where to go, then asked where the man was. It was the 10th day since the first team entered. Everyone should have run out of prepared food by now, and the only edible things around are stupid fruits. All around there were only poisonous plants growing and monsters roaming. As steam rose from the cauldron, the protagonist reflected that the value of food must have skyrocketed, and that money could be made. Doc's voice was heard from behind, calling out to him. He was with Shinsua. The woman's voice literally broke into a scream, declaring that Seo Gunri should not eat this under any circumstances. Trying to catch her breath, she said that in this demonic realm almost everything is pure poison, and if these products are from here. While pouring food onto his plate, the hero admitted that there was no need to worry, as he had already gotten rid of the poison and simply used an antidote. Shinsua looked at the portion in surprise and asked how he managed to remove the poison. But Doc abruptly snatched the food from under the girl's nose and thanked Seo Ganrim for the treat. The protagonist told Doc that the plate was worth 1,000 spiritual pearls. Shinsua also wanted to buy food, but it cost her 200. The hero asked why the price was different, to which he replied that he had decided so. Exhaling, he said that the heroine is still a female protagonist, and that she pays in any case. The group was told that they were selling soup for 200 spiritual pearls per bowl, and within a couple of minutes, everyone had food. SEO then asked if they were looking for mid-level and above items. Shin replied that yes, and that she was hoping for his help. Doc started saying that things weren't going well because of the first region, but if he joined, they would probably succeed. The hero and Sua began to argue that they would cope faster without any secondary characters, but in the current situation, they need to work together. The boy said with a smile that they should cooperate with each other, and that Doc Gojin could join the camp and lead the inspection team. They both shouted that they wanted to work together with the main character. A voice could be heard coming from the tent, insisting that no matter what they said, he had no intention of working with them. The girl said with disappointment that it would be very difficult to confront the first region alone, since they constantly put a spoke in their wheels. Every time they bump into each other, a fight breaks out. SEO thought for a moment and said that they needed to scout out the situation in the first region, and then he turned to his father and said that he would have to stay in the camp for now. The priest wanted to object, but the hero continued that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to concentrate if he was nearby. Shinsua agreed to keep the man in her camp. The guy claimed that it would be safer for him, and that he would have many more opportunities to use his skills. He shook his head, saying that he could handle it himself. The heroine added with concern that he should be informed if something happened. A rough voice claimed that these monsters were too weak and urged Ganrim to go deeper. SEO chewed an apple and said that new fruits had finally appeared, which meant that they would appear soon. The guy's feelings suddenly and strongly intensified. This meant that the monster was right behind him, and he thought in surprise how it had gotten so close that he hadn't even noticed, and he decided that this simply couldn't be true. Taking out his weapon, the hero wondered where it came from. As the huge gorilla swung at him, the stealth skill activated. The monster began to look around in confusion, but only an apple remained in that place, and Seo was already behind the thug, clinging to a tree branch. Suddenly the foliage around him burst into a soft flame. The gorilla screamed piercingly, staring at the burning branch, and at that moment Seo was flying rapidly towards her from behind, and a powerful stream of blood gushed from the monster's back. The boy was momentarily surprised, briefly thinking that perhaps the entire force of the blow was simply due to the good weapon. He would hardly be able to use this weapon against the guys from the first zone, and he thought with doubt that he would hardly be able to use this sword properly at all. And what should he do now? And he decided that the only reasonable step was to trace where this monster came from. He received an item called the Divine Scented Fruit, and along with it came a notification that the Room of Vowel Sins was of medium difficulty. The protagonist began to chew the fruit and thought that he should increase his resistance to poison. The system announced that the hero had consumed a divinely scented fruit, receiving a boost to mana and experience, and that his poison resistance skill had been increased. The voices of the gods discussed how these fruits increased resistance to local poisons and strengthened mana, and the hero suggested that this was why the agency had chosen this location for the test. Yet he wondered how many of these fruits he was going to eat, and he shuddered just watching the process. The system reported that the poison resistance skill has been increased to the first insectivorous level. The protagonist spat the food down sharply, as if his body itself had rejected what he was trying to swallow. The guy was indignant, not understanding what had hit him. But then he recognized the force of the blow and realized that it was Seo Gangrim from the second region in front of him. He asked in surprise how he knew his name, but the hero replied that it didn't matter. He pointed to the side and said that their leader wanted to talk to him, offering to go with him, and in return he promised to pretend that nothing had happened. The protagonist thought that the leader might be the same people who attacked him on the first day. Jumping from the tree, the boy agreed to go with them, deciding that this was the best option now. They pointed to the tents of their camp and told him that they would have to go a little deeper. Looking around, Seo noted that there were about twice as many people here as in their region. The boy was allowed into the tent and he took a step inside, preparing to talk. While wiping his weapon, the muscular man looked at him and asked if he was really that Seo. With shining eyes, he answered yes, and then asked who was in front of him. A muscular blonde man covered in tattoos introduced himself as Hongdae Hong from Region 1. Smiling, he said it was nice to meet you. In his hands was a replica called the Divine Flame Blade of Distance. This explained why, in his past life, the first region had always remained the leader in clearing demonic gates. The leader's eyes flashed a bright purple light after he asked what he wanted. While attacking, he rudely asked him if he thought his behavior was too harsh. The leader of the first region brought the sharp tip of the spear to Seo's forehead, not taking his eyes off him. But such cold-bloodedness unexpectedly surprised the man, and he offered to work together with Ganrim. Wiping the stain from his forehead, the protagonist wondered if that was all. It seems they haven't found the item to clear the hard level yet, Seo suggested. As he opened the tent fabric, he said he was very sorry, but he was going to do it first. And when he decided to go out, they blocked the passage in front of him with swords. He was surrounded and heard a rude remark that he had somehow misunderstood something, and that while he was here, he had no choice. A sword was placed on his shoulder, and he was told that if he did not want to cooperate, the consequences would be unpleasant. Then he continued with a laugh that in that case he would have to die. Pointing to the artifact, the protagonist admitted that it would be worse for them if he died here. The man's face froze in shock, because in front of him was the symbol of Gongju's vengeance. The man was nervous, because this man was as strong as the leader who sent him the weapon, and promised a reward for first place in the cleanup. The hero asked if he had received a message too. The system informed me that this was a test for the most impressive newbie, and that I needed to clear the Room of Vowel Sins on the highest difficulty level first. If successful, he was to receive a reward with the title, and at this stage the system promised to provide him with a temporary item. The leader spoke loudly to his people, calling for everyone to pay attention. He gave orders that no one was to kill Seo Ganrim, and he continued saying that he had a strange object, and that if its owner was killed, the criminal would also die. Seo calmly asked if he could leave then. The hero swung his weapon and ordered the others to raise their weapons and beat the guy half to death. The whole team rushed towards the main character. He ducked down and said that he wouldn't have come here if it had been so easy to catch him. They quickly drew closer and almost immediately found themselves embroiled in a furious fight. The blows rained down one after another. The air around was filled with dull bangs and heavy breathing. Having killed 2 opponents, Seo activated the stealth skill. The heroes looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what had happened, and one of them breathed out in shock that he had disappeared. But the next moment, one of the heroes suddenly jerked forward as if pushed by an invisible force. And at that moment it became clear to everyone that Seo was not a hunted victim at all, but a real devil whom they had underestimated. It became clear to them that he had not disappeared, but was simply remaining out of their sight, and one of the fighters demanded that they not give him space to attack. One of the fighters bent down and noticed something strange on the floor. He quietly said that it smelled sweet. The guy thought for a moment and quietly said that he had always been curious about why the first and second regions got along so poorly in his past life, and that was why he came here. As Seo walked away from the burned-out camp, he thoughtfully noted to himself that the root of the problem lay within the agency. The protagonist became angry, remembering how Shinsuwa said that there were hostages and murders. And all this was done for a paltry reward. The guy walked quickly, and out of anger he thought that he would not allow his past life to repeat itself because of some trinkets. Fruits suddenly started spilling out of his bag and rolling on the ground. Seo raised his hand to attract the attention of those gathered, and reminded them that there were people from different regions among them. Everyone listened intently to his words when he said that he had overheard a conversation the previous night and learned that they were planning to attack them. The hero calmly announced that he would give each of them this fruit, which would allow them to clear the room on the medium difficulty level. They thanked him, but he only said that there was enough fruit for everyone, and ordered them to pass it on to those who were absent. Shinsuwa suddenly shouted from behind him, causing him to turn around. Shinsuwa called out to him and asked if he was really going to go out on the normal difficulty level. The guy understood perfectly well that she was not the type to put her team at risk for the sake of another person, especially because of someone's greed, so he told her to take the others and leave. The heroine looked at him sadly, and Seo only thought that in this life he was not her comrade. Blood spatter was visible on the tree trunk. The main character recalled the last time he came across a monster. It was as if he appeared out of nowhere. But this simply cannot be. These creatures live in a demonic kingdom, so they must have a home like a yeti's nest. Then the main character wondered where these guys came from. Bloodstains were visible in the hole in the tree trunk. Then Seo climbed up there, wondering how they even got there. And the guy began to fall, thinking that there was much more space here than he expected. And the guy began to fall, thinking that there was much more space here than he expected, with the help of a hand made of fire. He walked slowly forward, holding onto the cold wall to keep his balance. The sight ahead astonished Seo so much that even the flame in his hand flickered. In front of him stood a luxurious sakura tree with its branches spread out, and a rough voice declared that the view was magnificent. Voices inside him warned him to be careful, reminding him that the monster could jump out of nowhere again. No, they use this place only as a path, and no one will fight here. The protagonist clearly understood that this place was the most dangerous in the entire demon kingdom. Looking at the next gap in the tree, Seo wondered if there were more monsters hiding deeper. The protagonist picked the fruit, and the system reported that he received the fruit of all flavors, and passed the room of vocal sins on a difficult level. As he jumped from the tree, a loud explosion was heard from afar, and thick smoke quickly dispersed across the space. The leader and his group appeared in front of the hero. He grinned and said that thanks to Seo, they were also able to find this place. The guy looked at them intently and coldly asked if they were following him. They also grabbed a few things on the way from the second region, and one of the twins was lying on his shoulder. Seo recognized her and a shiver ran down his spine. His fingers slackened for a moment and the fruit slipped from his hand, landing softly on the ground. The man grinned and said that he couldn't kill Seo, but that didn't concern his friends. Holding the blade to the girl's neck, the man spoke evenly and without haste. He said that he would let her live if he gave him the fruit. Standing in front of the group, Seo said he had nothing to give, and he crushed the fruit with his foot, calmly walking forward. Pointing to the tree, the protagonist said that if he needed the fruit so much, he could go and take as much of it himself as he wanted. The man turned to his group and said that they had heard everything and told them to go get some fruit. The crowd rushed forward, rejoicing at the opportunity to finally get out of here. Someone asked Hong to Hong if he would share the money when they came out, and he said yes. Seo asked to hand over the girl to him, but the leader replied that he had to lower his weapon first. After throwing the twin to the ground, the leader continued that after that, the main character could come and pick her up. He chuckled menacingly and said that the guy would only come if he had the guts. Quickly throwing away his katana, the protagonist said he agreed. Such boldness surprised the leader, and he held his gaze for a moment. Without slowing down, Seo walked up to Gyul and opened her eyes, and he carefully began to pour grains of medicine into her mouth, hoping to bring her back to her senses. The man then asked what exactly he had given the girl, and Seo calmly replied that it was an antidote. The hero admitted that he had not poisoned her at all. The heroes started to fall from the tree, and then the leader shouted, trying to understand what was happening, and they began to shake convulsively, muttering that they could not see anything and that they felt sick. The leader felt a sudden wave of nausea, and a warning flashed through his head that they had been inhaling the fruit of all scents for too long. The main character laughed quietly and asked if he finally felt it. A new warning flashed through his mind that the poisonous smell of the fruit of all aromas was penetrating his body. The man was perplexed, not understanding why, if this was poisonous energy, Seo remained completely normal. And then it became clear to him, and the thought flashed in his head that he knew that all this would happen. While attacking the guy, the leader shouted his name, trying to get through to Seo. He ordered that he be given an antidote immediately. The protagonist became nervous, irritatedly thinking about how he had been inhaling poison for so long and still hadn't fallen. Seo was cut, and a warning popped up that poison was entering the body through the wound. The poison began to rapidly suppress his powers, and a new warning reported that its concentration had exceeded his poison resistance, and was continuing to penetrate his body. As he summoned the flames, the boy realized that there was no more time to wait for the enemy to switch off. He quickly shot a flame towards the fruits, causing them to instantly burst into flames. This led to the fact that the poisonous smell of the fruit of all aromas began to rapidly intensify. Falling to the ground, the man shouted in rage, asking if he really wanted them both to die. Taking out his weapon, he coldly said that such a fate awaited only one of them. The leader, gasping for breath and losing strength, began babbling, begging for mercy and insisting that he had to survive in order to keep the guys who had attacked the second region in check. But the guy struck sharply, and blood spurted out, leaving a dark trail behind. SEO coldly said that if the leader wanted to live like that, then there was no point in threatening him using the lives of the people from this region as a cover. Blood dripped from the weapon, and at the same moment a notification sounded that the Fate Steel skill had been activated. Part of Hong Dahong's strength, part of his mana, and part of his agility were obtained. SEO Gunrim's class has been upgraded to human level 3. Holding the wound on Gyul's palm, the protagonist quietly said that she shouldn't have followed him. And when the guy opened the bag, the gods began to speak indignantly, asking if he had really decided to have a picnic at such a moment. Without listening to them, the main character took out an unknown egg from his bag. Everything around started to glow and a notification appeared. Growth progress is 100%. An unidentified egg is starting to hatch. And so the Kirin appeared, a mythical creature often considered one of the 4 noble animals, along with the dragon, phoenix, and turtle. The gods only spoke to each other in amazement, not understanding how a Kirin could appear in such a place. Then the beast gently touched the guy's head with its head, and the purification skill was immediately activated. And everything around was once again illuminated by a soft, pure light. And the poisonous energy gradually dissipated, retreating further and further from the heroes. And thanks to Kirin, the poison of the fruit of all aromas was completely purified. The protagonist looked at him and calmly said that it was a good job, and the beast blushed. The girl came too, holding her head, which was splitting. Seeing this, Seo calmly said for Yoon Gyul to come over since she was awake. From that very hole a hand was visible, covered in abrasions. And their friends were already running towards them, calling out loudly and trying to attract their attention. Shin Sua, having barely run up, was glad that they were found and said that she had been terribly worried about them. The hero asked worriedly what had happened, and if anyone had been hurt. The girls quickly explained that Father Johann had managed to heal everyone, and that the blood on them belonged to their enemies. The people from the first region, realizing that they had lost, simply fled. Bomb ran up to her sister and, without holding back her emotions, screamed what the hell she had disappeared for. She thought that Yoon Gyul had been captured. Seo calmly noted that this was exactly how it was. The girl whispered in response that she asked not to tell anyone about it. And Bomb, hearing the confession, became even more angry. Shin Sua let out a heavy sigh, admitting that she should have gone after her right away. The guy replied that all of this could have been avoided if they had started on medium difficulty. But the girl quietly admitted that they simply couldn't leave him here. He scolded her, reminding her that helping others is good. But you need to think with your head. In response, Shin Sua only smiled and said that he was no different to her. Looking around at the others, she added that there was not a single person here who thought differently. So let's continue to fight together, the heroine suggested. At that moment, a notification came that the destinies of Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua were intertwined. Yoonbum considers him her savior, and the destinies of Seo Gangrim and Yoonbum also become intertwined. And Yoon Gyul also considered him her savior, and the destinies of Seo Gangrim and Yoon Gyul become intertwined. The boy blushed in embarrassment, muttering that it seemed like it was too late to push them away. As he exited the gate, a notification sounded that Seo had cleared the room of said sins and completed it on the highest difficulty. The system continued, informing him that he would be rewarded for this, and she gave him the Compass of Fate, explaining that the Compass of Fate predicts his future. The protagonist was indignant, trying to figure out whether the item worked automatically, but for some reason, he couldn't use it. The hands instantly began to spin, and the system announced that the Compass of Fate had been activated, and Seo Gangrim's fate was changed. Watching this, the masked man muttered that this was strange, and he thought, noting that Ganrim's results around the room looked unusual. He completed the challenging Knife Mountain location in just one day. What happened in the Hall of Hellfire also seemed extremely suspicious. He was even able to defeat the Yeti in the hidden location of the Ice Hall. And the boss asked himself how he had managed to pull off all this with an insignificant tertiary rank insect. Taking off his mask, the man decided that the disappearance of the 7 branches sword from the Forest of Swords was most likely his doing as well. And he shouldn't have been able to defeat Hong Dakun so easily in the Room of Saeed's Sins. The most interesting thing is that the leader of the first region reminded him to be happy with the desire that had appeared. But she still wondered if he had gone too far in ordering him to raise Qilin. Hatching a Qilin was extremely difficult. Food required the right attributes, a diet, an abundance of meat, and in natural conditions the chances were close to 0. Whether it was a coincidence or help from some god he himself had rejected, the man no longer knew what to think. Having retrieved the artifact, the hero said that he needed to conduct a test and check whether he could read destinies. Seo looked at each other when he heard someone call out to him. The leader appeared before him with a key and said that, as he had promised, he would give them a special reward. Looking ahead, the boy thought that this wall contained everything he had ever seen. The man asked if he was surprised and explained that it was a pocket dimension that he had turned into a personal arsenal and could be opened at any time. And Seo was told to choose any one thing. With a smile, the leader noted that he could choose whatever he wanted. Watching the hero, the leader understood that he was passing the test. Turning the key in his hand, the man realized that he had already changed the weapon. The low-ranking weapon had a curious description and looked more valuable than it actually was. The high-quality items had dubious descriptions, ordinary handles, and looked like the most ordinary weapons. The leader smiled. All this was only necessary to find out if he had the ability to read destinies. Without this ability, he would not be able to determine the class of weapons. The descriptions were simplified so that he could not understand their true value. But if he really could read destinies, then it was a completely different story. Seo understood that if he really could read destinies, then it would be a completely different story. But there were a couple of things here that were above the Phantom class. This guy turned out to be surprisingly generous. Suddenly, Seo noticed an item that looked truly rare. The strong and durable sword was called the Insect's Fate and belonged to the primary rank. This surprised the guy a lot. The primary rank of the insect, too little. The main character looked around. If you think about it, it all looked very strange. The system has activated fate detection rollback. The guy was deep in thought. Bingo. He finally realized that the leader was just testing him. But that made sense. If he wanted to test his skills, he would most likely use an item that hid the real windows of fate and almost drove him into a corner. There were only a few people who could read destinies, and if the leader found out, he would keep a much closer eye on him. Then Seo thought about whether it was better to hide his ability or get a good item. Suddenly, the main character turned towards the man, and the leader asked if he had made a decision. Seo pointed in his direction and calmly confirmed that he had already made his choice. The man froze in amazement and asked again if he was really choosing him. The guy didn't understand what exactly this psycho was talking about. The man chuckled, folding his arms, that the hero really was smart. Raising his chin with smug confidence, he declared that he was the most valuable thing in this room. The guy, in complete shock, continued to listen to his nonsense about how, he really is damn attractive. But Seo interrupted him, embarrassed, and explained that he was actually pointing to the key. He asked to lend him any weapon that was in the room, assuring them that it would be much more profitable for them. He added that they would not have to part with anything in this room, and the second zone will continue to be the best. The protagonist poured out the food and quietly called Chilin, saying that it was time to eat. He handed her some ginseng, assuring her that it was both healthy and tasty. While the little animal was eating, Seo thought about how copying the key would take 3 days. During this time, he needs to make it as strong as he possibly can. The boy thought that it had never occurred to him that one day he would have to melt down 12,000 pearls in one day, and that feeding the Keelan was not a cheap matter. The hero asked her if she liked it, and when he heard a satisfied exclamation, he told her to eat quickly and grow up. The system announced that Keelan is now a Phantom Fate secondary rank class, and that she gains the ability to manipulate water. The beast's ability, Ghostly Fate, secondary rank, gave it free movement in water and the ability to control it. Pointing to the wall, Seo told her to try using her new ability there. A small bubble began to emerge from his horns, which quickly turned into a large bubble, hanging over them like a shadow. The main character shouted at her to stop, but it was too late. The bubble flew forward at a rapid speed. It burst and water flew across the room. A huge hole appeared in the wall, revealing a strange bed. The neighbor tried to catch his breath from the water and the shock he had experienced, and he yelled Seo's name, holding the blanket. The main character felt awkward, and his expression became noticeably gloomy. Joyful shouts were finally heard in the dining room. The group behind the twins joyfully shouted out what could be better than rice. The guys discussed how he had given up fruit for a long time, and that if it weren't for the food that Seo Gengrim Shi sold, things would have been much worse. They discussed how the main character had previously seemed like a rather cold guy to them, but in fact he turned out to be a very good guy. One day, the boy helped them when they were surrounded by monsters, and even when they were bitten in the building. They continued to argue, wondering why they weren't in the same party with him, and replied that he looked too stern. SEO came in and said he was glad they liked the new room. The man behind him snorted and said that he was only being friendly because Seo was also on his first cleanup. He proudly declared that he was the first to complete it on low difficulty. Walking forward with them, the guy wondered why they didn't cross paths with him later. The man beamed, saying that it was really nice to talk to him, and that the other guys were not at all on his level. He stopped the guy and offered him a drink. He pointed to the waiter and asked him to pour for his own. Then the waiter pointed to the price, but the man became indignant and asked him to do a good deed. but he was refused because the little worker said that there would be no loans, slapping him on the cheek. Holding his cheek, the man barked that this was just ridiculous and asked if he knew who he was. Sangwon turned red with anger, shouting at him if he dared to look down on him and call him a dirty doll. At this point, Seo intervened, promising to pay them if only they would stop threatening the staff. Then the guy asked how much they owed, but the waiters replied that everything was free for VIP clients. They started calling the main character a VIP client after he left 12,000 pearls here yesterday. He calmly said that everything was fine, and asked to give one drink to this man, pointing at Sinwon. The worker elegantly extended the glass with its stem, and he quietly chuckled at the man. The hero bit his lips in anger, feeling everything boiling inside. Having hit the doll, he screamed, demanding that the doll even understand who he was talking to. The twins turned around at the noise at the same time, their faces reflecting surprise mixed with irritation. Then the protagonist asked what he was doing, but Sinwon cut him off with a furious shout, telling him to shut up and calling him a loser. The psychopath had already started to leave, but soon worried voices were heard behind him, asking if the clay doll was okay. The kid held the shard in his hands, and the heroine calmed him down, promising to ask Anavi to punish this man. Then they asked him why they came together, and Seo briefly replied that his Kirin had caused the wall to collapse, so he brought his neighbor here as an apology. Hearing the word Kirin, the twin immediately began to shine, as if someone had lit an inner light within her, and the twins immediately began to examine the cute little animal, carefully touching it from all sides. When asked about his name, the protagonist calmly answered that it was Kirin. The girls were indignant, asking if he would like it if he himself were called simply a man. The guy thought for a moment, asking if they wanted to give him a name, and after a little hesitation, he suggested Lini. Lini's class was changed to the first ghost class, and he immediately received the magnetic horn skill. The system indicated that this skill allows one to attract gold attribute attacks or change their trajectory. The hero stroked the little animal and quietly said that it was his Kirin. Then he asked if it wanted to become part of his team. One of the sisters noted that the master understood that this was their merit. He smiled and calmly said that yes, of course, he understood, and thanked them. Covering her sister's mouth, the heroine said that if the master wanted to thank them, then they should go to the next demon realm together. But for some reason Seo asked again, surprised, whether this was really what was being discussed. The girls asked in surprise, "Won't they all go in there together when it opens?" A week passed and the snake room was open. The crowd looked around, asking what exactly they were supposed to be defending. One of them suggested that maybe they needed to protect this container or tree. A green-haired hero approached them, greeted them, and introduced himself as Seo Jungmin from the Fate Protection Agency, saying that he was in charge of this demonic realm. The girls started discussing how the manager had already met in a room with Hellfire, and suggested that this meant that all of this was regulated by the agency. What was happening surprised Seo, and he wondered why it wasn't Anavi, since in her past life, she was the one who was connected to this. Running up a tree, he said he had updated all the details in the manual and offered to listen to a simple instruction. After showing the snake, the agent said that their mission in this room was to protect one single snake. He added that each of them will have their own snake. Pointing to the red fabrics, the agent explained that in order to befriend the snake, one must tie a sign to it. Holding the cloth out in front of the crowd, he offered to take it and go forward to find his new comrades. The rules of the mission were that everyone had to protect their snake for 168 hours. The sisters tried to find their snake, but so far they had no success, and Doc was already comparing the two snakes and asking with displeasure if there was a longer one among them. Father Johann screamed in fear as he was suddenly attacked. The man tied a ribbon around the snake and calmly asked it to stand still. Then Sinwon handed the snake to the boy and said that it would be called Kaka, asking him to take care of it. As he left, the man chuckled and said that he had arrived before Seo Ganrim and should finish earlier. The group was puzzled as to why he kept mentioning Ganrim. Meanwhile, the main character was walking along the wooden bridge, and he wondered what exactly the artifact was trying to warn him about. He didn't know if it was related to the early clearing of the Room of Vocal Sins, but the fact that the demonic realm had remained closed for so long seemed important to him. And then the change of the responsible manager made him very wary. Too much was different from his past life, and he didn't understand what exactly the problem was. The system suggested that everything would come into alignment only when he returned fate to its previous track. The boy looked at the red fabric and remembered that if he put a friendship sign on a monster, it would stop being afraid of him. Voices in the background distracted him, some asking if he was looking for the snake, others offering to do it for him and asking to borrow his body. Then Seo thought that empty worries would not give him answers. He realized it was time to get started and began putting clothes into the bag. Seo was already standing without his outerwear and told Lini that it was time to go. Taking a deep breath, he confidently stepped to the edge and without giving himself time to change his mind, dived into the water. The little animal, without thinking for a second, jumped after him. Holding the air in his lungs, he slowly sank deeper and carefully began to open his eyes. They swam forward together with Lini, looking around. The boy had the attribute water, and thanks to it he could hold his breath underwater longer than usual. Kieran flashed with a soft light and activated her water control skill. The system declared that he could move and breathe freely underwater. His body seemed to become lighter, and his movements more natural. Suddenly, the hero noticed a small snake, barely visible in the soft light. She caught the protagonist's gaze in fear, and for a moment her thin body froze. But the guy just calmly swam on, and the gods were outraged that he was letting the snake go. Voices warned him that snakes did not live at such depths. The protagonist thought with a smile, and thought that he was here only to tame the snake, and he was sure that he would succeed. A roar was heard behind the guy, and a huge mouth became visible in the darkness. The hero managed to react and put his spear to the attack, preventing the mouth from closing. The guy exhaled and quietly muttered, "It's good that he at least brought a spear." But the creature was too big to be a serpent, and too small to be a dragon. The main character smiled and thought that this was just right and exactly what he was looking for, and he decided that he would tie a sign of friendship to the creature's tongue. Suddenly, something shone in the mouth, and the light spread in a soft reflection across the water and illuminated the sharp teeth. The animal reacted faster and threw the guy back with a powerful stream of water. The protagonist praised Lini and noted that she reacted in time. The snake's eyes flashed red with anger. The creature switched to the Kieran. It turned its head slowly and heavily. The snake rushed at the little animal with its huge mouth. Seo didn't waste a second and tied the cloth around the snake's body, using the item as a sign of friendship. However, the system reported that the snake was resisting the action of the object. The protagonist tensed up even more, and his muscles bulged under his skin. And finally the snake submitted to Seo Gangren. Its body trembled. The glow in its mouth went out. The gods were surprised and quietly said that he had indeed tamed it. And now the guy was already floating to the surface, sitting on a snake, stroking her. He said that it was a great job, and that in fact he had to protect her for a week. Showing a thumbs up, Seo said that she could manage without him just fine. In a week, he will return and remove the bandage. He added that for now, it is better for her not to stick her head out of the water, and that it will be safer that way. The voices discussed what was happening and noted that less than 5 minutes had passed since he let him go. The main character sighed contentedly and said that he now had a week's vacation. In the forest, Seo chopped down a huge number of monsters that were already lying in a heap. And finally, the system announced that the power had been increased to 26. Even with his fate rank raised, it was difficult for him to level up just by hunting. He turned to the little animal and said that Lini should rest a little, and they would continue hunting. Lini began to get nervous near the tree, and Seo decided that for a creature that was not used to seeing killings, this was really difficult to survive. The guy heard screams and thought that there were no clashes between people here, and this seemed strange. Seo was taken aback and thought that this simply couldn't be true. He rushed forward and told Lini to run after him. The protagonist came running to the screams and heard someone irritably saying that they couldn't do anything at all. The male voice continued to say that if he continued to behave like this, then he should give him his money. The guy shouted back, unable to withstand the pressure, that he would give him his money back, and that he was no longer going to work for him. The group briefly expressed their dissatisfaction, saying they were tired of his nagging and constant comparisons to Gangrim. The gods said that Gangrim should talk to Sinwon. They noted that it might not be easy, but in return he would receive spiritual pearls. He heard a reminder that he needed to work hard to feed the cutie Kieran. And while he was thinking, they noticed him and shouted who it was there. The man immediately recognized him as Seo. He begged Seo to help him, literally screaming out every word. It turned out that the snake was attacked, then it got lost, and now Sinwon doesn't know where it is. Then the guy turned to the hero and calmly asked what would happen with the payment. Sinwon replied that he would treat him to lunch, but Seo stopped abruptly. He stated that he doesn't work for free, and that he can buy his own food. The man shouted that he had 2,000 spiritual pearls. The snake's health was deteriorating according to the notifications, and Sinwon screamed, begging for her to be saved. The main character was rushing towards the target, which had already been cut. The attacker shouted at the snake that it would soon die, but Seo extended his katana at the last moment and completely blocked the blow. The stranger shouted out who he was and declared that he was the first to find this snake, and ordered them to look for another one. Throwing the snake aside, the protagonist calmly refused. Sinwon caught it in midair and shouted that it was his snake. The hero leaned over the snake, asked her not to die, and said that she could not do this to him. This picture surprised the guy. He didn't expect to see such genuine panic. The man became indignant and asked why he tried to kill his snake, and whether he could not see a mark on it. The stranger asked why he was protecting her. Seo asked if the mission wasn't about protection. Looking at the menu, he said in bewilderment that his mission was to kill this snake. The heroes opened their mouths and looked at the guy. Ganrim thought about it and assumed that the mission for District 3 had changed, which he attributed to a change in fate. In his past life, he remembered that both districts had the same mission of protecting snakes. The protagonist realized the reason for what was happening and understood why this guy and Shinsua behaved this way. A warning was received that a target with a friendship sign was attacked. SEO guessed that it must be someone from District Number 3, and clearly the same psycho who already managed to cause a commotion. The bridge began to collapse and the guy lost his balance. Looking at the creature in the water, he wondered if it was a snake. The guy looked delighted. There was no fear or doubt in his gaze. Rushing towards the snake, he shouted that if this was indeed the case, then the mission could already be considered accomplished. Seo hardly looked at his feet, he just rushed forward. He suddenly stopped and looked ahead in surprise. Blow after blow followed, as if the stranger was trying to drown out his own fear with rage. He thought that everything was going as it should, and there was still a little bit left. But in front of him stood the main character, who had blocked his snake with water. While attacking Seo, the psychopath asked who he was. Ganrim thought to himself that he knew who would appear at that moment. This is Chang Tai-hoon, the name popped into his mind clearly. In his past life, he addressed Hyun. He didn't even show up, but his arrival was inevitable today. After this, Chang Tai-hoon's former colleague met a tragic end. The protagonist was glad to see him again. The guy barked that he was seeing him for the first time and didn't know who he was, but he noticed the snake first. SEO commanded the snake to go back to the bottom and not stick its head out. Seeing this, Tae-hoon shouted that the snake was leaving and demanded that he get away and not bother him, because he had to kill it. Seo thought for a moment and noted to himself that, come to think of it, he had never seen Tae-hoon like this. In his memories, he was a smiling guy, but the situation now was different. It was in no way reminiscent of that calm past. But to be honest, Tae-hoon had admitted before that he was glad they hadn't met earlier. After all, he was a little aggressive and had a dark past. The main character admitted that if he had seen him then, he would not have even come close. Seo noted with a slight smile that Tae-hoon should just find another snake, since this one belonged to him. The hero looked at him in bewilderment and said that this was his snake. He swung his fist at Seo and said that he would deal with him first, but Seo dodged it. He continued to try to hit, saying that dodging wouldn't work forever. The main character's hands shook from the force of his blows. Seo smiled and said that Tae-hoon considered him an enemy, although isn't that crazy? Jumping back, the guy said that he was even laughing and that he seemed to like what was happening. Upon hearing the response, he noted that he said it was fun and that he was happy that they met. Seo Gangrim's attribute has been changed to fire. After this, the hero immediately went on the attack, without giving himself a second to think. But he realized that Jang Tae-hoon was very strong, and that his rank and skills far exceeded his own. Having hit him on the arm, Seo asked that since he was stronger than him, then what was the matter? The hero rushed at the guy, clenched his teeth, and declared that he would finish him off. The protagonist then slammed the hilt of his katana into his stomach, putting all his remaining strength into that short thrust. Seo knew his fighting style, saying it with heavy breathing and stubborn confidence. Tae-hoon lay there shaking. He asked him furiously if he thought he could defeat him, every word almost turning into a growl. While running away, Tae-hoon shouted that he would still see who would win. Waving his hand at him, Seo thought that in any case, the problem remained big. At this rate, he thought, Shinsua wouldn't meet him at all, and he wouldn't be able to join the alliance. The thought pricked him unpleasantly. As a result, when Shinsua and Jang Tai-hoon cross paths, their relationship becomes extremely hostile. The decision of life and death sounded in his thoughts like a quiet conclusion. The protagonist cannot allow this. There were screams. They had no way of knowing that the mission of the other areas was to exterminate snakes. The agent was surprised, and could not understand what difference it made who they were protecting them from. The protagonist called out to the manager and made him turn around. Looking at Seo, the green-haired Seo said that it seemed to him as if Seo was interested in something. Then the guy asked in a calm tone whether it was the keeper's responsibility to maintain peace, and why then create a confrontation if it could be avoided. But he was told that this was simply a necessity to get rid of trainees with a lack of skills. And the agent hinted that wasn't he the one who attacked the man who was trying to kill the snake. Then he grinned and said that they didn't have any more snakes. SEO listened to this nervously and realized that they couldn't give an easier task. After the conversation, Seo wondered if anything had happened while he was gone, and that he had not received any notification about the snake attack. Hearing something approaching, Seo took out his katana and prepared for the possible threat. In the distance, there were only clots of dust, and it was impossible to see anything. A second later, a silhouette began to appear in the distance, and something fell to the ground, resembling a meteorite, and the shockwave threw the main character back. The impact of his gloved fist caused cracks to appear on the ground. Rising from his knees, the stranger noted that it was not by chance that he had greeted him, and said that he was looking for Seo Gangrim. The hero stepped closer, flexing his fists and preparing for the collision, and he rushed forward and said that this was all for the sake of revenge. Seo parried his blow with his katana. The protagonist thought he was hitting from the left, and decided he would have to hold back. But suddenly the opponent started kicking, and this surprised Seo, as it was something new. Then he punched his opponent's leg away. Apparently, Taehoon changed his fighting style after realizing that he had become predictable. Looking at the bruise, the guy said that it was very clever and that it must have been difficult. Smiling, the hero replied that now he had a chance. Then Seo asked him why he wanted to fight him so much, and he replied that he had been defeated. And showing his fist, Taehoon shouted that he doesn't like to lose. He remembered that he preferred strong opponents, and it's as if I hadn't thought about it before. But in his past life, Seo was not like that. While setting fire to his katana, the protagonist wondered whether he should be happy about becoming his rival. But be that as it may, he could not allow his snake to die. And drawing his katana, the hero told him not to think of dying, but to activate his fighting instinct. Covered in energy, Taehoon laughed and said that he was wondering if someone like him could kill him. He said that he was very much mistaken if he thought that he could deal with him the same way as last time. Seo's eyes glowed purple, and he answered Taehoon with a smile that he was strong. And Seo really liked this. With a wild look, the protagonist dodged the sword blade, arching his back. Holding back his fist, he admitted that he liked killing tough guys. He swung his katana, cutting him. For him, it was like a separate art form. The hero clenched his teeth and thought that he didn't understand what was happening now. He thought the bastard was aiming for his vitals. Is Seo really going to finish him off, or has he just gone crazy? Even though yesterday he was a completely different person. Taehoon continued to swing his fists. The hero was afraid that at this rate he would lose again. The main character's ribs appeared from Taehoon's blow, and the guy started coughing up blood. He decided that he had to finish off his opponent. It flashed through his mind that he wanted to kill, and he thought that he didn't understand how someone like him was even capable of such a thing. The system announced that the combat instinct skill had been upgraded to rank 2 Ghostly Fate, and sanity had been temporarily restored. Seo smiled and said that he had finally come to his senses. The hero saw a flame that rushed upward. Taehoon jumped back in fear, asking what kind of power had just burst out. The main character was completely covered in flames, and thought that all this time he had been thinking about options on how to deal with the enemy. The guy was in shock and couldn't understand how he could even continue to move if he had broken his bones, and why he didn't even seem to be in pain. The enemy jumped up and started running away, and Seo shouted after him that even such pain could not stop him. It sounded like he was completely out of his mind. The hero had a burnt face, and the skin on it was darkened in places, as if the fire had passed too close to it. Lying on the ground, Taehoon said, "Okay, she took him." The system announced that the combat instinct skill was cancelled due to insufficient mana, and Seo said that he was not going to kill him, and that he had made the right decision. And then he turned around, signaling that his opponent should leave his snake alone and find another victim. He shouted after him that he shouldn't even count on it. He'll be back tomorrow, and if it doesn't work out then, he'll kick his ass the day after tomorrow. Taehoon continued that even if he didn't hope, he would still beat him in the end. The gods discussed the two of them fighting again tomorrow, and one of them even admitted to being excited. The protagonist thought for a moment, admitting that Jang Taehoon really wasn't the type to give up on what he wanted easily. People were outraged, asking where the justice was. The third zone only needed to kill the snake. Some even wondered why they couldn't just find another snake for the task. Anavi reminded them that the purpose of the second zone was to protect the snake, and that they had failed to do so. She asked to understand that they would be taken away as soon as the time allotted for completing the task expired. And suddenly something occurred to the guy, as if a daring, almost crazy idea had suddenly flashed in his mind. He turned to Inspector Anabi, calling out to her with unexpected determination. He began to speak in a whisper, as if he was afraid that someone else would hear his words. The presenter smiled, and something warm flashed. They told him that yes, it was possible. And the guy, hearing this, just thought, great. He now has another reason why he simply cannot afford to lose. The main character caught up with the animal, shouting for Lini to come here. It's time to hunt. SEO was attacked, and the system repeatedly announced the activation of the Great Serpent's defense. The protection had already been in effect for 75 hours out of 168. Then the timer passed 100 hours. The defense had already held for 119 hours without a single pause. At the 145th hour, Taehoon was already lying down, covered in water. He screamed, indignant at what kind of injustice this was. Was it really fair to fight while setting your own body on fire? The protagonist merely noted that he could afford to use this skill whenever and however he pleased. As he left, Taehoon threw over his shoulder that they would see each other again and told him to wait for him tomorrow. The gods discussed what was happening and chuckled, which, in their opinion, was both pure chirikuku. Noticing the snake, Seo said with displeasure that he had told it to sit in the water, so why did it even come out? Asking if he was hungry, Seo saw the snake nod. The hero began pouring food directly into the creature's mouth, muttering for it to have a snack and go back. And people are much more dangerous than any monsters. Seo leaned closer and whispered to the snake not to tell Lini anything. The rough voice chuckled, throwing out that he didn't think so, but that clearly wasn't enough for him. The twins called out to him loudly, in unison, calling him master and demanding to know what he was doing there. The boy replied that he was simply feeding the Great Serpent, and the sisters looked at each other and admitted that they were envious and wanted to do the same. Bomb asked about the bastard from Zone 3, and Seo chuckled and said that fighting him was quite fun, and that he was just doing extra training. The girl grabbed him by the shirt and asked if he was having fun, called him mommy's fighter, and asked what he did to her master. While the heroes were talking, the shadow of a snake appeared in the water. The creature overheard voices that said that if they disagreed with his proposal, they would easily deal with the second zone. Even if they were stronger, they could be taken by numbers. Then one of them said that he didn't care, and that he needed to deal with someone one by one. One guy from the group asked not to worry, and he said that there was a way to defeat Seo Ganrim, and the snake, hearing this, tensed up. Then the creature plopped into the water. Taehoon, hearing this, turned towards the sound. Without paying any attention to this, he returned to the conversation and asked how to do this. The main character and the snake stood opposite each other. Seo said that today is the last day. After that, he asked him what he would do if he lost today. Taehoon calmly replied that if he lost, he would be expelled. The protagonist smiled and said that since this was the final fight, it was worth making a bet. He added that if he won again, Taehoon would listen to his orders. The guy asked what would happen if he won. Seo set fire to the katana and asked how he could even think of such a thing. Taehoon looked at the main character without hiding his indignation. He exhaled and asked if he really thought about winning. The heroes activated their powers. One was surrounded by a blue glow, and the other by an orange one. Running forward with his fist, Taehoon shouted that Seo's skill was now useless. With his energy, he broke through the other person's orange one. The protagonist was surprised and thought that he was hitting directly, after which he barely audibly said that this could not be. The system reported that the Fate Determination skill has been activated. Seo quietly said that he knew it, and then noted that he had gained fire resistance. Having broken the katana, Taehoon asked him what he was thinking, and added that he believed in himself, and went ahead. Smiling, he quietly said that in the end, victory would be his. But suddenly some force cut through the air, surprising Seo. Blood spilled and fell to the ground as a heavy drop. Seeing this, Taehoon frowned and asked what the hell was going on. The main character smiled madly, and happily announced that he had won. The guy became noticeably nervous, and said with irritation that that bastard sword had appeared again. Apparently he is Gunrim's secret weapon. Releasing energy from his hands, he said that he thought he was the only one with something like that, and added that it was his mistake to show his weapon first. The system reported that the intangible spear skill has been activated, and at that very moment the system reported that the intuition was warning of danger. Seeing the weapon, one of the gods asked if this was true, and that it was indeed the same spear in front of him. The other god replied that this was indeed the case, and that this boy must have received the weapons of the three kingdoms. The force was so enormous that it threw Seo far back with one impulse, but at the most inopportune moment, the system reported that the combat instinct skill had been cancelled. Trying to maintain control over his breathing, the protagonist still managed to activate the skill again. Seo shouted that he must win no matter what. A sight appeared before the boy's eyes, and the system reported that his combat instinct was responding to his mood and improving. And then he saw a yellow line in front of him, leading straight to the enemy. The protagonist thought for a moment, looking at the flickering yellow line, and quietly said, "Could it really be showing the trajectory? This is Chang Taehoon's attack plan and openings." The line trembled, revealing vulnerable areas that had previously been hidden. Seo felt himself becoming much stronger. The guy was indignant, asking what other ace he could have up his sleeve. But without waiting for an answer, the protagonist struck and cut him. The enemy's skin parted under the blade, and the air around him shook with a sharp surge of energy. A moment later, the enemy was already lying on the ground. The gods began to reason, and one of them said with a quiet grin that Seo Ganrim had won. However, they were surprised at how exactly he managed to cope with such power. Coming to his senses, Seo was frightened and exhaled that it was too much. Running up to Taehoon, Seo exhaled heavily and whispered that he needed to be taken to Father Johann. A golden bullet flew in front of the guy's face. He was attacked by an armed group, and one of the attackers shouted that they needed to attack, and that this guy should be exhausted already. "Ah, here come the bastards from the 3rd district," thought the hero. Taking out the potion, Seo quietly said that he should give Taehoon a recovery potion first. But the guy abruptly threw his hand away, as if something had pushed him. The hero saw dirt around him. It rose out of nowhere. One of the guys made it clear that it was earth magic. The swamp swallowed him up, and Seo exhaled through clenched teeth that he needed to get out. The system displayed a message that the Bright Flame skill had been cancelled due to insufficient magical power. A rough voice asked if Seo Ganrim would really lose so absurdly. But the snake pushed the attacker, bursting out of nowhere, and then she began to eat it, the movement quiet and almost lazy. The mouth was huge, and the group screamed in horror, asking what kind of snake it was. The creature became angry at being called a snake. The protagonist panicked, muttering that these idiots didn't read the manual. Seo almost started shouting, repeating that he had asked him not to leave the water for precisely this reason. But the heroes continued to insist that it was the snake Ganrim, and that it had to be killed. He only managed to warn that they needed to run. The snake roared in anger and its eyes turned red. The creature became covered in blisters, and the guy exhaled that he needed to wait, because something strange was happening to her. The imugi they call a snake cannot turn into a dragon. Then the creature becomes angry and resentful. Eventually he turns into the demonic beast Kang Chul, smashing everyone in his path, each step leaving deep cracks in the ground. The system announced that Kang Chul had been under protection for 155 hours. If the creature recognizes him, there is still a chance. The demonic form completely absorbed the previous appearance. No way, the crowd ran away, and the snake didn't recognize its owner. The gods were talking to each other. One was surprised that these morons didn't read the manual, and the other said that he was seeing Ganchori for the first time. Ganchori was a great serpent who fell because he could not become a dragon. He possessed poison and could release fire. They shouted into a megaphone that it was the Agency for the Protection of Human Rights. It announced that a dragon-like monster, the Ganchori, had appeared. And in places where the monster was located, forest fires began. The fleeing man shouted that he needed to wait because he was intolerant to poisons. The manager shouted that he was calling on everyone to evacuate to the sacred tree for their own safety. When Shinwon became weak, Shinsua saved him from the fire with branches, and the hero next to him joyfully shouted thanks to the girl. She commanded the group and demanded that everyone move and run to the sacred tree. SEO ran with the guy on his shoulders and thought that the agency would intervene. The agent said that the trainees should be sent to the Viper, but he abruptly said that the previous instructions must be forgotten, and announced that a new mission was being proposed from the Fate Protection Agency. And killing the Ganchor will count as completing the task, and the trainees will receive additional benefits. Looking at the dragon, Doc happily declared that it seemed like it was time for a boss raid. Everyone had already gathered in the square. The crowd huddled into a tight circle. CEO asked if Father Johann was there, his voice tense. He raised his hand and said that he was here. After putting Taehoon on the ground, the protagonist asked for help, and his father was surprised and asked what happened. Covering his face with his hand, CEO admitted that it was his doing. Shinsua ran up to the main character and shouted that Ganrim was with her, and asked if he was okay and where the blood on his back came from. The guy replied that everything was fine with him, but not with Taehoon. The girl consoled him and said that she thought his serpent was fine. She asked what he thought about the quest to kill the Ganchori. Looking into the distance, he said he thought they should first scout out the situation. Shinsua was surprised by Seo's words, and repeated that this Ganchori was the same serpent he was protecting. And she looked again at the enraged dragon. And she could not believe that the serpent from the water and this dragon were one creature. The heroine understood and said that then he couldn't kill him, and the guy replied that yes, that was true, but he also couldn't close his eyes to what was happening. Suddenly, Taehoon shouted no, coming to his senses. He stated that he could not kill him, but these words surprised Seo, because Taehoon himself wanted to finish him off. Looking at him, the guy wondered if he was really saying this because he valued loyalty. A messenger approached them and, breathing heavily, said that nothing would come of it. The fallen great serpent must be killed, adding that the heat and poison emanating from his body could destroy an entire demon kingdom. Normally, a security agency would handle this matter, and they wouldn't know what their superiors were thinking. And a loser who couldn't become a dragon really does pose a huge problem. Taehoon hid his gaze as if the word loser hit harder than the wound. The presenter came closer and said that the main character couldn't cope alone. SEO glanced at her briefly and said that he would have to take care of the Ganchoris, and then he asked if he could count on them. The girls answered without hesitation. They said that of course they would help. The heroines said that they were a team, and there was confidence in their voices. And Taehoon listened to this and was surprised. And what about the great serpent? Does it really mean nothing to him? The hero suddenly raised his head and shouted to them to stop. He couldn't believe his ears. Were they really the great serpent? Taehoon's teeth clenched in anger. The guy shouted that Seo shouldn't do that. Taehoon didn't listen to the answer and simply ran away. The main character called out to him, but he didn't stop. This alerted Seo. He noticed how abruptly the guy's behavior changed. People continued to stand in the square, and Taehoon stared gloomily at one point. His gaze seemed to have faded, and he seemed to have stopped noticing everything around him. He remembered those words again, and a loser who couldn't become a dragon was truly a huge problem. The boy hid on a large tree branch. His eyes were squeezed shut by the enormous flow of thoughts. He remembered his father's slap, who said that his son was trying to disgrace his name. The man shouted that he was ashamed to have a son like him. Taehoon thought about how he had lived for 20 years, doing everything he was told, but his father was never satisfied. The problem was not that the hero could not achieve anything, but simply that he could not become the ideal son that his parents wanted. After all, for them, anything that didn't look perfect was considered a complete failure. This led to Taehoon getting into fights and losing control of himself, and everyone around him seemed like an enemy to him. Maybe that's why he became so attached to the Great Serpent. The guy was upset because he thought that Ganrim was different from the others. Lying on the protagonist's back, Taehoon quietly asked why he was helping him. He felt like he didn't deserve such support, since the hero had set the guys from the third zone on him. Seo responded calmly, and said that he didn't think Taehun would do such a thing, and that he thought of him as a different person. The boy wiped away his tears and thought that, hearing his words, he felt as if a stone had fallen from his soul. He understood that they could not allow the great serpent to destroy the demon kingdom. He continued to watch from the branch, and thought that if it were possible, it would be great to save Ganchori the same way Seo had protected him. The protagonist silently pointed to the golden key. Then the sisters asked if he could borrow a weapon, and if they would be able to kill Ganchori. The guy stopped them and said that he would like to take care of the creature. Clutching the key firmly, he clarified that he wanted to do this without killing. Seo encouraged them, and confidently said that together they could handle it. The heroine said that it was definitely worth a try and asked if they should tell the others not to touch Kang Chul. The main character stopped them and said that what kind of psycho would want to go after him, since there was only one day left and the mission was already completed. And then Doc came to their minds. The father admitted that he was very excited when he heard the new assignment. Everyone started looking for him. Doc, with a snake around his neck, greeted the heroes with a crazy look and asked where they were going. Sinwon replied that they were going to the lobby, adding that no one would want to deal with that giant. The boy asked if they were running away, and remarked that if they could hold out for another day, the mission would be accomplished, so he didn't see why they should risk it. Sinwon lost his temper and shouted that he personally would not abandon his snake, but Doc held it back from running away. The hero began to squeeze the snake, and it became covered in dark energy. The guy activated the decomposition skill. The snake in his hands crumbled, and he calmly said that it died. Doc clapped his hands, sweeping away the dust, and calmly remarked that there was no point in looking for easy ways. He turned to the side and called out to them, saying a short hey. The group standing with their snakes became frightened. Doc began to quickly destroy their snakes, each one crumbling as quickly as the first. Everyone screamed desperately, but to no avail. The snakes were already lying dead. A guy from the group ran forward and shouted that he was a damn coward. He killed their snakes and left his own. Then Doc touched his snake, and the system immediately registered the activation of the skill, after which the snake began to rapidly darken and disintegrate. It was announced that they had failed the mission, and their snake had died. He looked at the stunned crowd and calmly asked if they were happy. Then he showed his hand, and calmly said that all that remained was to kill the dragon, and they would do it together. Doc came with the group and loudly announced that they were going to kill the dragon. Pointing at everyone, he calmly said that they were just extras who would help the main character. Doc rushed towards Seo and asked if he was sure he had a plan. The people in the background quietly hinted that Seo Gangrim should confirm this, because this psychopath couldn't be allowed to become the leader. The protagonist replied that there is no such thing as too much help, and added that he had a plan. People came out of the teleport and one of them said with displeasure that he didn't know what the director was thinking. The man calmly explained that they were only here to ensure that the heroes did not die. The leader of the first region chuckled and said that Mr. Gong was late. Looking at the yawning Yang, the man calmly said that a lot of time had passed. Seeing the shots fired at the dragon, the leader frowned and asked if someone was already fighting him. Yang calmly replied that the intern was Seo Gangrim, and he is the leader of the team and leads the people from the second district. The hero calmly said that they couldn't just up and leave, but the girl answered him that he had to wait because they had an order from the director, but nevertheless, she wanted it all to end quickly. The heroine calmly noted that if Seo Gangrim failed the task, she would take him to the first district, but Gong was indignant. She continued to say that she did not understand where such a strong awakened one came from, and added that she envied him. One of the agents was outraged, but remained silent. The dragon was shot at with weapons, and it growled in pain. In the twins' hands was a sniper rifle made of anti-material. It used large-caliber bullets. It was effective in hunting thick-skinned monsters. And this rifle was taken from the royal armory. As flames flew towards the girl, the Holy Father calmly activated the shield skill. Bullets and arrows continued to fly at the dragon. Gil aimed her bow at him and shouted angrily. In her hands was the red bow of Bakshi, a weapon modeled after the bow and arrow of the hero who once pierced 9 suns and taken from the royal armory. The water control skill was activated by Lini. The leader was shocked and, unable to contain herself, shouted out what these crazy people were doing, and that they were just wasting their time. This is not a weapon worth using at all. Gong, barely containing his rage, was indignant that they couldn't hunt Kang Chul like this. Wait, why did the dragon suddenly stop breathing fire? The crowd rushed towards him, loudly shouting a battle cry and rushing into the attack. But poison and fire hung in the air, making everything even more reckless and dangerous. The guy with the shield demanded that they bring forward someone with resistance to fire and poison. One of the group members tentatively suggested that they could simply pin him against the wall and then push him. The ice wall skill was activated, and a cold barrier covered the creature. But the dragon repelled everything with his huge body. Shinsua shouted that everyone who had abilities related to water should watch over the fire, and she would bind it with the help of vines. The skills activated one after another, and the girl said that water had to be used, otherwise the tree would catch fire. The group tried to push even harder. The team was encouraged by the fact that they had almost beaten him, and that they just needed to push a little harder. The dragon roared, and the sound rolled across the battlefield, causing the earth to shake. The creature resisted with all its might, and the group could no longer move it from its place. Everyone became worried, because no one knew what to do now, even though Mr. Gangrim had ordered him to be thrown off the cliff. Then Doc appeared in front of them, confidently declaring that he had arrived. He quickly activated the decomposition skill, and distorted streams of energy erupted around him, and the dragon fell off the edge and flew down the cliff. Then the raven's eyes flashed with a blue gleam, as if an ancient power had suddenly awakened within them. Then it became clear that it was a camera that was recording what was happening. It was an aid to the agency. Everyone was surprised that Seo Gangrim really was on the dragon's head. His hands had minor burns, and coals flew from his clothes. He thought in a hollow somewhere in the middle of his head, there is a weak spot. And taking a swing, he shouted that he would find him. Gong exclaimed joyfully that everything was going as he expected. The girl bit her nails and quietly said that she planned to recruit him as soon as he failed the mission. There were no capable people left in the first district, so now it was necessary to attract those who lived outside of it. But if they hunt together, then her plan will go down the drain, and it will be necessary to see whether it is worth intervening to arrange for failure. The leader became nervous and leaned forward. What does Seo Gangrim do anyway? Doc thought about it and quietly said that it was worth a try. The protagonist explained that the whole problem was that he had lost his mind and did not recognize it. The hero admitted that there was one way. If Seo hit the Baihui point, then his mind might return. Sitting on the creature's head, he asked it to calm down. The protagonist admitted that it was he, Seo Gangrim, and the dragon's gaze widened and he looked up, and the dragon began to puff smoke out of his nostril, as if he was heating up from the inside. The guy leaned closer and asked if he recognized him. The hero tied the cloth on the dragon's horn and asked if he remembered it. The agents discussed how he had tamed the dragon to make it easier to kill later. They commented that it was smart for Seo and similar to intern Gongju. The girl said that the trainees thought that killing the snake was an impossible task, so they simply deprived it of the ability to move. He asked So Moon what she was talking about, and reminded her that this area was under his supervision, along with Baek Yeon, and that they were the ones who had to decide. The girl said that the director did not say anything, and added that she felt as if Seo Gangrim was in danger now. The leader shouted, asking if she was blind. The shining stick fell straight into the ground. Gong shouted that she was crazy, and reminded her that her lightning almost hit Seo Gangrim. Baek Young defended herself and said that she didn't know why the blow landed there, as she had been aiming for her leg. The main character turned out to be okay and said that there was a mistake. She thought that if Seo Gangrim died, he would have a hard time, so she decided to come closer. The heroine activated her hovering skill and said that he was in danger and needed to be saved. And then she activated the lightning skill and struck the dragon. She thought she needed to aim better. Gong growled and said that if something happened to Seo Gangrim, he would not let it go. Kang Chul couldn't resist the sign of friendship and submitted to Seo. Seeing the heroes, the guy pointed his finger at them and thought irritably that they had forgotten themselves here. Baek Yeon stood on the cliff and looked down. She saw a stick driven into the rock and realized that Gangrim's weapon seemed to have acted as a lightning rod. The protagonist approached the agents and recognized them as the leader, Gong Jun. And I also recognized the same girl from the video. Baek Yeon quietly said she was sorry and turned to Seo Gangrim. She tried to help but ended up making things worse. Looking at him, she continued that it was good that the lightning had not hit him, but the injuries he had received because of the dragon were extremely serious. Beck handed him the stick and said she would return the sword, but asked him to let her take care of the animal. The guy spread his arms out to the sides, shielded the dragon with his body and firmly stated that he was not going to kill it. He added that he would not allow agents to harm him either. The main character confidently declared that this was his dragon. He moved closer to the dragon, shielding it with his hand, emphasizing his right to protect the creature. The leader reminded Seo Gangrim that there was still a monster in front of them, even if it was now calm. The leader reminded that he could not control the poison and flame emanating from the dragon's body. The man gritted his teeth and called the guy a fool. The protagonist calmly stated that he still would not kill this creature, and he promised that he would sort everything out on his own, stroking the dragon. Then Seo called out to Lini, and he appeared in the distance in the sky. The agents were surprised to see a rare creature called a Kirin. A soft light appeared above the dragon, and the drop fell on the dragon's face, continuing to glow. The space around the dragon lit up with a blinding light. The agents instinctively raised their hands to their faces. The light grew thicker, as if the air itself had begun to shimmer, and the figures of people momentarily dissolved into the blinding whiteness. Taehoon also closed his eyes, feeling the bright glow burning his gaze even through his closed eyelids. The main character stroked the dragon and quietly said that he was not a monster. As the light faded, Taehoon looked in surprise at the delicate scene unfolding before him. Seo continued to comfort the creature, gently telling it that it was just a dragon. The system announced that Kang Chul's sadness was disappearing, and he had also noticeably decreased in size, and tears of joy appeared in his eyes. The guy exhaled a little deeper, as if throwing a weight off his shoulders, and said, "Well, that's it." The agents were surprised at what was happening, and asked each other if the Kirin was capable of such a thing. Yang stroked the creature and said that it was definitely a dragon, and the system announced that Seo had earned Kang Chul's trust. The heroes received notifications and were surprised to read the line that appeared stating that the mission had been completed. Everyone was sincerely happy about this turn of events. The protagonist asked the leader if he could leave the dragon, although he knew that this could have consequences. Gong replied that he could do whatever he wanted, but first he should take care of his condition. The man continued to say that he had not noticed it at first, but there was not a single living spot left on him. Baekyeon gasped and said that he could have died if they hadn't intervened, and the leader looked at her angrily. The girl turned to the agent, ordering him to cure him, since he had everything he needed with him. Beck noted that everything is so expensive, and she also has to save. A moment later, Seo was already covered in ointments. The guy looked around while the agents in the background were arguing about something. Seeing Taehun, the protagonist asked if it was his turn. The guy just silently moved forward. He waved it off and said that it was a dragon, not a snake. Seo said he no longer knew if there were any others left. Seeing the baby's aggression, he just sighed and said that he didn't even want to look. Taehun admitted defeat, quietly saying that he had told him this from the beginning, and now he had lost. The protagonist reminded him in a calm tone that he must obey him. He called him to follow him, and meanwhile the dragon watched the guy angrily. Stopping the hero, Taehun spoke loudly and demandingly, asking Seo to explain what was going on and where they were going. A moment later, they stood alone in an empty field. The guy asked in surprise if this was possible, to which the main character nodded approvingly, making it clear that such a thing was indeed possible. Seo started to be boring, saying that if he doesn't like it. With a smile, Taehun didn't let him finish, calmly stating that he would do as he said, and added that Seo should take care of him now. After the handshake, the system announced that the destinies of Chang Taehun and Seo Gangrim were intertwined. The hero felt a heaviness in his chest, and he thought that damn, it hurt so much, although he thought he was already used to it, and his limbs didn't move. Stroking Lini, he quietly asked what would happen to him now. But the little animal stepped sharply on him, interrupting his thoughts and forcing him to return to reality. And the little animal's body began to glow softly, filling the space with a quiet, even light. The guy barely managed to lift Lini up, and the purification skill activated. The light softly spread across the hero's forehead, and he closed his eyes. The main character woke up from the sunlight. Seo was surprised and muttered that it was already daytime, while Lini was pulling his jacket up with his teeth. And he asked what he was doing, and noticed that the little animal was cleaning him of the remaining poison. In gratitude, the boy stroked Lini. Holding his head, Seo thought that he couldn't believe that a whole day had passed, and decided that he was probably very tired, which was why he slept for so long. The hero heard quiet rustling sounds under the bed. There was a black scarlet dragon, a tertiary rank dragon, a creature that possessed poison, fire, and water magic, more aggressive and cruel than other dragons. He even tried to bite Chang Taehun when he was weakened, even though he was told to leave. They brought him in their arms, already half asleep. Now he had to decide what to name the dragon, and he was wondering whether the name Yoron would be suitable, or whether he should stick with the simple title Dragon. The protagonist said that it was great, and then suggested that they go eat, after which he invited Lini to join them. They came to the common dining room, and looking at the animals, the boy understood that now they needed twice as much food. Doc called out to him, his voice loud enough to make Seo turn around. He asked what the dragon's name was, and in response he heard that his name was Yoron. The boy asked in surprise if this was a snake's name, and his words visibly angered the dragon. Seo calmly explained that if you named the dragon that, the name would still refer to him. Pointing at another animal, Doc noticed that he had brought more than just a dragon with him. The main character himself understood perfectly well that he was right. Now he had not only the dragon with him. In his memories, Taehun looked at him intently and asked what kind of order this was, and the order is to move to the 2nd district. The trainees who had lost their snakes were a particular concern to everyone, and Seo understood that this was the reason Anavi had placed such emphasis on the mission. The mission to the 2nd area was declared a failure. In case of failure, trainees who lost their snakes were transferred to another area, where they were given another chance, and the task had to be completed again. Doc interrupted the protagonist's thoughts and asked why he left the dragon. Seo exhaled and explained that Yoron had proven useful, and the guy grinned and noted that that's why those guys stayed in other areas. He admired it and said that maybe in the future Gunrim will become incredibly cool. Then Seo asked if he still considered him a protagonist, and Doc noticed that yes, at that moment he looked like a true protagonist. He said that he was just a dragon. And then Doc said that it was at that moment that he began to think. He added that he felt this was not enough. Seo was surprised and said that he didn't understand what not enough meant, since he had helped a lot with neutralizing the snake. the boy said with a violent tremor that he could have been of more use. He clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles turned white. Shinsua appeared in the doorway. The heroine looked at the heroes with an attentive gaze. Doc awkwardly said that he had to go. The rest had dragged on, and now he needed to make up for lost time. The protagonist laughed and said that he called himself a writer, but he hadn't gotten very far. Doc walked past the girl, humming to himself, and she approached Seo and asked if he was feeling okay. Ganrim replied that everything was fine and asked how she was, and the girl said that she was also fine, but there was a barely noticeable uncertainty in her voice. She asked what he had done again. Because of him, the atmosphere became tense. Many people left, and Chang Tae-hoon from another area is not trusted and is treated with caution. At the door, Doc and Tae-hoon crossed paths and almost collided. The guy looked after him with disdain, and then he approached the heroes and asked if they were discussing him. Seo introduced the girl, and she replied that she was glad to meet him and identified herself as Shin Sua, Seo Gangrim's friend. The guy replied that he was Chang Tae-hoon, had transferred here from the 3rd district, and hoped that they could work together. But the dragon growled at the hero, as if warning him and making it clear that it did not intend to tolerate his presence. The girl said that she wished them bon appétit and added that they would see each other again. The protagonist was upset and quietly said that he thought they would chat some more. Tae-hoon whispered, "Could this really be Hyun's girlfriend?" He calls him that because Seo is older. The main character asked in surprise if he had forgotten what happened yesterday. Ignoring his words, Tae-hoon thought for a moment and asked how he should address him, giving the options Hyun and Gangrim Hyun. He continued and said that when they first met, he felt like he already knew Seo, and perhaps he once fought with him, and he had a very satisfied expression on his face. He added that Shin Sua seems like his Nuna to him. These words surprised Seo, and Tae-hoon continued that it was like deja vu, because he was seeing her for the first time, but it felt like it wasn't true. The hero said okay, it didn't matter, and expressed confidence that they would become teammates. The protagonist nervously clenched his hands and thought that these feelings could be a simple coincidence, and he wondered whether he was changing the future in the right direction. Tae-hoon admitted that he thought he was fighting alone, but he turned out to have many comrades, and added that he wanted to get to know the other members as well. He sighed nervously and said that he was making an exception only for one idiot. What infuriated him most was the bastard who killed the snake during the test. This made the boy angry, and he thought about how a man could kill a snake that he was supposed to protect. Seo understood that from now on, he would be friends with Shin Sua and Father Johan. He thought with a smile that Yoon Boom and Yoon Gyul were almost the same age as him, so they should also meet. Gesturing for Seo to move closer, Tae-hoon said he had a proposal. The guy quickly flew through the gap. As a result, the door flew completely out of the doorway, as if it had simply been torn off by the shockwave. Tae-hoon jumped back from the door and ran into the room, still feeling the vibration from the impact. People came out into the corridor, trying to understand what had happened, and looked at each other with alarm. There was a gaping hole in the wall from which a guy emerged, shaking off dust and debris. He asked the girl if she wanted to talk to him, and if that was why she was attacking him. She, holding him at gunpoint, asked warily who he was and why she didn't recognize him. Tae-hoon replied that she thought she was someone special since she didn't recognize him, and that Hyun was the one who brought the guy here. The heroine's eyes suddenly lit up. She said that she was Seo Gangrim's #1 student, and added that, first of all, their patron gods didn't like him either. He suddenly appears and tries to take Gangrim from them, and that he has no conscience or morals. She was from the Olympus faction and was indignant because she heard something yesterday that really offended her. Namely, yesterday I heard how he tried to recruit her teacher into his faction. His faction was called Joseon with purple energy. Tae-hoon exhaled and said that there was nothing strange about it, because if a person attracted attention, it was logical to try to win him over to your side. Bom replied that teachers weren't interested in such things anyway, and said that Jang Tae-hoon should stop. Gyul, who was standing against the wall, said that she was only enduring everything out of fear that he might die if they started fighting. The twins started arguing. One declared that she was the #1 student, and the other suggested they fight. The archer turned to the guy and said that she didn't think it would be a big problem to defeat him alone. The heroines simultaneously aimed at the guy. Their movements were coordinated and confident. Suddenly, an irritated voice was heard asking what they were doing. Seo approached them and said with displeasure that they seemed to be about to fight. The twins confessed that the guardian gods told them to fight Chang Tae-hoon. The protagonist indignantly asked if the guardian gods had really ordered them to fight. He asked more calmly, although there was still a hint of irritation in his voice, whether Zeus was still trying to get his hands on him. Then he asked Tae-hoon if his god said the same thing. The guy admitted that yes, God wants him to convince Seo. Patting his hand, the protagonist calmly said that they would do so then. He calmly added that he would take whichever side wins this fight. The heroes looked at Seo in surprise, not immediately understanding what he had just suggested. The protagonist calmly said that they would have to fight him, and added that if he won, they would finally close the issue of factions, and their guardian gods must pay him for the duel. They will also limit themselves to the fact that everyone will give away one item. Instead of taking power from God, they should follow his revelations. But not all of God's commandments are revelations. And if they do not follow God's command, they will end up living in the role of his servant, becoming a puppet of God. Ganrim thought coldly that he had no intention of granting him such a right. Taehun noted that his hyung was too strong and they were at a disadvantage. The protagonist suggested that they would then ban any use of skills and would not be able to stick together, and added that if he was hit even once, he would accept defeat. Gyul said they agreed to the proposed conditions while warming up before the fight. The girl grinned and noted that if he lost with one blow, then everything would end too quickly. Seo, attacking, shouted that he had no time to be distracted by nonsense. He rudely and directly admitted that he was not joking at all. He hit the girl on the back of the head, and at the same moment, Bomb, with a gun in her hands, sharply called out to her sister. The heroine took aim, and fear was clearly visible on her face. Holding Gyul with one hand, he ordered to shoot. The guy said they shouldn't hesitate, right? He ducked under the kick, getting out of the way of the attack at the last moment. The protagonist threw Gyul towards his sister, forcing her to retreat and intercept the girl. Taehun rushed towards him, closing the distance with a confident and sharp jerk. His look was more than nervous. Seo asked why he was so excited. Taehun smirked as he attacked and asked, "Does this really bother him?" He asked if he would show weakness and lose quickly. Wouldn't that be true? But the main character only looked coldly, and in that look, there was not a shadow of doubt or fear. A bullet hit the wall, and Taehun barely managed to jump up, avoiding it at the last moment. Turning to the girls, he shouted in irritation, asking why she was shooting at him. Then Seo grabbed the hero by the head and slammed him hard against the wall. Gyul declared that she would not let him win, her determination ringing in her voice. Then Seo turned to face them, his movement quite abrupt, and the girls were already attacking the main character, acting in a coordinated manner and without delay. Shinsuo opened the door, cautiously peering into the room. Shinsuo opened the door and looked into the room, and the group asked her if they should stop them. Gyul gritted her teeth, trying to keep herself from bursting into anger. The protagonist sneered at Taehun, saying that he was too simple and his attacks were too obvious. The heroine exhaled with a smile, allowing the tension to dissipate for a moment. Behind the girls, they ran and called out to Shinsuo, trying to catch up with her. She spoke on the phone, saying short phrases. Hello, yes, okay, please. The blade of the katana sank into the floor, leaving a narrow crack. Seeing the exhausted heroes, he said that it looked like they were finished now. He said he saw no point in fighting any further. Lying on the floor, Taehun said they could continue. Seo dropped to one knee and asked if he wanted to say he could handle it for another week. He said that he preferred to have a duel straight away, that the very idea of fighting under a divine command was unpleasant to him, and that frankly speaking, he was even a little disappointed. If they had admitted from the start that they didn't get along, instead of acting as if everything was fine, the situation would have looked different. Seeing how they followed the lead of the gods, he lost all respect for them. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Gyul screamed that however God is the patron, but the boy interrupted her, asking if she would agree if this god ordered her to kill Yun Bum. In any situation, they should listen only to themselves and decide for themselves. He stated that there is no point in doing what someone else needs. Taehun slowly rose from the floor, leaning on his trembling hands. Her voice was almost a whisper, not from fear, but from fatigue. She gave in, the twin stated, asking for forgiveness from Chang Taehun, that everything happened because of a surprise attack. Gyul also intervened, admitting her guilt. Taehun blushed and said that everything was fine and that they should forget about it, adding that he had behaved no better. The Holy Father appeared in the doorway and calmly asked if they had finished. He admitted that he could come in and treat them. The main character began to leave, and from the room one could hear that this is how it all happened, and that they confirmed what was said. They continued their conversation, exchanging short phrases and gradually calming down after what they had experienced. At first they attacked each other, but eventually the situation was resolved. The main character smiled and said that it was actually good that they got it all done quickly. A female voice was heard claiming that he had planned this from the very beginning. It was Shinsuo who said that it was nice to make friends during a fight, and that she agreed with that. She admitted that she felt like they were fighting too fiercely, so she called her father just in case. The protagonist asked Shinsuo if she felt uncomfortable around Jang Taehun. The girl waved it off and calmly said that everything was fine. Shinsuo was just surprised and said that it was a little strange for her, as if she had a feeling that she had known him before. The hero was surprised and thought that she felt it too. He remembered that Shinsuo also seemed like a kindred spirit to Taehun, like an older sister. The guy decided to think positively and said that it was wonderful and asked to take care of him. The agent reported that he had just received news that the trainees who had failed in the 3rd district had begun attacking the 1st. Baekyeon exhaled and said that everything was clear and that she didn't have high expectations. Baekyeon added that Seo Gangrim overcame everything without any problems, just like Jang Taehun, who was called that, and that he was also no slouch. which is why he was transferred to the second district. The hero asked if this meant she was giving up on Seo Gangrim. The girl smiled and said that this was not her style and that she wanted more. She said that besides him, there seemed to be other outstanding interns in the second district, and tried to remember what she had said earlier. She received an answer and looked at the menu in surprise. As the offer was accepted, Beck giggled softly. She said smugly that she was curious to see how the captain would react, and that the heroine was waiting for his reaction. The map lit up with red energy. Now the seventh door was open, Anawi announced. She said that, as promised, everyone could leave if they did not dare to take on the final challenge. And since this is the final room, there are many difficult tasks to solve, and it will be impossible to exit until the room is cleared. She said to the crowd that, thinking that it was already clear to them, it was already clear. After taking her leave, the presenter said that she was looking forward to seeing everyone again, and wished them good luck. People started entering the teleport. The girl asked in surprise why they were here alone. She said that the priest was nowhere to be found again, and Shinsua said that she needed to check something and would join later, so they would have to go in first. She noticed that it looked like Shinsua would be coming with Deok Go-yoon, and asked if he was still writing his novel, then snorted, asking who he thought he was. Seeing Seo on the stairs, the group waved to him and called him mentor, saying that the door had already been opened and they should go together. The main character said that he would come later because he needed to prepare something. Seo responded to a question about his plans by saying that it was a secret. The twins wondered if they should expect someone then. The guy waved at them and said that it wouldn't take long, so they should go first. With a calm face, the protagonist headed in the opposite direction. He walked towards the dark corridor. A silhouette appeared in the distance of the corridor. Seo smiled, a look of calm satisfaction appearing on his face. Shinsua stood in front of him and said that the door to the last room seemed to have opened and asked if he would like to go there. She suggested going in there together. The protagonist said in a calm, even tone that she should go first as he needed to settle some matters, and he would follow her later. The girl stopped him with a wave of her hand. The main character was alarmed by the sudden change in her mood. Taking out her phone, the girl said that, come to think of it, she didn't have his number, and she exchanged contacts with others, but not with him. Sua calmly added that she had exchanged contacts with others, but not with him. Seo reached out for the phone, moving slowly and carefully. But then he clenched his fist as if changing his mind. Shinsua blushed slightly and asked if he would give her his number. She asked in a reserved tone whether he intended to see her anymore, and there was a quiet note of resentment in her voice. But Seo only remained silent and held his hand, as if trying to keep inside what he didn't want to show out. The woman's fist began to clench tighter. She flared up and shouted that he was always keeping his distance from her, and she asked the guy to answer immediately, her voice trembling with tension. He knew he was trying to keep his distance because he didn't want to make a mistake, and he didn't intend to see each other so that they would all remain safe, even if Baekyeon came for him. The heroine burst into a scream and shouted his name loudly, and the guy quickly said that everything was wrong and asked to give him a phone so that he could write down his number. Looking closely at the phone, Shinsu asked if he would give her a fake number. The guy just giggled sweetly. Returning the phone, Ganram assured that the number was real. The girl looked a little distrustful. After a short pause, she said that she believed him and would contact him when she got out, so they would definitely see each other next time. Turning around, the main character mentally apologized because there would be no next time. The boy trained with the animals, moving among them calmly and confidently. The system reported that Yolong's special ability called Fire Rain had evolved into a priceless treasure. The system also reported that the magnetic horn skill was activated. 4 days later, everyone lay tired, stretched out in different places, as if their strength had left them at the same time. The guy noted that they had done a great job today and asked them to have a good rest, and he lay down on the floor and thought that they needed to prepare for the final battle as soon as possible. The system announced that items from the Father of Gods and Men had been received, and that items from the Hero of Immortality had also been received. Finally, he waited, and the things must obviously be that good to have made him wait so long. Looking at them, Seo thought that these items could be much more valuable than he expected, and he likes it when the gods win people over in this way, but they still prefer control. So the thirst for power led them to battle. Anavi appeared behind him and asked what the guy was waiting for. He got scared. She noticed that he was training here again today, and asked if he was going to take part in the competition. Seo replied that yes, but added that perhaps the others had already developed their strategies. The presenter noted that she could not say what developments they had come up with. Shaking her head negatively, the girl admitted that she would not tell under any circumstances. The guy just exhaled and noted that, as expected, he could not get clear information from the captain. As he got up, he decided that it looked like he would have to go in there and find out everything himself. The hero said that he had to train his subordinates better before leaving, and that he would go upstairs to rest a little, adding that they would see each other next time. Information about people starting to leave educational institutions has received wide publicity. It is known that Shinsua completed the test on the morning of the third day. and the news quickly spread throughout the area. There has been no other news for the past 4 days. Looking at his phone, the guy wondered why the articles weren't coming out, and whether anyone else had completed the task yet. The main character was thinking about something, looking at the wall. He realized that after Shinsua's group completed the cleanup, it was time for him to go too. A golden arrow appeared near his head, and he was surprised to think that this was the opening of borders. These arrows were created using spiritual energy, and could transmit messages across dimensions beyond the earthly world. Without understanding anything, Seo received a message, and his face was literally covered with horror, because the sender was unknown. The dead Shinsua flashed before his eyes. The main character touched the menu. The dead Shin appeared before him again, but this time as she had been in the past. The guy's head was literally splitting. He remembered how the girl said that they would see each other next time, and the fact that she wants to keep in touch with him even after leaving here. She just needs someone she can trust. In the past, the heroine already admitted that she liked Seo Gangrim. Then he calmly asked why, but the girl changed the subject and asked if he had used fate theft. But Seo remained silent, looking away. Then the heroine sat down next to him and said that he chooses not to follow the path of evil even under such conditions. Smiling, she admitted that she liked it. He understood that it was not that he did not use this power, but that he was too weak and could not do it. The heroine suggested that he check the time and go together to the last room. With a smile, Seo said that he would contact her as soon as he finished. Did he really think that she thought he would fall in love with a young, hypocritical beauty, and that if she let her guard down, he would steal her divine destiny in an instant? The test in the destruction chamber began, and required finding your personal seal and exiting the dungeon with no time limit. The Ring of Destruction item was equipped, and its effect was supposed to activate at regular intervals, and consist of 7 stages. A message came in that the Ring of Destruction creates a blade every 24 hours, which goes through 7 stages and cuts off a part, depending on karma. Seo exclaimed that if they did not pass the dungeon within 7 days, the part of the body that the ring was on would be cut off. There was a ring on his finger, and it seemed that deadly places were chosen based on accumulated karma. The girl replied that karma was indeed important, and that the less karma one had, the more likely it was that one had lived righteously. She showed off her class, and said that it seemed like Gangrim was a really good person. She smiled and said that she also wanted to become a good person like Seo Gangrim. She added that she wanted to be indifferent to her divine destiny. She said it was a pity that the rings were already on, and it was too late to change anything, and that perhaps she should be more merciful in the future. The protagonist wondered if this was what Shinsua really wanted, and realized that she was not pretending to be kind, but truly believed in him and wanted to be his partner. The guy asked himself whether he believed these words, and who would even want to be his partner. He is Seo Gangrim, the bringer of death. You can't be fooled into thinking where in the world you can find such a person. He thought that Shinsua was probably like that too, but a girl's scream distracted him from his thoughts. Spirits appeared behind him. Shinsua pulled the guy away from the blow. But she didn't have time to save herself, and a blow flew at her. He called out to her sharply, almost desperately, as if he were trying to intercept the blow with this cry. But it was too late. The katana was already bloody. The girl coughed up blood, quietly and raggedly. The girl held his shoulder and admitted that she would have acted faster if she had known that they would not pursue them. Seo admitted that he had never seen anything like it before. The girl became worried, and said that he really thought it was his fault, and then added that she should have been the one to warn him about the approaching spirits. The hero burst into tears and said that how could he help her if she was suffering again because of him. He despaired and said that he was protected even in the inspector's room, and she lost her sight because of the killer. Tears streamed from his eyes and he quietly said, "Why would a person like her need someone like him?" Shinsua was surprised by this emotional turn of events, and looked at him silently for a while. Exhaling and smiling, she said that she had already said this, Mr. Seo Gangrim. The dragon bit the guy sharply on the hand, but Gangrim did not come to his senses. The animals shouted at him, trying to bring him out of his stupor, and the main character only said that Shinsua needed to be saved. But then he decided that no, he couldn't do that. Covering his face with his hand, the boy said that he had really forgotten why he was here, and that if he went, everything would get even worse. However, its sinister purpose threatens the lives of others. He decided that it would be better for her if he stayed here. After all, this was Shinsua. Helping him up, the girl said softly but confidently that she had already said everything before. She said she liked the way he fought his fate. Who knows, maybe next time the hero will help her too. Finally, he entered the destruction room. The gods were glad and said that he had come, and that today would definitely be a good day. Seo asked if they knew where Shinsua had gone. One of the gods was indignant, and said that this is why he came here. Another asked if they would tell him, and he told him to wait because he was not ready yet. But first and foremost, he needs to worry about himself, not Shinsua. The neck with the bracelet was reflected on the clean blade of the katana. He also saw them on their wrists, noticing how the thin metal bands gleamed with every movement. God chuckled and said that it was impressive and that he looked terribly calm. And then the main character noticed bracelets on the ankles as well. He was warned and told that if he did not hold out for a week, the blades would cut off his head. Seo slowly zipped up his jacket, as if giving himself an extra second to get ready. The protagonist asked the voices again, clarifying what they meant by not knowing where Shinsuo was now. They reasoned, going through the east, west, north, and south, trying to figure out where she could go, and then one of them suggested that Gangram go to the north. Exhaling, the main character thought that he would have to look for it himself, and an astral map appeared in the destruction room, which indicated the current search level as 0%. The guy noticed pools of blood on the floor, dark and uneven. He thought that someone had been fighting here, and saw something shiny on the floor. Having examined the find, he thought that it was probably Father Johan's cross, and these arrows were left behind by Baum and Gyol, and I wondered if Shinsuo was with them. The gods were surprised and said that he was like a detective. And they exclaimed, "Detective Seo Gangram, just look." A rough voice said that there had been no fighting in this room. The hero looked around and thought that there were 4 doors in front of him, and he might have to go through each one in turn. But when his gaze dropped down, he was surprised. A cross was carved into the floor, and the hero realized that it showed the right way. But if the crosses mark the wrong paths, then one door must be different in some way. One of the gods said that all doors are marked with crosses. The second god laughed and said that Shinsuo had outwitted him. The guy jumped up and said that there was another cross under the throne. The voice was indignant and said that people usually sit on thrones, but he stood on it with his boots. At the top of the red surface of the hatch, the main character found a circle. When Seo and the animals climbed up, they stared ahead in surprise. The guy gasped and said that what he saw in front of him was not a room, but a complete mess. But suddenly fear was reflected in the hero's eyes. The protagonist aimed his katana and exclaimed that the boys needed to get ready. After all, he heard the sounds of demons approaching. In a moment, many ghosts surrounded them. The dragon reacted instantly and shot out flames. The demons did not give up and swung their weapons. Lini also helped the guy, trying to keep the ghosts at bay. They were covered with water bubbles. Seo happily exclaimed that their training was worth it. There are many of them, but they are stronger. And the protagonist's gaze changed, becoming pleasantly surprised. He saw Yun Bum, and for a moment everything around him seemed to freeze, but she pulled the trigger. Fighting off the bullet with his katana, Seo realized that no, it wasn't her, but just a shadow demon. Her eyes shot angrily with light, as if piercing the darkness right through. The ghost couldn't hit because the protagonist's perfect accuracy skill was activated at that moment. However, the bullet returned back, as if pulled by an invisible force. Having slightly wounded him in the arm, he realized that Baum had an increased probability of a successful hit. Now the twins appeared before him in the form of shadow demons. With a grin, Seo admitted that he wasn't too happy to see them, trying to hide the slight tension. There was only one kind of monster in the room of fused skeletons. This is a shadow thief. He has a basic human rank. A monster capable of copying the appearance and skills of those who enter the demon realm. But he is not able to repeat the personality and beliefs. The guy's gaze became tense, and there was fear in his eyes. Arrows flew around the room, and he realized that the real Yun-Gyul would not have shot so randomly. Seo noted that, well, every cloud has a silver lining, and it will be easier to cope. The blood flowed, slowly flowing down and leaving dark traces. The arrows suddenly stopped in place. The protagonist, with a cut on his face, noted that the arrows would also disappear. Then Baum appeared behind her with a weapon, and her steps sounded quiet but confident. The command fire ability activated, and a multitude of guns appeared around Seo, hovering in the air and aimed at him. It seems the girl really did have a new skill, and it manifested itself unexpectedly. The main character tried to understand what the best course of action would be. He couldn't reach her with his sword, but she was standing too close for him to dodge her attack. His stealth skill couldn't help him. Baum would still find him. Seo wondered how much he would be able to block, but at that very moment, the demon was shot. The heroes appeared from the hatch, calling out to the master, and their voices sounded sharp. Taehun extended his hand and shouted for Hyun to get up. But Seo rose with difficulty. And then the heroes noticed his condition, and asked if he was injured and how he felt. Holding his side, he said that it was fine and everything wasn't that bad. Looking around, Seo asked what kind of room this was. Baum replied that she thought the room next to this one was a prison. Then, with a noticeable tremor in his head, he shouted out, "Was Shinsuo really there?" They ran in there. There were many cameras inside. Seo froze, as if something inside him had snapped. There was a wounded girl sitting on the floor. The heroes ran in, calling out to her in horror. Not daring to come closer, Baum asked what had happened. The girl began to reason that they themselves realized that the monsters in this demon kingdom were capable of copying their skills. They dealt with the demons, but as soon as they heard the sounds of the drum, new monsters appeared. On the second day, they accidentally discovered something. They fought, and Gyul was slightly injured. Taehun asked her to hold on a little longer, assuring her that he could handle them. But suddenly the guy turned around in surprise, noticing something out of the corner of his eye. Namely, that the damage that a real person receives is transferred to the shadows. As Seo opened the bottle, he finally understood that Shinsua's wounds were not caused by monsters at all. The protagonist thinks that she inflicted these wounds on herself. The protagonist began to treat her, and Bomb admitted that she told them that this was the only and best solution to save themselves, and that none of them could cope with their shadow. Wiping away her tears, she continued that she said she would take care of everything once the others left. The girl shouted for the master to stop her. She claimed that Shinsua was too kind and that they needed to help her. Throwing away the empty bottles, Seo said that this was not kindness, but madness. Sitting next to her, Bomb repented, sobbing that she knew they shouldn't have abandoned her, and that they should have thought of something else. But the main character did not understand how ordinary people could stop the madman. He then placed his hand on her head and calmly asked her if she had found her plaque. She replied that, well, yes, but the others hadn't found them yet. Then Shinsua started coughing, and the twin got scared, and Seo coldly asked Yunbum to leave them. After all, he needed to talk to her. The girl's health was still gradually recovering. Her eyes opened with difficulty, as if her eyelids were filled with lead. But suddenly she saw a guy with a bottle and shouted what the hell he was doing. Seo briefly said that we needed to talk. The heroine agreed and said yes, only so that he would remove the medicine. Then, with a slow movement, she reached for the weapon, trying not to make any sudden gestures, and she dug it into her leg, not even trying to pull out her bloody leg. In tears and trembling, Shinsua squeezed out that if she was healed, the others would be in danger. Seo wanted to give her the medicine, but she pressed her palm against the bottle, not allowing him to get closer to it, and the bottle slipped from her trembling fingers, hit the floor and shattered into pieces. The guy shouted that they needed to talk. Without giving Shinsua even a chance to move her katana, he abruptly intercepted her movement. The girl angrily shouted that he should let go of the weapon. Placing his hand on her knee, he said that she first. After all, they still had a little time before the next beat of the drum, and there was a sense of haste in his words. The heroine threw the katana on the ground and asked why he came if he said he wouldn't show up. The main character explained that he didn't say that, and that being late doesn't mean not coming. Shinsua exhaled heavily, closing her eyes, and the guy asked why she did that, because she really had the opportunity to defeat her own shadow. Shinsua grabbed her head and quietly squeezed out that she couldn't overcome her shadow, and that he probably understood why she couldn't cope. She stated that the protagonist can see the window of her destiny. Deciding not to delay, he activated the fate detector ability. The window showed the girl's fate, and the guy's face changed, as if what he saw lay like a heavy burden on his thoughts. Biting his lips, he couldn't understand why everything had changed so much. Now the girl had two new skills. Shinsua's bloodthirstiness and the weight of karma appeared later in her past life. He quietly said that everything that was happening reminded him of his own theft of fate. And Nam Yuhun's killing impulse increases with each use, and the more often this skill is used, the more rapidly its power grows. But the girl now has fewer bandages of fused skeletons than in her previous life, so she didn't use those skills. But on the other hand, her shadow has no reason not to use the skill. Seo dared to guess that her shadow must have grown stronger with each appearance. The guy thought about it, and a disturbing picture of a monster that could calmly use bloodthirstiness appeared in his mind. He was definitely worth fearing, the protagonist realized. Shinsua asked Seo to take the others away and leave her alone. And when asked what would happen to her then, the heroine covered her face with her hand and replied that it didn't matter anymore. Grabbing her arm and shoulder, the guy shouted that Shinsua should look at him. But the heroine did not want to open her eyes and stubbornly turned away. Then the guy screamed again that she was really going to die here. Smiling, the girl quietly said that she was just feeling a little sleepy. She lay down on the ground and promised that she would leave here. But just right after they all leave this place, the heroes called out to the master and said how great it was that he was here. The main character started looking for something in his pocket, and taking out the cross, he said that yes, he managed to find them thanks to this. Taking the cross, Johann said thank you, and added that he had already thought that he would never see it again, and he is even more happy that they are all together again. The father admitted that he was very worried when they were apart, and that he felt better when they were able to meet, despite the fact that they went into different rooms. Seo asked in surprise if he hadn't come here with Dok Jun. The father replied that he couldn't find anyone, and Taehoon said that if they had known that if they didn't enter at the same time, the starting point would change, they would have definitely waited. Then the hero exclaimed that indeed he needed to see how Shinsua's sister was doing. The guy stopped him and said that the girl had just fallen asleep, and that he had given her some medicine so that she should feel better. So the hero saw her. After these words, everyone's faces darkened. The sisters exclaimed that they were sure that they would soon get out, and added that it would be easier for them now that the master was with them. Covering his face with his hand, Taehoon said that it sounded cool, but if Gunrim's shadow appeared there, it would be difficult for them. The twins began to discuss that until the shadow became stronger than the original, like Shinsua's, they had nothing to worry about. They asked if the hero thought that everything depended on what skills they had. Doc looked at Seo from all sides, carefully studying his condition. The guy grinned, covering his face with a blush, when the main character asked him what he wanted. And he pointed to Ganrim's neck, saying that he had a cool decoration on his neck. The girls asked in fear what had happened to his neck, and whether this meant that he would die. The protagonist consoled them, saying that they just needed to leave before everything happened, and that a day had passed since he got here. The heroes cried out that this needed to be dealt with now. Seo tried to stop them, but Gyul noted that the guy was injured. Poking her finger into the wound, she continued that he would stay and be on guard, and added that if people from other regions came, then someone would have to protect Shinsua. Doc said he wanted to stay with Gunrim because he was a little tired. The main character tried to stop them, but they closed the doors, continuing to discuss that they needed to synchronize the map in advance. Seo exhaled and said that since they were here together, maybe he could answer his question. He wondered why they had chosen this particular room to settle in, and he added that he didn't understand why the hell they left Shinsua in prison. Doc explained that she had chosen this spot, and said that perhaps her shadow would become weaker since there were no plants there. The metal axe destroys trees, and this place will really weaken Shinsua, since her element is wood. Seo was sad, saying that it was wrong to leave someone in such a deplorable state on the cold stone floor. The guy asked with a smile if those were all his questions. Coming closer, Doc continued that since he was the main character. Then he added that since he was the main character, he should have asked something more important. Ganrim's eyes lit up and he asked why the hell he sent him that message. The hero grinned and said with relief that he could whenever he wanted. So it dawned on him that it was him. Doc kept smiling and saying that they couldn't live without the main character. That's why he became worried, because he hadn't come here for 4 days. The hero asked Seo if he had gone crazy. Holding his head, Ganrim said that it was because of him that he knew Shinsua was in danger. But there is one thing he doesn't understand. Namely how he ended up with a messenger of space and time. Because for an intern, this is too much of an expense. Doc chuckled and said it was a secret, adding that if he wanted to know, he could. Without letting him finish, Seo got angry and said that it was not necessary. The guy said that he had actually heard something interesting and asked if he didn't want to find out. Then he lay down and said that he thought he would have known already, didn't he? But it seemed like he didn't even imagine that this would happen, and that he had too much power. The main character barked that if he was going to continue to carry on with this nonsense. The guy just laughed and said that he really didn't want to lose a part of his body. Doc waved his leg and asked how much karma he had accumulated. Seo asked what he was talking about. The hero said that he understood everything perfectly well. There was no need to pretend. After all, the more bad things the hero has done, the more dangerous the location of the bandage becomes for life. He pointed to his hands and said that he had done some bad things too, so they wanted to deprive him of his writing. And the more karma you accumulate, the stronger your shadow becomes. Seo's face darkened and he asked what he was getting at. Doc laughed and said he was just being funny, adding that it was funny that Seo had done so many bad things. He wrapped his arms around his neck and continued quietly, despite all his attempts to appear good. I'm even curious what will happen next. Doc didn't stop and said with a lazy grin that he wondered what had happened in his past life. He stood up and began to look at the main character, as if assessing his reaction. His smile grew more manic, gradually stretching, and the hero asked what he really was, pronouncing the name Seo Ganrim. With a thoughtful look, he admitted that he was a criminal. Doc just burst out laughing and said it was impossible, adding that he wasn't going to believe such nonsense. Something like this would be quite original, but more often than not, the main characters end up being victims. The hero did not stop talking and said with cold confidence that he would like to meet his shadow, assuring that it must be very strong because he was hiding too much. The protagonist asked him to shut up, and Doc said he would shut up if he told him an interesting story. He begged him to continue, and with slight insistence said that maybe he could tell him something from his past life, or at least a prediction for the future. Seo just exhaled and quietly said that he told you already. He is not what they think he is. The protagonist finally gave in and said, okay, we can talk about his childhood. Anavi stated that she was glad that they were given the opportunity to observe the demon realm. Then she calmly asked if the leader was worried about Seo Gangrim, and he answered, of course. An agent approached them and calmly announced that he had brought the files they had requested. He awkwardly admitted that the more they tried to understand Seo Ganrim, the more mysterious he became. The guy nervously rubbed his neck, trying to hide the growing tension. Having handed over the folder, he continued that nothing, no criminal record, and Seo looked like a very ordinary person. The only remarkable thing about the case is that he lost his parents at a young age and was later adopted by a shaman, but the hero did not recognize any god. And after that, Ganrim led a very ordinary life, without standing out in any way. Agents began to put forward their theories, suggesting that he could only have so much karma if he had killed someone. After all, if the case is not solved and the culprit is not found, then there will be no conviction. But the leader shouted, no. The agents listened in shock to Gong, who calmly remarked that to achieve such a result, he would have to have killed at least 100. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said gloomily that he couldn't even imagine what he had done, but he had nothing good in mind. Jusunti flushed, barely containing his indignation, and sharply said that they were seriously planning to recruit someone so dangerous to their side. Gong looked at the boy and calmly asked why he thought the director included the part related to karma in the final demon realm. The agent suggested that the director did this to check their karma and to weed out those with serious problems. The leader shook his head and calmly remarked that if everything were that simple, they would have done it at the first stage. He recalled that they even took a murderer as a trainee because personality is more important, and the agency deliberately exposes trainees to danger so that they become stronger. Risk it all and test your karma in the final room, so make them prove it, that they are more than just criminals. But they were far stronger than the others, and that only emphasized how high the stakes were. It was even more useful this way, because such people brought more real returns to the agency. 6 days after the discovery of the room of fused skeletons, blood appeared on the girl's ear. She grabbed it, feeling a warm drop roll down her skin. Taehyun's fingers cramped and he hissed quietly that it hurt like hell. The protagonist handed over the injections and calmly said that the bleeding was quite serious, so she should take them and inject herself with some. The hero firmly said that they had not yet found his and Shinsua's memorial plaques, so there was no leaving. Stopping them, Seo said that he would check the next room and ask them to stay here, and he pointed to the little animal, adding that Linny should also stay and look after them, and he himself would return before the next drumbeat. The hero walked along the cracked tiles, and each step echoed dully in the empty corridor. He thought that he would have found everything long ago if the tablets were lying in the same place as in his past life. A surprised glance slid to the side, as if something barely perceptible had caught his attention. The protagonist noticed the remaining shadows, and he thought that the number of times they managed to avoid them increased as the days went by. The enemies were still regenerating, so wasting energy on a room I'd already inspected was pointless. The gods looked at each other and said almost admiringly, "Seo Ganrim is strong now. It's scary. I wonder how strong his shadow was." But Ganrim admitted that it frightened him too. He looked around and thought gloomily that he had never seen his own shadow before. The hero looked in surprise, and in the dim light of the corridor he noticed something. There really was an artifact in the glass. He realized that the color of the artifact was the same as the one that belonged to Shinsua in his past life. The memorial plaque was protected by a barrier and could only be touched by its owner. The system has informed you that you have received Seo Ganrim's memorial plaque. He trembled, clutching the artifact in his hand, and a chill ran through his fingers. Seo said that he was really only lucky enough to have terrible things happen. He has fulfilled all the conditions, and the training will end as soon as he leaves with the sign. His senses became heightened, and he realized that someone was there. Voices were heard demanding to get up and saying that there was someone outside. He opened the doors and greeted the crowd. Everyone exhaled and said that it was Seo Gangrim. She continued to say that they had not seen him, and that he had probably arrived late, and then asked if he would like to come with them. The protagonist made an excuse that he was actually looking for Shinsua's memorial plaque. He turned to them and asked if anyone could see her. The crowd began to talk, surprised that she was still there, and someone reminded them that they had thought they had already said they had seen her. It was Sinwon, and it became clear that this man belonged to his team, so he asked if anyone knew where they were. The man with the bandaged head looked up silently. The hero waved his hand and said that he only knew which room they were sitting in. The system announced that the frequency of checks in the demon realm has been changed. Seo asked what had happened, noticing that everyone was seriously injured, and asked if they had encountered any guys from other zones. One guy from the group said that it was a shadow. It was alone, but incredibly strong. This shadow was different from all the others, and every time a body was discovered, everything became completely different. Everyone was talking about how one of them even vomited, that he behaved completely unnaturally when he died, and that it was truly terrible. After all this, the monster hovered over the corpse, and it became clear this shadow could use the skill of an already dead person. Sinwon noted that it was surprisingly easy to recognize her by the bandages on her neck and all her limbs, and with some understanding he turned his gaze to the hero. He asked when exactly Seo Gangrim arrived. Shinwon noted that the main character has bandages on his ankles, and there were bracelets on the wrists too. The protagonist abruptly removed his hand, and there was a sense of tension in the movement. The man nervously asked to show him his neck. It came up in my memories that every time a body was discovered, everything became completely different. The fact that the shadow behaved in an incomprehensible way, and the shadow could use the dead person's skill. And after all this, Seo was seen wearing bracelets, and then all suspicions fell on him. The man pointed at Ganrim and shouted that he seemed to have gone deaf. The group discussed this with increasing tension, and someone said that they wanted to say that the shadow belonged to Seo Gunrim. The heroine then suggested that it was impossible, and Sinwon replied that one could never be sure. He continued to say that the timing matched up and that she was as strong as Gunrim. This shadow also has bandages all over its body, just like the main character. Everyone was whispering among themselves. and in their hushed voices one could sense that each one was afraid to be the first to voice their thoughts. Then one of the group members finally made up his mind and asked if it was possible to see his neck so that no further misunderstanding would arise. The protagonist said that even if he really does have a bandage around his neck, it doesn't prove that the shadow belongs to him. The man shouted at him to get down and show them, and said that they would see for themselves. The group started babbling that it was really so difficult to show the neck, and someone chuckled, saying that the shadow wasn't his, and then it was unclear why he was afraid. And in general, does SEO have such an ability? Sinwon became wary and asked why the protagonist was silent at all. The crowd began to talk, repeating that she could indeed be his, and that then was the reason for his strength. And someone said that it turns out he killed others and stole their abilities. The guy started talking, asking everyone to calm down because they weren't even letting him get a word in and he wouldn't be able to answer anyway. The hero said that everything was fine with him, and that everyone was just scared. But what if he just showed them his neck? His man alone skill activated and he disappeared, leaving the group in a tense state of confusion. The doors opened on their own, and it happened so quietly and smoothly that the group stopped breathing for a moment. Everyone ran there in surprise, moving almost simultaneously, as if they were drawn by the same disturbing guess. The group rushed forward, shouting that they needed to follow him, because they needed to grab the real one, and their voices merged into one hum, urging each other forward. The guy stood hiding near the open doors. He exhaled nervously, trying to keep his breathing even. He thought he knew how things would turn out in the end. People in his past life had reacted the same way when they found out about his ability. But I didn't expect that everything would happen so quickly, and that they might feel betrayed, because they considered him a good person. And then he wondered how his team would feel if they knew about such a skill. Would they be able to accept him the same way they did in their past life? Or would they be disappointed in him because he didn't tell them the truth? He recalled how Shinsui had said in the past that she liked that he didn't take the easy way out, even when he had the opportunity. And what would the girl think in this life if she found out that he used the theft of fate? When the hero entered, his friends called out to him, calling him Hyun and Master, and said that they were worried because he had been gone for a long time. Handing over the map, he said he had met a couple of people and found out where the Shinsua sign was. They exclaimed that it was cool, and suggested that we go look for her. And the main character decided for himself that he would tell about everything after they got out of the Demon Kingdom. Looking around, the friends asked if they were really outside, and noticed that the place was somewhat reminiscent of an enclosed garden, although the dimensions seemed enormous. SEO stated seriously that there was no time, and that the search needed to continue. The gods admired that this place was truly huge. Yes, the search will take a lot of time. It would be much more interesting if they met the guys from the second zone. And then they started discussing the thorny topic, wondering what Yoon Bum and Jang Tai-hoon would say when they learned the whole truth about Gangrim. There's no point in not revealing all your cards just yet, because it's much more fun when people find out everything themselves. The twin exclaimed that she had found Shinsua's tablet. They were happily told that it was good work, and added that it was time to return. Bomb froze, asking if they were already there, as the space began to thicken with black-violet energy, and the intervals became shorter and shorter, and their shadows emerged from the fog. Taehoon said happily that at least there weren't that many of them. We need to sort this out quickly and return. But after these words, Seo stared ahead in surprise. He noticed that the shadow had a red bandage on its left arm. This means there was only one conclusion. These are not just shadows, but distorted copies of them. And now Shinsua's shadow stood in front of him. The protagonist continued to look at her with concern. The creature fell to the ground so abruptly, as if the threads that kept it moving had been torn away in an instant. Seo ran up and frowned, wondering why the girl's shadow wasn't standing. And then he remembered how the heroine stubbornly refused to let herself be cured. Is she still hurting herself with every beat of the drum? Having taken a swing, he decided that he should quickly go to Shinsua. But there were hands behind, and the healing hand ability was activated. The main character certainly didn't expect this. Could it really be the shadow of Father Johann in front of him? The system announced that the Earth's energy was concentrated in the vicinity. This means that the skill's effects have been enhanced due to its impact on the environment. The ability of the tree leaf method has been activated. The surrounding area was concentrated with Earth energy, and the skill's effects were amplified due to the impact on the surrounding environment. SEO ordered everyone to run immediately. The main character chopped down the shadow branches. The logs flew apart one after another, but the branches kept growing. The katana flew out of his hands, and suddenly the guy was called out, Master. The hero was distracted by them and shouted at them what they were doing, and ordered them to run. But because of this, a branch got stuck in his leg. Shinsua flew up to him, sitting on a shady tree. She looked at his wound a little more closely, and the skin around it was already darkening. With a crazy smile, she extended her hand towards him. Seo's eyes flashed with fear, and with a sharp movement he cut the branches so furiously, as if he wanted to cut through the darkness itself. But the heroine did a backflip, light, almost weightless. He turned back and the system announced the activation of the Bloodlust ability. Shadow Thief monster stats have been increased. Taehoon asked him how he was feeling, and he replied that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry. A male silhouette approached the shadow, and they all began to heal with the help of the father's shadow. It seems like shadows. It seems so. If there is an opportunity, why not patch it up? Then we'll have to get rid of Father Johann's shadow first. But it seems like it's already too late. The main character has an idea not to fight, but just run. The conclusion is that they cannot be defeated. Torches burned in the dungeon, and their light trembled on the stone walls like living tongues of fire. There was already a group sitting behind the bars, pressed against the cold stone walls and floor. Father Johann treated Seo, carefully running his palm over the wounds. He exhaled, as if trying to come to his senses, and quietly asked what they should do with the shadows. He thought for a moment and said that he could hurt himself like Shinsua did, but the protagonist sharply replied, no. SEO continued that the best thing they could do was get out of here as quickly as possible. After all, shadows are only able to copy those who are nearby. The twin turned to the heroine and asked what about Shinsua's pill, since she wouldn't let her do it herself. The girl smiled emptily and said that it was the right decision. The protagonist shouted at her to shut up, and said that he was going to defeat Shinsua's shadow. The girl seemed to come to her senses and looked up at him in surprise. They looked at each other in silence for a while, and the hero asked, well, will she go with him? Shinsua was silent, thinking, and tension gradually appeared in her gaze. Her hand slid to the hilt of her katana again, and she quietly said that she did not doubt his abilities. But Ganram grabbed her hand and calmly asked her to stop. Their hands intertwined tenderly, and the guy continued that he had a plan, so she should forget about it. Shinsua looked at him with a slight hint of doubt, but the main character smiled sincerely and warmly. And there was something in this calm confidence that gradually dispelled her doubts. The shadows stood in the same garden, motionless and silent. One of the shadows began to disappear, as if dissolving into thin air, and the rest gradually began to melt away, as if someone was slowly extinguishing their presence. In the end, only one shadow of the girl remained. The heroes left the building, discussing among themselves that it seemed everyone was safe and sound, and the shadows had disappeared. Shinsua said that she would kill herself if something happened. The hero pulled out a knife and said that no, and that he didn't understand where she was getting these knives from. SEO, pulling out his weapon, gently asked her not to do it. And the main character knew that the girl did not believe in his powers. Shinsua looked at him with confusion, and then she grabbed the sleeve of his sweater and said that she believed him. And they will get out of here together. CEO was a little taken aback by this unexpected reaction, but then he smiled back at the heroine. The hero promised that he would sort this out as quickly as he could, and the activation of the ability of a person alone occurred successfully. The shadow looked at the front door where the guy had just been standing, but surprisingly, he disappeared, and the ghost began to look around. And the heroine received an unexpected blow in the back. Then Seo Gangram jumped to the other side, hiding from the girl's eyes, and he hit the shadow on the other shoulder. This really angered the creature, and she began to call upon tree branches that burst forth from the ground. Then the guy hit the branch sharply and precisely so that it twitched a little. Ganram thought so. She used the tree leaf method to defend herself. The protagonist darted away as he became visible. The shadow reached out after him, smiling slyly. A multitude of branches rushed after Seo, rising from several points at once. The system announced that he had used achievement points, and his agility had increased to level 30. 5 branches nevertheless stood in front of him, forming a solid barrier. The main character jumped onto a large branch and landed on it softly but confidently. He walked forward slowly, stepping carefully, until Shinsua's shadow appeared in front of him. As she approached, Seo chuckled, saying that she made him nervous. The hero grinned and cast the activation of his flame control ability. And out of nowhere, a dragon flew out, with a dull roar that broke the silence. The firebomb ability that the dragon released from its mouth was activated, and all the flames flew into the creature, spreading through the air in a wide, fiery stream. And then the flame began to burn away the shadow, slowly eating away its outlines. The protagonist admitted that everything was going too well. The branches cracked and began to fall from the fire. Having fallen along with them, the creature hung on a branch. Enough, Ganram declared that the shadow was dealt with. Now we need to wait for her to disappear and take Shinsua's memorial plaque. But from a bright flash in the sky, a shot came, and he realized that these were people from the second zone. A crowd approached him, saying that this is where he is. They happily announced that there was a bounty of 500 million on his head. Having exhaled, the main character asked that the reward was not bad, and inquired if they were the guys from the first zone. One of them said that Seo had better come with them, assuring that he would not want to fight here. They showed their weapons, declaring that now everything would be different from last time. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that it was about bloodthirstiness, remembering that there was no one like that in the first zone. Someone came out of the building and a familiar voice was heard. Tension hung in the air, and the protagonist suddenly froze. Doc came out to him with a katana, and calmly said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. SEO held up the stick and asked what it was and why he needed it. The main character did not understand why he switched to the first zone. Doc laughed and said he should have even pretended to be surprised. What's even more interesting is how he dealt with her, because she was Shinsua's shadow. The guy continued that there were much easier options, but he, as usual, chose the difficult path, just like a real protagonist. He admitted that it was really funny. Blood gushed in front of the main character. Doc's eyes sparkled, and he said that Seo was completely different from him. Then the hero heard wheezing below and turned his gaze there. There was a guy grabbing his shoulder and screaming at Doc Kojun why he did that. Doc smirked and said he didn't like the idea of two main characters. I would have become perhaps some kind of secondary. Raising his finger, he said that he would be some kind of double spy, and that it was not bad, and the messenger of space and time was also part of the plan. Seo assured that this was nonsense, and said that he felt his thirst for blood even before he arrived. Doc asked, "Oh, is that true?" Grinning slyly and continuing to look at Gunrim. The group watched them with tension. The man continued that even if Shinsua had harmed herself for this mission, he still intended to fight him. The protagonist asked again what he meant. Doc quickly covered Seo with his body and said that he was on his side. People from the group rushed at him, shouting that he was a traitor. The main character was clicked, and he turned his intense gaze. Doc lifted his opponent off the ground by the neck. The system announced the activation of the decomposition ability, and the air around seemed to tremble. After that, the guy suddenly threw him to the ground. Everyone watched in complete shock at what was happening. Doc just smiled sweetly and said that he had to finish it properly if he wanted to use his skills. Seo asked where he heard that from. Coming closer, the hero said that there is no need to dwell on nonsense. The skill of stealing fate. Doc said he wanted to see how he used it. The guy screamed that he would never agree. The dull sounds of a drum could be heard in space, and black energy began to thicken around. A shadow began to appear in the distance, slowly growing out of the gathering darkness. Doc admitted that he had been hoping for some fun, but he said it looked like there was just a shadow in front of them. Smiling, the hero noticed that it was Seo's shadow. He immediately entered into shadow boxing, and their collision unfolded rapidly, causing the air to tremble with tension. The hero coughed up blood, and Doc's eyes rolled back. After hitting the wall, he sat motionless, barely maintaining consciousness. The protagonist couldn't believe that Doc Kojun was only dealt with by one attack, despite the fact that nothing could be seen because of the smoke. Ganrim continued to stare into the ominous gaze, trying to understand what was hidden in it, and the understanding came that this was his shadow. Doc's voice was heard, demanding that Seo Ganrim not be distracted, and the advice was to steal fate, because otherwise he had no intention of defeating his own shadow. Shadow pointed at Doc, thinking he was right. The group's words came back to him again, and he almost felt sick, because he was killing everyone indiscriminately, and there was a real madness in that. The protagonist understood that he needed to steal fate before the shadow did. He should have destroyed her. Activate the fate steal ability, stealing all destinies within the zone. Seo knew that his shadow couldn't kill him, because he was himself, and a warning came to him from his fighting instinct. The enemy was too strong, weak points were not discovered. Seo was taken aback, realizing that she had no weaknesses, and Ganrim also felt that his senses had become too heightened due to his fighting instinct. Looking at his shadow, the protagonist could not move, and the shadow stick fell on his real one. The shadow's ability was activated. Under the name Shadow Thief, the shadow copied the opponent's abilities, and tried to copy the original form. The hero couldn't believe that this monster was really his shadow. The little boy sat with fervor in his mother's arms, and his father shouted that they didn't know, and asked how they could call themselves doctors. And now they were already sitting in the car. As they passed the idols, they remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. Then the old woman sternly said that she had already told him that the boy would only get better when he let God into his body. Unfortunately, there are no other options, and the God who wants to take possession of him is too powerful. The boy asked his mother what it meant. She replied that this meant that he would become a messenger of God. If you accept God, you will have to spend your whole life under his command. The hero will be forced to give up all his dreams and will not be able to do anything without God's permission. And when asked if he wanted this, the boy shook his head. The parents hugged their son, saying that mommy and daddy would take care of everything. And then there was a terrible car accident when they were returning home, and the state of the parents' bodies was horrifying to the imagination. But the boy, it seems, was not hurt at all. And even though he rejected God, he allowed the child to live. The voice said that these were the first people to die because of him. It seems like he's accumulated a lot of karma after everything that happened. Shinsua was also in this frame, and the rest were Taehoon and his twin. They literally stood in a river of blood, and the shadow only demanded a look at the fruits of its labors. First, his parents died. Then all the members of the Flying Tiger sect were killed, and everyone who entered the demon realm was also gone. The shadow continued to assert with a mad look that all this happened because he rejected God. Hugging the protagonist, he said that he still did not want to accept him. He whispered that then there was a way to save his teammates without taking it. The shadow abruptly let go of his hand, saying that everything was simple. The black hand gradually released him. It was concluded that Seo was only meant to die here. Ganrim fell into the abyss to the sound of booming laughter. He only had to die and escape future karma, the shadow screamed. Seo thought about future karma, and his gaze became clouded. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that if he died here, they would not die because of him. Looking down at him, the shadow said that it was the right and wise decision, and added that it was not as noisy here as outside, and Ganrim now felt calm. However, is he worthy of such luxury, having accumulated so much karma? The shadow asked to forget about her, but Seo didn't understand how to forget about karma, because he still remembered the faces of those people, who died before his eyes, and the guy felt that he had to atone for his sin. Shadow stated that he would not be able to bring them back to life. The protagonist became worried, wondering where Shinsua was now. As he tried to surface, Ganrim thought that he wasn't sure yet that she was safe. His hand made its way through the blood, and he himself began to come out, shouting that for the sake of Shinsuar he must fight to the last. His shadow looked at him coldly. The shadow looked back, insisting that he would choose the wrong path again. Hundreds of red hands reached out to him, insisting that the only thing he could do was die. Seo screamed that even if he was destined to die, then he must save Shinsua first. Releasing thorns, the shadow behind him coldly said that this was a stupid excuse. Shinsua doesn't want him to stay alive. He continued, claiming that the girl was only glad that they left together. It all happened because she wanted them to meet. Looming over Seo, the shadow whispered that it wanted him dead. The shadow looked down blankly and still felt like it had to get out of here. The shadow claimed that if the hero got out, all that would remain was pain. Ganrim raised his stick sharply, cutting the shadow, and it said that Seo would regret this. She then asked why he made such a decision. While swinging, the guy claimed that he had simply made a promise. The shadow evaporated with the last blow. This promise was made to Shinsua. Seo was full of anger, uncontrollable, heavy. The heroine screamed, begging Ganrim to wake up. She pulled at his hand, trying to pull him out of his stupor. The gods cried out that he had finally come to his senses. Dark energy was evaporating from the guy. Shinsua beamed, saying that this was true happiness. The gods continued, demanding that he say thank you to Shinsua. She did not leave his side for a minute. Ganrim smiled, briefly thinking that it turned out that he was wrong after all. Shinsua was still waiting for him. The girl asked if he could move. He replied that everything was fine. Shinsua said that she was so scared, and everything around suddenly began to shake, and a shadow appeared in the doorway. But suddenly the protagonist saw something. He began to reach his hand towards her. The hero grabbed her by the blouse, seeing that half of her hand was missing. Seo shouted why she ran away. Shinsua replied that she was in pain. He asked why she was still here. The heroine said that he was swallowed by a shadow, and Doc Goyen began to fight with it. He angrily held his face and asked where he was now. Shinsua replied that he had left an hour ago, saying that he couldn't write a novel without hands. The hero shouted that she would be better off leaving, and the girl replied that he had been swallowed by the shadow, and she would simply not leave him with her. Shinsua got angry. Did he really think she was joking? She screamed, asking why the hero couldn't calm down, and suddenly blood started flowing from her nose. The heroine began to fall, losing her support and rapidly weakening. The gods were outraged and asked why Ganrim couldn't just say thank you to the man who stayed and saved his life. Her arm was seriously injured, but Shinsua continued to hold the sword, and he thought that she was truly an unusual person. And then Shinsua, having lost a lot of blood and holding on with her last strength after his awakening, still lost consciousness due to exhaustion. Seo immediately ran up to the girl. Touching her hand, the guy thought what an idiot he was, yelling at Shinsua after everything she had done for him. He thought it was not worth staying there. The heroine lay unconscious. Seo exhaled and thought it was all over. Lifting the heroine, he said that they needed to get out of here. Covered in heavy black energy, Seo heard a voice calling him to return. The shadow said that it did not want to harm the hero, but he understood that if he didn't return, he would die. The animal creation skill has been activated. Ganrim was taken aback, momentarily losing his ability to react to what was happening. As he lifted the girl into his arms, he thought he should make sure of his victory. The hero called out to Lini and Yolong, and the guy told them to protect Shinsua. Seo waved his hand and the demon creation skill activated. The shadow wolves approached, their mouths slightly open. The main character defended himself from them as best he could, and at that very moment, a shadow copy slowly approached him. Ganrim warned him that if he attacked, he would feel the same pain as he did. But suddenly the shadow began to heal. And then the copy of Seo activated his regeneration skill. The protagonist was surprised, realizing that he had completely forgotten about having such a skill. Shadow asked what he was fighting so desperately for and why he needed so much karma. His hand released more and more thorns, from which wolves subsequently ran out. The enemy was curious why Seo was doing something that no one would ever know about anyway. Dark energy hung over the guy like a huge paw. Shinsua, who had come to her senses, screamed, calling on Gangrym to hold on. Seo clutched his stick in his hands. He waved it, and the system announced that the power had been increased to level 30. As a result, all indicators reached level 30, and the conditions were met. A light appeared above the main character. This meant that a new skill was acquired, called the Zodiac Sign. 3 wide golden scrolls slowly unfurled before Seo, illuminating the space with a soft light. Gangrym smiled and said that the Zodiac Sign would allow him to finally defeat his shadow. The shadow was saying something, and the guy noted with irritation that even when time had stopped, he could still hear that voice. The system announced that his Zodiac Sign is Rat, and now the system informed him that he could gain a new skill related to his Zodiac Sign. Shadow only smirked that the rat was considered the weakest of all the signs, and if his abilities turned out to be similar to the habits of this rodent, then he would hardly be able to do anything. Seo calmly admitted that his Zodiac Sign was correctly identified, and noted that he is best at dealing with difficulties. A huge roaring rat appeared behind the guy. This meant that the main character acquired the skill of a cornered rat's roar. The opponent spread his arms and laughed, calling the skill too simple. This did not help him escape in any way, and the wolves flew at Ganrym. One of them bit the guy on the shoulder, but the main character did not resist and only grinned, as if what was happening did not cause him any fear or doubt. Shadow was puzzled, not understanding why he was smiling. The guy's health dropped below 10%. The skill of the cornered rat's roar was activated, and the light emanating from Seo drove the wolves away. His skill of the roar of a cornered rat enhanced his strength in critical situations, and he understood that severe punishment could follow. Running forward, the protagonist said that the rat is indeed considered the weakest sign of the zodiac. However, if this animal is cornered, there is nothing more frightening than a cornered rat. The shadow recoiled from the blow at the last moment, and Ganrym struck the ground. The enemy barked that the boy would die anyway. The combat instinct skill has been activated. The main character angrily shouted that he had already said so. Even if Seo had to die, he wouldn't let the enemy touch Shinsua. The blow landed on the shadow's head and it staggered. The copy of Seo shouted that it was useless to resist, her voice ringing with emptiness and anger. The dragon skill activated and a heavy wave passed through the guy's body. This was bad, because the rat was afraid of the dragon's energy. The shadow said that some people managed to defeat those who possessed the dragon skill. But what was even more interesting was that the shadow asked him if he would be able to win, being a weak rat. Closing his eyes, Ganrym said that he usually just takes the appropriate weapon from his equipment, and from his bag he took out a sword that enhanced all his characteristics during the fight with the dragon. He asked with a grin if the shadow could try being a rat too. The system reported that upon detecting dragon energy, the attack power of the inherited Imperial Sword would increase significantly. Seo attacked the enemy, and it was a blow from the ancient Dragon Slayer sword. The protagonist began to fall, and the system reported that the effect of the skill Roar of a Cornered Rat had been terminated. The severed head of the dragon fell along with the body. The system announced that Seo Gangrym's rank has been upgraded from secondary human to primary human. The rough voice continued to speak, asking if he wanted to live and promising to grant him life in exchange for a blessing. The boy realized that, as he thought, it was not the shadow that was the problem, but his auditory hallucinations, and they would continue to speak even after death. So this is how he will die. And if he had known that everything would end exactly like this, after going through all the difficulties, he would have committed suicide back then. The heroine and the animals called out to Seo, as if trying to pull him back. He kept wondering if Shinsua would be able to get out of here, and at least he wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. The woman stroked the protagonist's head and said that it was time to go back. At these words, Seo's eyes suddenly opened. He was lying in the hospital, and there was an oxygen mask on his face. Ganrym jumped out of bed, not paying attention to the tubes. He saw a girl standing in the corridor. The guy quickly snatched the tubes from his hands, acting abruptly and almost instinctively. He started to run, but his legs wouldn't obey him. Ganrym fell down, calling out to that girl, and his voice sounded muffled. When the heroine approached him, he looked up and quietly said that he was so glad to see Shinsua okay. The girl's face was distorted. Her eye sockets were empty, and her skin was covered with numerous wounds. Fear was reflected in the hero's eyes, and his pupils twitched. The guy didn't understand why he was seeing shadows again. Could it be because he was too close to the border of karma? The child's hand was dragged away by force, with the words that they could no longer look after him. The girl threw the boy and said that as soon as he appeared, terrible things began to happen to them. The woman said that their children had been in an accident and were now in the hospital, and that it all happened because Seo refused to accept God. A voice in the protagonist's head said that the reason for their suffering was that he rejected him. A group of people decided that they needed to tell him to let God into himself, and they came to the building. They entered the gate one by one. Ganrym noticed that a barely perceptible energy barrier seemed to be swaying within the gate, and the hero was very surprised, because the voices suddenly became silent. A woman approached him and asked if he was Seo. She introduced herself as Seo Hwakyung, and there was a strong energy behind her. The boy looked at her with fear, as if he didn't dare take a step. The woman watched him doubtfully. The heroine, after a short pause, asked the people what was wrong with the child's face, but they looked away. The woman asked Seo if it was true that people had asked him to perform a ritual so that he could accept the god, and she continued that she thought he didn't want it. The hero silently looked away, as if trying to hide everything that was going on inside him. Seo Hwakyung sat closer to him and said that if he didn't want to, then there was no need. But the god who wants to take him into his hands is too powerful for her to protect him. Taking him by the hands, the heroine invited him to come here and become her student until he learned to defend himself. The boy slowly tried to pull his hand away and shouted no. He trembled, then began to stutter, trying to say that the woman could also suffer. But Seo Hwakyung just smirked and said that he was underestimating her. Taking Seo's hands again, the heroine calmly said that she had a god with her who would protect her, so the boy shouldn't worry. She quietly said that he might be in pain now, and added that she hoped that someday everything would change. Smiling, the woman said that Ganrim would definitely be happy. A dark cloud hung over the guy, slowly thickening around him. Seo Hwakyung began the ritual of suppressing divine energy. The guy quietly added that while he lived with her, he stopped seeing spirits. But when you create karma and approach the border, you begin to see and hear things you shouldn't. And then, when you finally cross the border, the result will be obvious: death. The huge shadow told him to come closer, calling him its child, and Seo lay among the rest of the dead, as if he had become part of the silent pile of bodies. Rays of light penetrated the hero's face, and he quietly asked if this was a dream. There were also animals lying in the hospital bed with him. A nurse stood near the machine and calmly said that he had finally woken up after a month, asking him not to move too abruptly because he might faint. And when he asked about Shinsua, the nurse answered with a gentle smile that she was fine. The hero exhaled, and the girl continued that if he waited a little, she would call someone. The shadows behind the nurse's back trembled slightly, but she continued to stand calmly, and with a slight smile congratulated him on his recovery. The test results were good, as awakened people heal much faster than ordinary people. But he was still worried about the window of his own destiny. Seo was surprised because he realized that he had raised 2 levels at once. Could it really be because he swapped fates with Shinsua? And how did they even get out of the demon kingdom? At the threshold of the chamber, agents called out to him. The boss sternly asked him why he hadn't told them that he was capable of stealing the destinies of others. The main character just sighed with displeasure, to which Gong ordered him to tell everything without concealment. Then the guy grinned, as if he knew in advance what exactly he would say next. Seo noted that he was worried about a reaction like theirs. The man asked if he had ever killed anyone to steal their destiny. Without hesitation, Ganrim answered no. Gong wondered if this had not happened intentionally. He admitted that he acted in self-defense, and recalled that they all signed a contract upon admission. While agreeing that injuries and deaths could occur due to conflict between trainees or monsters, he emphasized that he never killed without reason. Then the agent was mentally indignant that murder remains murder, no matter how you justify the circumstances. The protagonist asked gloomily what would happen to him now, and he is really interested in whether he will be punished. Gong stated that he congratulated him, and that Seo Gangrim received the highest grades among the trainees. The guy behind me was indignant and said, "Does the manager really want to hire such a dangerous person?" But he was told to be silent, and Gong extended his hand to Ganrim for a handshake, saying that he had a proposition for him. This statement frightened the hero, and he involuntarily tensed up, realizing that this was about an official position in the second team of the agency for the protection of fate. He suddenly clenched his hand into a fist and pulled it away, trying to hide the sudden tension. The protagonist said that he asked for forgiveness, but he had no desire to accept this offer, and the boss was taken aback when he heard such an answer. The agent barked that he had no idea what a wonderful opportunity this was, but the manager coldly told him to shut up by saying his name, Ju Sun Tai. And when he pulled away, Gong continued, saying that he understood how unexpected it was for them to make an offer to someone who had just come to his senses. Handing over his business card, the manager calmly said that he should take a few days off and then contact them. And before leaving, the man said that when he was discharged, he should go to the gym because there was something he should know before he left the training center. Winking at the protagonist, Gong said that they would see each other again. He began to think about working for the Fate Protection Agency, but considering that they were so insistent on offering, they must not know about its purpose, and if they find out, they will do everything to try to make it work for them. Seo changed his clothes and thought that he needed to find Shinsua first. A cautious knock was heard at the door of the ward. The main character appeared behind the door, cautiously peering into the room. He got to the right room, and there really was a girl there. The heroine lay unconscious, breathing quietly and not reacting to his appearance. And also without one arm, her condition looked grave. Ganrim, watching this, felt a heavy burden of guilt settle inside him. He closed his eyes, trying to hide from the weight of his own thoughts, even for a moment. A warning popped up that an aura of murder had been detected in Shinsua's fate. Reading the text, Seo did not understand how this was even possible, because in his past life, he did not remember the heroine having such a strong death energy. A compass flew out of the bag, and immediately a notification appeared about the activation of the Compass of Fate item. He showed their dialogue with a girl in a hospital gown, as Ganrim walked out of the hospital with a slow step. The guy approached the man standing at the entrance. The protagonist's head began to split, and he grabbed it as if a sharp pain pierced him from within, cutting off his vision. The guy suddenly coughed up blood. Shinsuo stood there with a dirty face and looked up the moment she heard a calm voice informing her that Seo Gangrim would not be coming. The girl in front of her smirked, and said that he didn't even know she was here. They sat down next to her and said that they didn't understand her, because Ganrim would die anyway. The main character was perplexed, and could not believe that he was seeing the future. The heroine barked that she wouldn't allow anyone to touch him even with a finger. The guy's eyes widened and he froze, not understanding what was happening. Drops of blood appeared and Shinsuo fell down dead. And Seo, in a state of shock, just watched, unable to move. He sat on the floor and shuddered, repeating that he had found himself in a place he didn't know about. Could Shinsuo really die again because of him? The boy thought, looking at the compass circle. He was scared of this, and the cold made him shiver. Grabbing the compass, he realized that he could not rely on it alone. And we need to figure out what's going on. The arrows suddenly darted in different directions, and the guy found himself on the road, where they shouted at him to run. A child's voice was heard, quiet and stubborn. No way. And Ganrim turned to it, recognizing himself. His little self, in tears, promised that he would definitely get them out of here. He pushed the car, but from it came the voice that Ganrim could not help alone, that there should be adults nearby and they needed to be called. His mother lay there covered in blood and bruises, asking if her son could do it. The hero jumped up from his place, shouting that he would find someone and only asked to wait for him. His version ran through the real him, and extending his invisible hand, Seo asked him not to leave. And behind them, the fire was already blazing and the smoke was thickening. The boy had no reaction to the touch. He only called for someone to help. The protagonist looked at his shining hand. It was hard for him to hear his old, broken voice begging his mom and dad for help. In the fire, the parents discussed how lucky they were that he had left, and asked each other what their son would do. The burning car was reflected in his pupil, and his parents continued to say that he would be left all alone. The parents had just managed to conclude that everything would be fine with him, after which a loud explosion occurred. The main character was overwhelmed with emotions and burst into tears. He understood that they knew the car was about to explode. But suddenly Seo was distracted from his tears by the picture ahead. In the middle of the fire stood a female silhouette with strong energy. It turned out to be Baek Yeon, aiming her sword forward. Seo wanted to watch until the end, but the compass of fate suddenly went out, returning him to reality. He looked at the artifact in bewilderment and wondered what the hell had just happened. Wasn't it just an ordinary accident? Did Baek Yeon really set everything up? It turns out that she is also involved in the murder of Shinsuo in the future, which the main character just saw. Ganrim was in a constant state of tension, his eyes full of pain. But Seo was distracted from his worries by the heroine's quiet, barely audible mooing. Apparently, she had trouble sleeping, because Shinsuo was tossing and turning. The protagonist abruptly left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. The guy heard a calm but confident voice saying that she already knew he was here. The main character abruptly hid the compass in his pocket. Baek Yeon stood in front of him with a bouquet, greeting Ganrim. She admitted that she came to visit him, but did not find him in the room. Looking at the door of the ward, she calmly continued that he cared about Shinsuo very much. And as soon as he woke up, he immediately went to visit her. The heroine admired and was very surprised that Shinsuo had lost her arm. It was all cut up, but she was able to pull it out. She calmly continued that she didn't want to disturb the two of them and would leave soon, but she needed to say something. And it was work in the agency for the protection of fate in the first team, not in the second. Seo replied that he wasn't going to work for them, and Baek Yeon narrowed her eyes slyly. The heroine calmly stated that if he agreed, she would return Shinsuo's hand. Handing him the bouquet, the girl continued that it was indeed possible to return his hand, but only after he joined them. Looking at his fingers, he thought that Baek could return Shinsuo's hand just like that, because there were almighty gods who could regenerate body parts in a couple of years. Seo knows a way to get her hand back using special items, but it will take a long time. He asked how long he would have to work, and the leader of the first group answered that perhaps a year, but the longer the better. Typically, candidates are required to start work immediately, but they may be given a grace period of a couple of months, only on condition that the hero answers her right now. Almost agreeing and nodding slightly, Seo quietly said, "Okay then." The girl ran out of the room and shouted that he did not agree. Shinsuo looked sternly and said that Seo Gangrim was not going to work for the protection agency. The heroine turned to Baek Yeon and said that this was nonsense, and that she was manipulating him with her hand, although she herself had not suggested this. The leader snatched the bouquet from Seo and asked Shinsuo if she could join in then. Winking, she handed the girl a bouquet and said that she would be glad. She pushed the bouquet away and said that it was a complete waste of time, and that they had different views. Taking out 2 business cards, Baek Yeon sighed and said, "Well, what is it?" She handed them business cards and told them to call if they changed their minds. Looking after her, Shin Soo told the guy that if he was going to say yes just because of her hand, then he shouldn't even think about it. She added that these are only her problems. The guy admitted that he wanted to agree not because of her hand, but she put her only hand on his shoulder. She exhaled and said that Seo couldn't lie. Taking the girl by the wrist, the main character asked why. Ganrim just wanted to understand why she sacrificed her hand for him, since they had only known each other for a couple of months. The heroine looked at the guy in surprise, and he asked her to answer why. Looking down, Shin Soo quietly replied that she didn't know. Ganrim could not understand the meaning of these actions. But in all seriousness, the heroine replied that she cared about him. After all, at first she thought about Seo because he helped her. The hero protected them, although he pretended that this was not the case. And he himself endured the trials of fate alone. Shin Soo admitted that even in the room of sawed-up skeletons, she felt sorry for him being in danger because of her. The heroine exclaimed that in truth this was not the only reason, and that she understood that it might seem strange. And it feels like the girl has known Seo for a very long time. The main character closed his eyes, thinking for a long time, and Shin Soo continued that when she saw that he was in danger, she acted instinctively. She thought it was strange, and that they had only known each other for a couple of months. Does everything that happened really affect Shin Soo that much? If everyone has memories of their past lives stored in their subconscious, the heroine spoke anxiously, hoping that they could continue working together in the future. After all, can't they remain friends and keep in touch? The girl held Seo by the sleeve, and he was thinking about how to save Shin Soo. If the heroine is next to him, everything can turn out exactly the same as in their past life. Or she might even be killed by Baek Yeon, just like his parents. He wondered what would happen if he left. What if this path leads to the future that the compass of fate has shown? And what if in a place unknown to him, and which he cannot yet find, the answer is hidden? Seo gritted his teeth, thinking that if Shin Soo died again because of him, he couldn't let it happen. So the guy answered okay, and the heroine was happy. The girl babbled that she had heard rumors about awakened hunters and offered to join them. Ganrim replied briefly that only if he wanted to. Shin Soo smiled and said that it was great, that she would not leave until he agreed, and that once Seo joined, he would not be able to leave whenever he wanted. It reminded him of the old days when the twin read that Seo Gangrim had asked to withdraw his application, citing his lack of ability, but Shin Soo had opposed it. The second twin continued that Seo Gangrim had asked to withdraw the application, citing health issues, but Shin Soo had then opposed it. The girl continued to speak, but the main character sharply asked her to shut up. The boy recalled with a smile how even when he said that he would leave due to remorse, Shin Soo still rejected it. The hero's father ran towards him, glad that he had woken up. Coming closer, he admitted that he was so glad to meet. Johan admitted that he came here alone because he didn't know if he was awake, but he was sure that the others would also want to see him. The girl tried to clap her hands, but, remembering her only hand, she only quietly said that everyone must be really waiting. Seo noticed this gesture. Trying to get out of the awkward situation, the heroine said that she would go into the ward, change her clothes, and come down. Smiling, she asked her father to look after the main character. Devastated, Ganrim knew he needed to find a solution as soon as possible. Approaching the elevator, Johan said that they were going this way, and added that downstairs, where they had been before, was the training center. He awkwardly continued that he was sure everyone was already tired of waiting and very worried. Father continued that it was the same when he was pulled out of the demon realm half dead, and when the question of his unique power arose, they were so excited. And then the man said that he was asking for forgiveness, because he thought that it was probably awkward for him to talk about it. But Seo replied that everything was fine. And if you think about it, his abilities were now known to others as well. Now you can't avoid frightened looks. Leaning against the wall, the protagonist asked, more importantly, if they were happy with it. He explained that he had hidden the fact that he had these abilities. But the father, without thinking, nodded and said of course, noting that he knows what a good person Ganrim is. Sitting at a table in the hall, the group discussed how they first needed to enter this demon realm and continue with the plan. But Taehun exclaimed joyfully, turning to Hyun. Seeing Johan and the main character on the threshold, everyone shouted, turning to the master, and one of the twins immediately jumped into his arms, pressing her face to his chest. With tears in her eyes, the heroine admitted that they were very worried that he might die. Seo asked in surprise why they were still here after a whole month had passed. They simultaneously answered that everything was clear, because they were waiting for him, the master. He admitted that they should have left with the others, but the twins screamed that no, and that she wouldn't even say hello to them anymore. And sighing resentfully, the girl admitted that they were so angry, even after everyone saw it. They said that it was all about these people because something happened 2 weeks ago. Everyone was discussing that as for Seo Gunrim, he was still unconscious. The man exclaimed that this was magnificent, and added that there was no point in releasing such a scoundrel into society. It would be better for him not to return. The twin became indignant and shouted for Cho Shinwon to repeat what he had said. But the hero continued, assuring that he was leading the boys everywhere, only to steal their power one fine day. The girl pushed the man to the ground, with such force that he coughed up blood. Pomrachnev, she told him not to dare talk about him like that. The man shouted that he was going to call the killer who he was, and added that they probably also heard what ability he was hiding. Taehyun asked Bom worriedly what happened. He, realizing what was happening, approached Sinwon and said that if he really was the killer, then Sinwon would already be lying dead. Taking hold of his shirt, she said that he knew how strong Gunrim was, so he would be able to easily deal with someone like him. Bom calmly stated that, first of all, if the master really was a murderer, it would have become obvious long ago. Everyone present here was supposed to die in the demon realm's room of spoken sins, and poisoning the food would be a piece of cake. The crowd silently took in her words. The guy approached, saying that he had used his powers after all. He helped Shinwon stand up, saying that Seo's whole body was covered in stripes. He added that he also doesn't consider him a bad person, but admitted that he really does send shivers down your spine. Pointing his finger at them, the man said that they too were becoming fools, and that they didn't even know what he was thinking. Nothing good will come out of them spending time with a guy like this. Bom was outraged that after all the time he had received help from them, he allowed himself to say such things. The protagonist lowered his gaze, thinking. And then the girl said that they shouldn't worry about it, and no matter what the others said, they would still follow him. The group said that Seo had better join them anyway, since they were going to practice together before the opening day. The protagonist remembered that indeed, there was still the opening day ahead. Since the Day of Awakening, people have been able to reveal their 4 pillars and 8 characteristics of destiny. After the Day of Discovery, the Awakened are able to progress many times faster. Opening Day marks the emergence of the first great demon realm, a more complex and dangerous one, causing many Awakened to perish in their quest for rewards and reputation. The heroine confessed that they were planning to raid the normal demon realm and go on a mission to destroy magical beasts. Everyone asked hopefully if the master would train with them. The protagonist smiled warmly, but then his smile suddenly disappeared, and he calmly replied that no. Seo understood that his goal was to raid the first great demon realm before anyone else, and he admitted to the group that he had completely different plans. He had to find this man without anyone knowing about it. The girl, almost with tears in her eyes, asked if he wanted to stop communicating with them. Calming them down, Ganrim said that they had misunderstood him, and that he really did have something to do. Looking at her phone, Bom quietly said that they would wait and asked when he would finish. The guy looked away from his friends. SEO received a notification and the girl said that it was their group chat and asked him not to leave it. Smiling, the protagonist quietly replied, "Okay." In Anavi's office, she anxiously asked Ganrim if he would really be okay. After all, he didn't have divine revelation, and so she thought it would be safer for him to join the Destiny Protection Agency. Sighing, the hero quietly replied that he was grateful for the concern, but did not agree. Revelation seemed to him like a task, and although shamans used the power of the gods, they could not break the divine commandment. The gods' goal was to spread their names, so they gave shamans tasks and rewards to make them more famous. SEO decided that since he didn't have God's protection, he needed to make careful preparations, and so he was going to hurry. And first he needs to get hold of a suitable weapon. The small house stood in a picturesque evening area. The even sounds of blacksmithing could be heard in it. The girl was called out to, and the main character asked if there was anyone there. Kuznets admitted that clients hadn't ventured so far into the countryside in a long time, especially such young ones. Ganrim admitted that he had come specifically for her, and thought with relief that she had not yet been taken away to the Fate Protection Agency. Khan Roya was surprised that he came to her. A relative of a master craftsman who was recognized as a cultural asset for his golden hands. She was the granddaughter of the late Han Chul. The Shadow was indignant, demanding that he free his granddaughter from poverty. But Seo, ignoring her, continued asking if the blacksmith had heard about Master Han Chul's successor. The heroine smiled and said that she was still far from her grandfather's skill, so there was no talk of a successor. Looking at the menu, the guy admitted that he needed her abilities. Her ability is the blacksmith's fire, which allows her to strengthen metal and imbue items with mana. She reread the terms and was surprised that it all boiled down to not getting involved with the Fate Protection Agency and working for Seo Gangrim. She said that he gave her money, helped her with awakening and getting property. And just think that he was willing to pay her so much every month. Handing over the weapon, the boy asked her to melt down and repair the 7-branched sword, follow the divine revelation, and develop until he returned for her. The heroine noted that there was a cemetery on the mountain, and said that she would like to visit her grandfather before work, asking if he would mind. The protagonist thought for a moment and noted that going to the cemetery at such a time was dangerous, as the ghostly energy near the graves intensified at night and attracted animals. He said that it was night now, so the chance of animals appearing was higher, and added that he would go with her. The blacksmith said it was not far, and Seo was convinced of this. He remembered how his grandfather had been indignant, asking who he was and why he was coming to his granddaughter, and then, upon learning that he was awakened, had asked him to take her to the Fate Protection Agency. The protagonist thought about it, and noted that he clearly heard Han Chul's voice in this life, so he decided that it was connected to his karma. He exhaled and said that maybe it was just because they were near Han Chul's grave. In this world, wireless communication is weak, so he cannot always hear the voices of the gods well, but in shrines or near graves, it becomes easier to communicate with the necessary deities. Pouring alcohol into a glass, the granddaughter quietly said that she thanked her grandfather for being there. Seo asked if she couldn't communicate with him without going to his grave since she was now possessed. She replied that she felt as if she really only spoke to him here, so she often dropped by because the cemetery was nearby and came in the mornings. He asked if it was true that only a short time had passed since his death, and the blacksmith replied that not even 6 months had passed. When people die, their souls leave their bodies, but the spirit remains. Fate theft occurs by extracting information from the spirit of the deceased, and if you try to do this from a still living but weakened body, more mana will be required. Ganrim estimated that about 4 or 5 months had passed, and decided that he could use mana to steal his fate. And even if it is possible, he cannot dig up the grave in front of a family member. The girl asked if they could go back, but the hero did not answer right away. He froze, staring at something ahead. Seeing the swirling dark energy, he instantly tensed up and firmly asked Han Roy to stand behind him. Scarlet eyes slowly emerged from the darkness. And then the scarlet eyes became more and more numerous. They flashed one after another. The blacksmith suddenly tensed up, swallowed and squeaked that there really were animals there. Seo said that since the cemetery was so close, she needed a protective amulet so that she could focus on her skills while the beasts were already flying towards them. The guy rushed forward, clutching the katana in his hands and going on the attack. Fiery talismans fell from someone's hand, flaring up in the air. They fell on the animals, flaring up on their skins, and they forced them to fall, unable to move. The main character watched what was happening with surprise. The rabbit next to him hissed furiously, arching its back and pressing its ears back. The sound of flaming bells could be heard. With one swing, the agent turned the monsters to dust. Coming closer to the heroes, he asked if he hadn't been taught that being near such graves was dangerous. Just think, Ganrim brought a newbie with him. Covering the girl with his body, Seo calmly said that Han Roya should return first and wait. He looked at the man with concern, trying to understand his intentions. He was wearing a mask, which made his face look even gloomier. The protagonist asked why he came here. Hyun. Removing his mask, the agent asked if he remembered his voice, and noted that more than 5 years had passed since their last meeting. It's been a while since they've seen each other, the man said calmly, addressing Seo Ganrim. They used to be friends. The guy exhaled and said that not much time had passed. They saw each other only once during training. The agent held the bells out in front of him, and asked him why he didn't say anything if he recognized him. It wasn't a very good situation to say hello, much like now. Seo asked whether he was being followed by the security agency, or whether he did it on his own initiative. The man's hands shook with anger, and he said that this was his first question. He thought that he would ask about his mother first. Then the main character calmly asked if the teacher was okay. The agent shouted out that his mother had died 2 years ago. Ganrim suddenly darkened. Could it be that the teacher had actually died? Just like in her past life, she left several years before awakening. The protagonist asked why he didn't invite him to the funeral, but Hyun just grabbed him by the jacket and holding back his rage, shouted out, "What funeral?" After all, Seo had left home himself, and so there was no point in calling him. The protagonist remembered how he was once introduced to Kang Do-hyun, the son of his teacher. The woman then introduced Ganrim and said that Do-hyun was older, so he should be more kind to him. Mom said that from today on, Seo will be her Paksu. In the hallway, the son's angry cries could be heard, asking why this had happened, since his mother had said that she would not pass on the status of a shaman. The woman replied that this was true, and she did not want this, because living according to God's orders was rather unpleasant. The heroine said that she didn't want her son's life to be like this. Kang Do-hyun screamed, asking who he was. Mom calmly explained that a powerful god had come for Ganrim, but the boy himself did not want to accept him, so she wanted to help him. The boy was surprised and asked how he didn't want to. Apparently he was arrogant like the others. He offered to accept this god, and said that he was proud of his mother. Through tears, the son said that he wanted to be like her. The boy sat in complete darkness. He heard their conversation with his mother, so he put his head on his knees. The boy had a plate of fruit in his hands, and quietly asked if Hyun would like to have a snack together. But he just threw the plate down and coldly said that he didn't want it. Entering his brother's room, he asked if he could help with his homework, but the boy replied that he was busy. Even on the way to school, the main character called out to him, trying to somehow establish contact. But Do-hyun said that they should pretend that they didn't know each other. The boy looked down sadly. He walked slowly along the playground, feeling the emptiness around him become denser. The hero heard someone being rudely called out, and called an incomplete shaman, demanding that they not appear nearby. Do-hyun replied that he was just passing by. The hooligans chuckled and said he would have to pay to get in. And one of the guys took a swing, declaring that it would be so because he said so. Suddenly the children's hands lay on the bully's hand. Holding him, Seo said with a trembling voice that he had to let his brother go. They laughed and asked what the boy could do if they didn't listen. Do-hyun's gaze still flashed with concern for the younger one. Lying on the ground with books scattered from his briefcase, he said that he asked to leave and did not understand why Ganrim was bothering him. The boy cried and said he wanted to help. All in tears, he said that the only people who are constantly unlucky around him are his brother and mother. The boy looked at his brother in surprise while blood flowed from his nose. He silently began to rise from the ground. Then Do-hyun wiped the blood from his nose. He helped the main character to get up and calmly said that he would not allow her to be called that because she was only his mother. Ganrim continued to cry, his shoulders shaking and his breathing ragged. The guy looked at him seriously and said that if he called her teacher, then he would become Hyun for him. These words brought a quiet hope to the boy's eyes. As the teacher said, his life was gradually getting better. After this, a couple of ancestral suppression rituals took place. All the rituals were performed by a woman who acted calmly and confidently. A rough voice asked Seo if he thought that moving away from God would change his fate, and warned that he would bring misfortune to everyone around him. The main character believed that from now on, everything would be different. After this, he stopped hearing the voice of God and no longer saw ghosts. The thought that he too could be happy intoxicated Ganrim. The man who grabbed Seo by the collar shouted that Mrs. Hwakyung was wasting her time with him, and that he was still only bringing misfortune. If she doesn't get rid of the boy, it will even affect her. The woman ran out into the street and shouted that if Lee Hyun opened his mouth again, she would rip out his filthy tongue. She angrily snapped that the man should never dare to say such a thing again. The boy, hanging on his brother's shoulder, spoke bitterly about why his mother loved him more than her own blood. Seo noted that he seemed dead drunk and invited him in. The brother tearfully confessed that God had come for him, and he wanted him to take him. The protagonist looked at Do-hyun silently. Hanging from his shoulder, he said that the god should have come not for Seo Ganrim, but for him. After which the guy lost his balance and fell to the floor. Ganrim couldn't understand how he could even say that, knowing the life he had lived thanks to this god. But Hyun's behavior didn't surprise him at all. If Do-hyun's desire for God was as strong as his own desire to abandon him. Sitting down on the ground, the protagonist thought that it was probably unbearable for him to live like this. He brought too much trouble on Hyun, and then he thought that if he, who brings only suffering, leaves the house, to Hyun and the teacher will finally find happiness. His brother got angry, and asked why he was standing there with his arms folded. Do-hyun was seething with rage, and said that Seo could easily get rid of him, that he was considered the best trainee, and that he was just trying to be gentle with him. The guy looked away and said that he didn't want to fight him. Do-hyun stated that there was no need to look down on him, and that he was no longer the same person he used to be. After all, now God has come for him too. Looking after him, Ganrim did not understand how this happened, because in his past life, it was the only reason they could get along. The thing was that the main character was weak. The brother yelled at Seo and said that he couldn't stand idly by and watch him be such a weakling, and that even so, for some reason he still envied him. Then the guy firmly decided that he had to tell Hyun something. The agent knocked on the door while standing in an empty corridor. The leader asked if Seo had agreed to join. The man replied that no. The hero said that he was busy with something, but did not specify what exactly. Baekyeon admitted that she had already hoped that he would be able to persuade him, but he replied that they were not that close. But the girl noticed that he had spent a fair amount on it, and asked how much the ointment cost. She told Do-hyun to try to convince Seo one more time. If they explore the demon realm together, perhaps Gunrim will let his guard down. Baekyeon sweetly begged him, and said that she really wanted to see him on their team. The system sent a request for Seo Ganrim's help in studying the demonic realm. The guy was happy because now he had a reason to meet him. A ruined city, an unexplored kingdom of demons. The menu asks Seo Ganrim to help in exploring the demon realm. The target is a destroyed city. Assistance will be provided by Kang Do-hyun, the head of the Seoul team, Seo Moon Yeon. He thought that not all those who regressed were given the ability to remember everything. In his memory, only large kingdoms and those where something terrible happened remained, but not low-level ones. Since this kingdom is not particularly well known, it has probably been studied without serious difficulties, and that the issue is not only in the kingdom itself, and the agency not only needs to explore the kingdom, but also needs Do-hyun to talk to him. A woman's hand waved to him from the car and a greeting was heard. A Navi said that she would go with them to the kingdom. This surprised Seo quite a bit. After greeting her, the guy said that he had not been warned that she would go with them. The girl just laughed quietly. She remembered how the leader indignantly shouted that Seo Gunrim and Kang knew each other, and that they could never give Gunrim to the team alone. Do-hyun let out an indignant sigh and said that she was sent to lure away the main character. Seo thought that this was a good thing, since she would be able to keep Hyun in check. The guy turned to the girl and said that since they were already here, she would not pretend. She replied that she had received a request as an individual hunter to explore this kingdom. At their words, people turned around and asked if they were hunters. Anavi waved at them and said that everything was correct, then asked if she could join them. They unfriendly stated that they would go in first, because they did not want to share the spoils with them. Do-hyun snapped back that they were talking nonsense, told them to get out while they were still alive, and suggested that they go to some third-rate demon world. They jumped up and yelled back, demanding to know who he had just called brats and asked their rank. The girl calmly added that it was to study the demon kingdom and gain experience, but they didn't let her finish, demanding that she answer the question. Without waiting for an answer, they snorted and stepped into the portal, throwing over their shoulders that they had nothing to say. The heroine asked in surprise that she had not known about such rules, and clarified whether this meant that they now had to wait. Seo shrugged and said that if things went wrong, Anavi would have to lay all her cards on the table, come what may. The system announced that they had entered the demon realm of the ruined city, and the hero noted that there were only ruins around. They were tasked with destroying the statue that served as the basis for the barrier, and there was no time limit. The heroes reasoned that they needed to find the statue to get out, but no one had ever returned from here. The kingdom was quite vast, and they didn't even know what the statue looked like. Do-hyun noted that if it was related to the barrier, they would feel an aura of magic, and suggested that they might find it sooner than expected. They heard cries for help. People were calling for help, and one of the guys collapsed to the ground. He stretched out his hand, and behind him a storm rose. The silhouettes of monsters were barely visible in them. One of the monsters attacked the girl, and she screamed in despair. The hero gritted his teeth and admitted that they were wrong. The group found themselves at a dead end, with creatures slowly approaching them from all sides. Everyone begged the monsters to stop. Anavi stepped forward, fighting off the attackers and asking if they were okay. The girl with a broken katana and tears in her eyes quietly thanked him. Seo joined the fight, quickly intercepting the creature's onslaught. Do-hyun also entered the fray, loudly ringing his bells. The heroine was surprised how they managed to deal with the monsters so easily, and wondered if all hunters were like that. Anavi looked back and said that it looked like they had dealt with everyone. Sitting down next to the girl, she asked what had happened during those few minutes. She replied that she did not understand what minutes were being discussed. She felt like they had only entered a couple of hours ago. The heroes replied that they had entered immediately after them, and then the people turned pale, not believing what they heard. Anavi briefly said that time flows differently here, and the first group entered several months ago. The protagonist thought that if they managed to survive, it meant they were eating supplies from the inventory. The girl looked at Do-hyun and thoughtfully said that she didn't understand how long they had been there, then turned to him and asked what he found. He stood up and said that he had examined the killed monsters. The man smiled contentedly and said that he had more trophies than Ganrim, so the title of Best Hunter belonged to him. Their faces showed obvious confusion, and finally the heroine suggested starting a search. They opened the map of the demon realm and noticed that the search would take a long time. Seo then suggested sending Lini to assess the situation from the air. The little animal flew in, and a soft light shone around it. Anavi had cubes in her hands. The doll controller's ability has been activated. The girl ordered them to look for survivors inside the building, and report immediately if they find people, a statue, or anything suspicious. People were watching what was happening, and someone noticed that these guys were much stronger than them. Seo noted that her charges turned out to be quite noisy. Ganrim was puzzled, trying to understand why they couldn't be heard anymore. He noted that there was no connection. Anavi noticed that he had turned pale and called out to him. Gunrim replied that he couldn't connect. He had no connection and no way to open his inventory. The system reported that communication with the deity via telekinesis is currently unavailable, and access to the inventory is also unavailable. This meant that they would no longer be able to call for help, and supplies were also out of the question. The heroine covered her mouth with her hand and said that it turned out that they were hunters who had left several months ago. A man's hand fell on her shoulder, and she was told to be quiet, and he gestured towards the crowd. People asked anxiously if they had any problems. The thought came to Seo that if there is no connection, it turned out that the deities no longer heard them. He then turned to his brother, deciding that this was probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he definitely needs to talk to his Hyung. The crowd moved slowly forward. The little animal illuminated their dusty path. The heroes looked around carefully, listening to every rustle and trying to catch even the slightest hint of danger. The girl looked around in fear and screamed, "Where are they going?" The fog is getting thicker and thicker, and the buildings are getting worse. Lini finally stopped and looked around at the people with a careful gaze. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. In front of them was a luxurious piece of land with a fountain. In front of them lay a white building and beautiful bright flowers. Approaching the gate, the guy wondered what kind of strange place opened up before them. Anavi was also quite surprised and looked around with admiration. Opening the door, Seo wondered with curiosity how the house had managed to remain so well preserved. The crowd slowly entered the glittering house. Dohyun noticed that there was a distinct smell of something in the house. When people realized that it was the smell of food, they rushed after it. Bursting into the room, they saw a very rich table and the best food. They grabbed the food from the plates, thinking that at least they wouldn't have to worry about supplies anymore, and noted the warm taste, as if it had just been baked. Seo ran into the room and took a piece of meat from the girl, telling them not to eat anything here. The guy with the apple in his hands was indignant, saying who he was to dictate, and as if he just wanted to eat everything alone. Dohyun chuckled and remarked that this was a perfect opportunity to poison everyone at once, and it was funny to see them seriously planning to eat in such a suspicious situation. The hunters said he was right, and everything looked very suspicious, so they decided to put off lunch and continue searching. The girl begged the angry guy to put down the apple. The hero briefly suggested that they split up and meet at the front door. The girl noted that they would look around again where they had already been. Seeing where Dohyun was heading, Gangnam decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Anavi called out to the boy. The protagonist asked what she wanted. The heroine asked if he still didn't want to join the agency, since hunters without divine support could find themselves in a dangerous situation. Leaning on the table, Seo said he didn't want to join the agency. Are there really no better hunters than him? He said that he was flattered by the offer, but suggested finding someone else. The girl replied that she had never seen anyone better than him. Although Seo Gangram is ranked lower than many, he is completely dedicated to his work, acts pragmatically but with understanding. He is the first to extend a helping hand when he sees that someone needs it. And he still doesn't run away from fear even in the face of a strong enemy. That's why Anavi would like him to join them. The main character blushed slightly at such praise. The girl promised that they would arrange a workplace for him. They even prepared a welcome party for him, and selected a couple of good restaurants near the agency. The hero decided that Anavi was most likely already aware of his abilities. She said that since Seo didn't want to, they wouldn't force him, and suggested they look around, promising that they would see each other soon. And she asked the guy to be more careful. As he walked up the stairs, Ganram was sure the man had come this way. The silhouette of his brother met him from above. He looked at him rudely and coldly. Seo swallowed nervously and exhaled through his teeth. Damn, this was not the right environment for a heart-to-heart talk. The main character asked him rudely why he looked so scared. Was he really waiting for him to persuade him to join the ranks of the Soul Team? He replied that he saw a black streak stretching behind him. SEO should be aware that misfortunes increase in accordance with karma. Running up, Dohyun asked what he was doing, and pressing his brother against the window, he continued as he left the house. Hyun was wondering what the hell he had been doing lately. How was it possible to accumulate so much karma? The protagonist's gaze became tense. Seo asked who his brother saw him as. They were already getting ready to fight, but they heard strange sounds. Someone appeared in the distance. The silhouette slowly approached, and then he started to speed up. Dohyun began to wonder if it was really necessary to destroy her in order to escape from here. The man took out a golden weapon. It's strange why the statue stopped. But after this question, the monster rushed forward. Punching the barrier, the monster caused the defense to waver. The hero said that it didn't matter. It was better to destroy her before she attacked. Ganram watched what was happening. The golden weapon collided with the statue. A fight broke out between them, and the blows from both sides merged into a dull roar. Hyun shouted what the hell he was doing. Seeing that the protagonist was holding him back, he thrust his katana forward. This made the man really angry. But suddenly Dohyun grabbed Seo by the jacket. A loud roar was heard behind them. The hero abruptly closed the door, and Ganram leaned on the table, trying to maintain his balance. Grabbing his wounded shoulder, the brother shouted, "Hey, idiot!" He must have gone completely crazy. Why the hell did he interfere with him? A statue stood quietly behind the door. The man continued to yell as if he couldn't hear anyone around him, and asked if he really wanted to die that much. And Ganram admitted that there was a man there, covering his eye with his hand. Finally, Dohyun lowered his tone and asked again what the person was. But he screamed again, as if he had forgotten that he had just calmed down, and asked if all reason had been lost, assuring that it was a monster. A loud bang was heard at the door. Preparing to attack, the man told him to take another look. "Does this look like a human?" The protagonist looked at the sign and said that his opinion still hadn't changed. It said that this was Yansera. She was under the status of an imposed curse with the mark of shapeshifting. They noticed that the creature did not attack, and speculated that its area of action might be limited to the corridor. But Hyun didn't understand, because something like that certainly wouldn't stop a person. The protagonist understood that, as a messenger, he could not tell about his ability to see the status window. Pointing at Lini, Seo said that he had a Kirin, which was why he was so confident, and asked her to trust him. Pointing forward, he ordered the little animal to clean the statue, and the system reported the activation of the cleansing ability. She pressed herself closer to the creature's face, and everything around was illuminated by the soft light emanating from Lini. A glowing hole appeared on the face, and then the stone barrier burst, and a girl appeared behind it. She started to fall, and the system reported that the curse had been lifted. Dohyun was shocked. This is really a person. The main character held the girl and quietly spoke, asking if she could hear him. Clenching his fist, the man grew angry and thought that Ganrim understood this, but he did not. Dohyun thought that he had awakened much earlier than many, and had even become an envoy for the protection agency. And still, he's as far from Ganrim as he is from the moon on foot. When the protagonist asked what happened, he replied that it was none of his business. And then he said that they needed to go down because they had to tell Anawi and the other hunters about this. We must not allow them to destroy the statues. The boy agreed with concern. The hero was walking down the stairs. Seeing the heroes, Anavi shouted that they had found a survivor, and there may be more. They were turned into monster statues by a curse. Lini suddenly flew off somewhere, and Seo called out to him. The little animal flew up to the table with food, hovered over the plates and sniffed. Grabbing Lini, he told her that she shouldn't eat this suspicious food. Cold sweat ran down the guy's face. He noticed that someone had already tried the food, and from different sides, statues rushed at him. The protagonist clearly did not expect such an attack. He ducked sharply and began to frantically look around, trying to understand where the next blows were coming from. A gleam appeared in his eyes, sharp, almost blinding. Photographs of familiar faces flashed before his eyes. Diving under the table, Seo realized that these were the same hunters. When asked whether it would be possible to clear them at the same time, Lini shook his head. Then first you'll need to calm everyone down. Once they were able to jump over the table with ease, he was confident that this would not break them. Anavi exhaled and said that they told her not to eat everything they saw. The hunters were ashamed. Ganrim sniffed the food and said that he felt like the smell coming from it was a spell. The heroine decided that those who had been here too long simply had no choice. The girl, having come to her senses, began to nervously and through tears repeat that she was upstairs. The main character asked if they had managed to get anything out of her. Anavi replied that she had asked her a couple of questions, but had only been able to find out that there was something on the 5th floor. Dohyun turned to the hunters and said that the guys would stay here with the girl. In the meantime, they will go up to the 5th floor. On the 4th floor there were many frozen statues, lined up so tightly as if they were guarding the passage. The heroes couldn't believe that these were all people. Hyun said that maybe it would be worth killing them all, because then a lot of space would be freed up on the floors. It's worth starting with the fact that they weren't obligated to save them, because they only came here to clear the dungeon. Seo put his hand on his shoulder and calmly remarked that he didn't think it was worth it, reminding him that some of them were cursed, and most of them were. The agent took a breath and said that apparently he was the only bad one here, after which he asked which of these statues were even people. Taking out the talismans, Dohyun said that he had an idea and asked to simply name who it was. But Ganrim took out an ingot of insect honey and said that there were too many of them, and he would mark them with this. They wanted to stop him, but the hero had already rushed from the spot. He smeared the ingot across the statue's head, working quickly and with concentration. So he flew up to each survivor, marking them with the same quick movement. His brother shouted to him that it was very dangerous, and Seo asked if they were seriously going to yell at him right now. Then the heroes also rushed from their places, not wanting to leave him alone. The talisman flew towards the marked statues, reacting to the traces of honey as if it were drawn to the mark itself, and they smashed the rest of the statues, moving forward without hesitation. As a result, only stones remained on the ground. Anavi stated that she thought it would be wise to finish the raid first, and then help them. Otherwise, there would be real chaos here. Dohyun made short, strangled sounds of nausea. He noted that it smelled really bad up ahead. Soon a wave of nausea overtook the heroes. There was a strong smell of blood up there, so sharp and thick that the smell seemed to hit you in the face. Seo noted that it was the clear smell of death. Clearly, something unpleasant awaits them further. The room was covered in black energy, not just a shadow but a thick viscous shroud. The protagonist looked down, and the world seemed to fall away for a second. He saw human bones, pale and bloodless. The bones lay as if someone had brought bodies here one after another. Anavi was almost in tears and said that these hunters did not deserve such a fate. Taking the skull in her hands, she noted that they died when they were human, and she quietly added that they could be helped if they turned into statues of monsters. Dohyun suddenly heard something and froze. Everyone prepared for the attack. A silhouette appeared in the distance of the corridor, and it moved slowly, as if it were emerging from the very darkness. Anavi watched him closely, and he was reflected in her pupils. He looked more like a human than the others. Anavi screamed that it was a survivor. Ganrim grabbed the girl's hand and asked when the hunters had last entered the dungeon, not counting them. The heroine asked why he was asking about this now. Then she paused and quietly said that she thought she had read about this before. And then she was taken aback and barely audibly said that it happened a week ago. And this meant that he spent at least 400 days here. And if he ended up here even earlier, then years have passed for him. Looking at him, Ganrim didn't understand what he ate and why he didn't turn into a monster. The man had overgrown hair and inflamed red eyes, and he screamed sharply, almost like a beast. Do-hyun took out the talismans and said that it didn't matter because the man was still human. After letting them in, Hyun said that they first needed to subdue him and then think further. The talisman fell sharply to the ground, and then the man set them on fire in an instant. And with red eyes, he rushed forward towards Do-hyun, biting his hand. Anawi called out to him, calling him Kang Do-hyun's messenger. She threw the creature against the wall with force. He left only deep claw marks on the floor afterward. The girl shouted, asking if the agent was okay. The hero replied that yes, everything was fine. However, the creature is much stronger than it appears at first glance. The man continued to smile, and this fixed smile made his face even more frightening. Flames began to emerge from his hands, slowly growing. The heroes fought him off with their weapons, holding back his furious attacks and trying not to let him get too close. Do-hyun didn't understand how a person could have ki energy, which was usually found in ghosts. And was Anavi really stronger than him? The girl appeared from behind and swung at the monster, preparing to strike. But he bounced off the wall, leaving behind only a sharp gust of air. The heroine called out loudly to Ganrim, but the guy stood motionless, as if he was rooted to the spot. Even when the creature was too close, he still did not move. Words appeared before him that they should be the first to cleanse this demon kingdom. The group asked if there was anything left to eat, but there was no answer, and an air of apprehension hung in the air. People screamed that Hyunseo had turned into a monster, and panic instantly spread. The boy and girl were sitting on the steps, saying that this was the end, and that everyone was dead. He held the girl and shouted at her to get ready, assuring her that they would soon be rescued. But she replied that she couldn't do it anymore, and there was a tiredness in her voice. The heroes shouted at him what he was doing, turning to Seo Gunrim. Then the protagonist realized that a creature was moving towards him, and a cold fear pierced him. Someone's hand pushed Ganrim away, tearing him out of his stupor. It was his brother who stood before him, protecting him from the monster. He told him to get the sword with 7 branches. Do-hyun shouted that he had been to the blacksmith's. Taking out the weapon, Seo noted that it was correct, and that it had been improved. The lightning-struck 7-branch sword had not yet been smelted, and belonged to the primary rank called Dragon Fate. It has strong yang energy and drives away evil. The heroes noticed that he was leaving, but decided not to follow. The guy decided they needed to know something and said that this man... Hyun wondered if it was because he was too close to the barrier. And Anavi asked if this happened to him because of his heavy karma. Now it became clear why he is so strong, and his reaction to the sword is understandable, because research says that characteristics increase the closer he gets to the barrier. The protagonist was worried about something else, and he mentally asked how much karma was required to cross the barrier. He accumulated karma due to the penalty for his abilities, although in the original it only increased for such crimes, like robbery, torture, murder, and other serious crimes, and that the more serious the offense, the more karma accumulates. If what Seo saw was that man's past, then he had managed to survive to this day thanks to the most heinous crime. The hero thought about how much karma he had, and how much of it had accumulated within himself, and how close can he get to the barrier. The heroes tried to call out to Ganrim, hoping to attract his attention. The brother got angry and asked why the hell he was daydreaming. Do-hyun said that it was time for them to go back, because they needed to finish what they started. Seo became indignant and asked if he really wanted to leave the man here. He suggested that they could cleanse it the same way they had cleansed Ganshori. Hyun shouted that he was too strong, and added that they had no choice. Do-hyun asked if anyone really wanted 3 to die while trying to save one. The main character said that he had an idea. Clenching his fist, he was confident they could do it. While pasting up the talismans, Do-hyun thought gloomily that he didn't like this state of affairs at all. Both times, then and now, they ended up doing exactly what Gunrim wanted again. He pressed the talisman tighter and tighter, asking why. Why is it that the option he proposes always turns out to be the best? He understood that this was not the issue at all, because he could not blame him when he himself still had a long way to go to reach his abilities. Seo came closer and quietly said that Anawi was ready. Hyun added that he was finished too. The main character calmly offered to lure him out. Do-hyun asked Seo Gangrim if he really thought it was enough. If his charms weren't enough to catch the enemy, the whole plan would fall apart, and he quietly asked if he really had that much faith in him. Ganrim stopped abruptly, and then he calmly said that these were Hyun's talismans, so he believes in his brother. The hero clenched his fist, feeling the tension building inside him. Do-hyun was angry and couldn't believe he actually said that. He exhaled and said that Seo Gangrim had improved since their last meeting. In their days, many believed in the importance of the connection between man and God, so it was natural that a powerful being would want to take possession of it. Although these words sounded honest, it did not calm him down at all, and deep down he felt that he hated Seo. The full moon shone in the night sky. The main character walked along a corridor where black energy hung in the air. The same creature was approaching him, squatting. Seo told the monster that he didn't need to be so careful. He spread his arms out to the sides and calmly said that he had not brought it. The monster's eyes glowed red, and in that light a predatory alertness appeared. He immediately rushed at Ganrim, and the movement was sharp. As soon as the creature tried to scratch him, the protagonist disappeared. The man began to search for him with his eyes. Suddenly a light flashed behind him. Ganrim pointed his sword at him, and there was a calm determination in his movements. The monster began to run away from the guy on all fours, and its movements became jagged and disordered. Then he stood up on two legs, looking around and continuing to run. But suddenly he hit the purple barrier, and the impact sent tremors through the surface. He stood among the barrier and dome of talismans, and the flickering symbols around him created a sense of enclosed space. The man began to scream and his body became covered with energy. In doing so, he activated an unknown ability. Taehun watched the scene, a wary, focused look appearing in his eyes. He admitted that he didn't expect it to work the first time. Dolls with talismans on their bodies came into use. They rushed towards the enemy as if they had broken free from an invisible chain. The system announced that the Earth people were becoming stronger thanks to fire. And because of this, they became simply gigantic. Their bodies stretched upward, thickened and filled with fiery power. The man looked up in fear, his gaze trembling as the giant figures continued to grow above him. He tried to resist, but the chains surrounded the creature and closed around him. Hyun, holding bells in his hands, shouted at him that it wouldn't help. The system declared the target's mana sealed and the ability disabled. A Na'vi happily reported that they had done it. But it was not to be. A bright split occurred, and the space in front of them seemed to crack from within. The heroes were taken aback by the notification that the statue had become stronger due to the effect the flames had. A statue of agreement appeared before them. Class Ghost Fate, primary rank. This statue protects a certain area. It punishes invaders, and until they deal with it, they will not be able to leave this place. Its abilities depend on the number of invaders. The heroes realized that this was the statue they were looking for. The system suggested that it was necessary to destroy the statue, the vessel of the barrier, which was now swinging a huge sword. One movement of this sword, and the little men's heads were blown off. Their clay bodies fell to the ground. While everyone was preparing to attack, the man turned in the opposite direction. Hyun turned around and shouted at him to catch him so he wouldn't escape. The sword sank into the floor, and the blow echoed with a dull ringing sound. It was the main character. He stood by the sword, not allowing the creature to escape. A Na'vi summoned the wall, shouting that it would delay the boss, and a dense barrier instantly rose up around her. And with one swing, the statue gradually destroyed the wall. It was clear that the heroine was tense. Behind her, Do-hyun was fighting the creature. The protagonist realized that everything was going wrong, and that he shouldn't have been here. Placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, he said that he would take care of the statue. Climbing the wall, he shouted that he would try to take the statue away from here, and that Anavi should first take care of the survivors. And she activated the doll controller ability, and she ordered the boys to grab them, and those who were smaller to grow larger. The dolls surrounded the creature, moving in unison. And then they began to shine with the energy of the dome, and the light gradually enveloped their figures. Do-hyun took out the bells, and the binding ability was activated. The energy gradually consumed the man, enveloping him in a dense glow. Cracked orange walls appeared around him. Gradually they approached the creature's head, squeezing ever tighter. A talisman flew into his face, and the bound target fell into sleep. Hyun reported that they were done here, and that they needed to quickly go after Ganrim. But before they could move, a huge explosion thundered in the place where the main character was, covering the entire space.